Hey, what's up, everyone, and welcome to the Resident Retrospect for the 6th and final story arc of Resident Roleplay. And looks like the gang's all back together. It's been a while.
Yeah.
Oh, it's people.
Yeah.
Who are you guys?
Also, thank you very much, Brenny the Dragon Slayer, for your continued subscription. 4 months in a row. Awesome sauce. Also, I see MeWe in the chat as well, who's already redeemed a posture check, so watch your back.
Oh.
Oh, and also thank you very much.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
And sleep. Oh, okay, everybody's. Oh, hype train incoming. Choo choo. Here we go.
Choo choo, mofos.
Awesome sauce. Well, thank you all very much. That's a heck of a way to get back into the
We
streaming.
back.
Yeah, we're back. We're back, baby. And we've got a soundtrack for Resident Retrospect this time, and a whole new visual setup. So hopefully this is a lot more interesting to look at. And what the heck did we just get? Was that a donation?
What was that?
I think we're still using the Zelda donation sound. However, we do not seem to have the thing that indicates.
Oh, it's because you have to put that on that.
Yeah, on this particular scene, I don't think we have that.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to put the alert on that scene.
Hold on.
It was $100.
Oh,
What?
snap.
And I just thanked you guys for all your hard work and fun.
Whoa.
Oh, well,
that's
thank
crazy.
you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm bringing up the stream labels because I realized I didn't have that either. I'll put us back up on the screen in a moment. So, okay. That was, yeah, I see that now on the stream labels, or Streamlabs. So,
You said that was $100?
I was $100.
$100.
Well, thank you very
What
much.
happened, my man?
Thank you very much.
I haven't done my sniping because you guys don't put nothing up. So
It's true.
I had to do what I had to do.
We should probably be streaming some more things here soon. I've definitely got some plans. But nonetheless, yeah, it's been a while since we've all of us have been together. We've been together sporadically throughout, but I don't think the entire group, all 6 of us, have been together at once since the end of the campaign. So this has been a little bit of a reunion simultaneously. But we are here to discuss Arc 6, The Manifold, for Resident Roleplay. Again, the final story arc, which was quite climactic. And then next week, you'll want to tune in because we're going to be doing another special Resident Retrospect on the campaign as a whole, and looking back on that and unveiling all the juicy secrets that there are to know. But for tonight...
Like Mr. G's real name. No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, you're not going to do it?
No.
Gregory.
What if Ilo decides to share with everybody the document, or that, Nuria would share with everybody the document in the campaign retrospect?
That is the only way that...
Nuria would share it.
You don't think she would? Well, that's
That's
something.
the only way his
Terms
name
of,
is going around.
respect.
So she's got exclusive knowledge now. That's awesome.
I want to tell everybody. I really do.
So-
Namita.
Nonetheless, we have a lot to cover
Apparently,
tonight.
Nuria believes in client.
Client
what is it,
patient.
Confidentiality?
Yeah. Privilege.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, we got a lot to get through tonight, so we best start getting into things. So, rewinding back to the start of this story arc, which I'd made the observation beforehand. First off, I should announce this as well. Just the other day, the Resident recap for Arc 5, The Gathering, went up on YouTube. And that is going to be the final Resident recap. We will not be doing any more after that, because the only thing after that is Arc 6, and that's the final arc, and the purpose of those is to get you caught up. And you're essentially caught up now, so anybody going through, catching up through the recaps can now get all the way up to Arc 6, and from there they can just watch the rest of the show if they want to know the story. Which is awesome, because I think we're all in agreement that the 6th arc was kind of the best arc of the show. Like,
Basically.
it was awesome.
Yeah.
All the best stuff happened. I mean, there was great moments all throughout, but Arc 6 was just constantly nonstop good stuff. And I was honestly surprised when I was prepping for tonight, looking back and seeing just how much awesomeness there was in this story arc. It feels like every single episode, every single mission, there was always something happening. So anyway, let's get back into things. But I was just pointing that out to point out the observation that we'd made before we started this stream up, which was that almost half of the show is in the final arc, which is quite a lot.
Yeah.
It was a long arc, but also the best arc. So that's good. So rewinding all the way back to episode 66, and I will have stats for the final runtime and whatnot next week when we go over the campaign. And Mel gave me the idea of giving you guys a grade like they do at the end of every Resident Evil game. So I think I'm going to think of something for that. I'm going to give you guys a grade. Maybe I could commission one of our artists here to make a graphic, for like an end
I'm on it.
Right. Yeah, there you go. You could go do it in MS Paint. Yeah, MS Paint, the graphic for the final campaign grade. So I'll have like the runtime, total deaths, things like that. I want to try and get. That's an excellent question. I do not recommend that, or not recognize rather that. That sound.
I recommend it.
I recommend it. Oh, I think that was Bits.
That's Biddies.
Oh, posture check. So, that being said, rewinding back to the start of the Manifold arc, at episode 66 and 67 we'll cover first, which is basically the downtime activities as well as Operation Moby Dick, which was the first of the separate missions and storylines that you guys had split off into at the beginning. So, starting in 66 through 67, Mr. G and Mrs. X infiltrate the USS Valerian, accidentally adopt a Manifold android, battle Aiden, and witness the launch of the missiles that set this storyline in motion. So, quite a lot happened right off the bat. But I have a question, though, for Sleepy, because you introduced Ennio at this point in the story. So how did that character come about? What were the sort of inspirations there? What was the original conception?
So it's actually kind of funny. It was just one day I was just chilling. I was listening to just some music, and you know how like a lot of like music has like anime backgrounds. Like,
oh, I think I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Wait, hold on.
Like, one of the backgrounds had Ghost in the Shell.
Like on a YouTube video.
Yeah. One of the backgrounds was Ghost in the Shell, and I looked at this and I was like, I wonder if I could play an android character. That was it. And then I just messaged Raph about it.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing. There was I don't know if we talked about this too much while the arc was going on for a peek behind the curtains, but now's the time to do it. There was a lot of GM collaboration that went into Ennio. Sleepy and I had a lot of discussions beforehand and throughout while she was still playing her to figure out the sort of direction of that kind of character. Because when she first approached me with that character, I was a little skeptical. I was like, that's a little bit outside of the purview of what Resident Evil is. But after giving it some thought, I was like, if there was any way such a character could exist in the Resident Evil universe, it would be in the version that I'm portraying, where the Manifold exists. And the Manifold has all sorts of advanced technology that, Elliot Walker has developed, and that, we've seen them show off all throughout the series. So it occurred to me that was going to be the hook. It was just like, yeah, you can be an android, but you were created by Elliot Walker, and you have to deal with all the ramifications of being made by Elliot Walker. So that kind of became the draw from that point on.
Yeah.
And it also helped that was around the time that I think Matt Colville did his video on, which for any aspiring GM, I highly recommend watching a lot of Matt Colville videos. He's got a lot of great... Yeah, his Running the Game series is a masterclass. Yeah. The only masterclass in existence, I think, right now on
There's
GMing
two.
as a hobby.
Oh, there's a few, but there's two that I would say I would highly recommend. There's another one that Satine Phoenix ran.
Oh yeah, you're talking
that
about
was like
the
60 episodes long.
Yeah, there was that one as well. Well, there was the one that was started with Matthew Mercer, and then Satine took over like halfway through. That one's also
like that,
one's also decent. But running the game
Yeah.
is definitely, I would say, the biggest masterclass. But Matt Kova at that time had just released the running the game video, or around that time. It might have been shortly after we'd collaborated on Enyo, about GM player collaboration and all the dope stuff that could come out of that. And that was definitely something I took to heart for this last arc, because there was a lot of collaboration and, a lot of just like breaking the barrier between player and GM to create awesome moments and awesome characters and all sorts of things that wouldn't be able to happen otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
So that said, would you guys want a little bit of a peek behind the curtain of what all the criteria for Enyo was when she was making her?
What's that mean?
Because I
Like the criteria that ILO had?
Well, because she had the character to pitch, but here's what I gave her for what this character has in terms of new traits. Like, she had a bunch of traits that were unique to that character, as well as other items here. Well, first off, I got to write her flaw, which her flaw is, this is a fun fact. I don't even know if Ilo knows this. Her flaw is, because the idea, so I pitched her a number of different possibilities when we were having early discussions about Enyo, because obviously I'm a big sci-fi nerd and all sorts of things, and so I was like, there's a number of androids we could model this after here. Obviously, Vision got brought up. I also showed her Edie's body from Mass Effect 3, which I think ended up basically inspiring Enyo's look.
Yeah.
And yeah, characters like that. But what I was really drawn to was the way Vision plays out in the Marvel comics. Not MCU Vision, but comic book Vision, where he's created by Hank Pym, and he's inherited he's based on Hank Pym's brainwaves, right? Or his mental patterns. So there's a little bit of Hank Pym still inside of Vision at all times. And so basically my idea was that Enyo was based off of Elliot Walker's mind. And so she inherited Walker's flaw, which is, you are prideful, petty, and easily provoked to personal offense or anger. And then Ilo got to decide personality traits and ideals and whatnot from there.
So you gave her flaw.
Mm-hmm. So, and then she also had an infection programming trait, which is basically an enhancement to the infection origin for her evolved class, which is, the text says, your machine nature makes you immune to all necrotic damage, and you choose one infection origin to focus on for all other features that use infection origin, such as sense infected. And I can't remember which virus he ended up choosing. I think it was just T-virus or something.
Yeah. Let me have a check. I have your sheet open. Yeah,
That'd be the easy one.
Yeah. And then she also got low power mode. When you take a long rest, you enter a low power mode instead of sleeping. While in low power mode, you are conscious, but your movement speed is reduced to 0, and you're incapacitated. You can exit this mode whenever you choose, but your long rest is interrupted upon doing so. But then, this was the kicker that she also got right from the start. And I was expecting her to bring this up sooner than it would become relevant, but she didn't. Which is, you feel the countdown feature is what it's called. And it says, you feel a constant rumbling sensation within, emanating from the power core in your chest. You are programmed with an internal clock that begins counting down from the moment you come online. You do not know what will happen when it reaches 0. And every once in a while, as you guys saw, she would reach certain milestones in the countdown and gain new abilities. And so that was basically her getting gradually more powerful the longer she's been online.
If I could quickly add,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know any of these enhancements until they happened.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, she found out with the rest of you. Or essentially the
That's why
day
I
of.
freaked out when I got the last one.
I think I knew about that first, or
Yes, Mr. G knew about it before Ilo did.
because I got it from the horse's
Lauren-
mouth.
Lauren almost accidentally spoiled it when we were talking about stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Awesome. So, yeah, there's a little bit of a peek behind the curtains for Ennio, who was introduced in this little section. So, here's another question, though, I guess going for all of you, but I guess mostly those who were there. You guys met Aiden for the first time since his presumed death all those years back. So, what was that like? What was your initial impression of Aiden's return?
I freaking knew it.
Did you see that coming?
Walker!
I was wondering when it was gonna happen. I just wasn't expecting it in that kind of a scenario. I was expecting it. I was expecting our first run into with him would have been more like when we meet him at what was it, Project Ares facility.
Oh, yeah.
That's how I was expecting our first interaction with him to be like. Like we were like, oh yeah, just go off, do this mission, and then be like, hi.
Yeah. Yeah, I think everybody kind of figured he was still out there somewhere, going by the old film rules of if you don't see the body, they're not dead. So,
Dead until confirmed. Wait, what was my thing I kept saying?
Alive until proven dead.
From dead.
Alive until proven dead. That's it.
yeah. So, those were kind of the big highlights from Operation Moby Dick. And that brings us to episode 68 through 70, which covers the Manila Outbreak. So at this point, Katara, Nuria, and Kevin, along with their new frenemy, Ashlea Madigan, are lured to Manila under the pretense of investigating a possible outbreak, which turns out to be a manifold trap. So, Lauren, at this point, you introduce us to Ashlea Madigan. So where did this character come from? What were the
This character came from a Doc one shot.
Wait, really? Oh no, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That was a long time ago. That was the one shot.
A long time ago.
The one shot that Doc ever ran.
Yep. I knew most of her. Her personality changed a bit since then, but I knew her general idea, her background, kind of like what she was about. But her personality changed to play she got more extreme to play as a one-off character in the campaign. Mm-hmm. In that she was straight up evil.
Well, I mean, she pretty much was back in that other one shot too, right?
Well, she was like sneakily evil.
Yeah.
New Ashlea was straight up evil. She was like, "Hey, what's up? I'm evil. Shoot your arm off."
Yeah, which I know you collaborated with Mel a good bit about that scene beforehand. Basically,
we talked about how we were
going
to do it, like the details of how that scene was going to go down, so that going through after that, it wasn't going to be too far on one end of the spectrum or the other. That it would be believable that they still would work together afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like, you can't like straight up kill her. I can't blow up the house. Which was an option, I think. At one point, I was like, blow up the house or blow up a car or something.
Yeah, she's like comic book level villainy. Where I get the sense that her mind's at.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, blow up the house is an option.
Yeah. And because I was coming into that, I think, at roughly the player level, and like it's assumed she's been a villain since like all up until that level.
Well, she
right?
worked for Umbrella, right? As well.
Yeah, but it's assumed that she's been a villain up until that level. Now she's at a point in her villainy where she's like, the cops can't stop me. What are they gonna do? Like, I could literally walk outside with like these Plaga bodyguards, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Like, she is at that, like, she's coming in at that player level that was already pretty high. She's like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Try to put me in a cell. I am made of bombs.
Yeah, she was a little troublemaker. So yeah,
she was extremely fun to play.
I completely forgot about that one shot. No, I was preparing for this. You just reminded me of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the first time. I can't believe Doc got to run her before I did. I got to GM for her.
I can't believe he remembered and I didn't.
Am I the only one to remember where she came from?
Yeah, that was the thing. Which you pretty
I
much
almost forgot that I did a one shot. Let's put that down.
Which that was you pretty much did the same build for her as she had back in that one shot, except the game had changed since then, and it was a higher level.
That's true.
Because it was still scientist engineer. However, that has a lot more options now than it did back when you were first playing her. Well, there was possible talk about changing her to Agent Saboteur when bring her into the campaign, but I think you ended up sticking with.
I need the bombs.
Yeah, the engineer. And plus, you wanted to do a bit of a summoner build as well, which you could only do that with scientists.
That's true, because you have to be a scientist to have access to all the BOW stuff.
So I, for one, thought it was pretty cool to finally see some of the evil scientist options get used. And like the create BOWs and stuff.
As part of building her, she had enough materials to do 2 casts of create BW. Or was it create? Yeah, create BW. And she failed the first one. If she didn't, she would have had those 2 and 8 dogs.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And that would have been absolutely insane.
I would have loved to see that. You'd be like a freaking walking army.
Oh, she would have walked up to your front porch with these 8 dogs and 2 dudes with chainsaw swords. It's just like, yo.
Yeah, but that was a huge gambit though, because it's a high DC for that craft.
It was really high. I think he was 20?
25.
Right? 25?
Yeah,
25.
Which is the highest crafting DC. So if you invested basically all of your resources into those 2 crafts, all the resources that I allowed you to get beforehand, you invested into those 2 crafts. And if you failed both of them, then you would have had nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
I would have had all of my already crafted items that just like, I think you gave me some free craft items, like these are just already crafted and ready to go. And my what are the ones you can cast automatically? Her cantrips, basically. Efficient use? Yeah, and all of her efficient use stuff, and that would have been it. Because I think I would have had the drone car still. I still would have had the drone car and the turret, and I think like a couple of grenades.
All right, so here's the next thing that I think everybody's been dying to know about this little adventure, the Manila Outbreak. So what would have happened? Yeah, what were because at a certain point after you survive the initial ambush from the Emerson Industries guys, an AACT T-Abyss missile strikes the city at the end of episode 68, and the party is in the radius. So I think everybody's been kind of curious what those D100 rolls that everybody made were about.
Oh, please tell us.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, you guys rolled really well. It could have been a lot worse. But you didn't roll really luckily, in which case it could have been a lot better.
I was going to say, was there a way that could have been a save or die?
It was not a save or die. It could have done a lot of damage, but it wouldn't have killed anybody outright.
It might have killed Ashley outright.
That's fair.
Might have killed Muriel.
Yeah, maybe.
That's true. All right, so here's the chart. So, for the T-Abyss AACT, first off, I'm not sure if anybody was paying any particular attention to this, but you guys do know the effectiveness
percentage
of AACT enhanced bioweapons. That was told to you outright at one point, which is there's pretty much a 50-50 chance, which is why it was considered a huge improvement over the viruses previously. Walker brought it down to a 50-50 chance that you get infected and turn into a monster.
That's what I was wondering, if we rolled bad enough, that would have happened to one of the player characters. Or become infected, and then if you die, become...
Exactly, yeah. It would basically... Yeah, so here's the deal. On a 1 through 50, you would have had to make a DC 15 con save to have 10d6 necrotic damage. So that's basically the version that kills all the civilians.
Yeah, because they automatically lose.
Yeah, because they either way, even if they have that, they're still dead. you know, on the minimum.
They have I think commoners have 10 HP.
Yeah. Well, commoners have like 4 HP, I think.
Is it?
Yeah. So
I think they have 1 hit die. Which
yeah,
is
it's
like a
1d.
D6.
Yeah. Or it's a D8, I think. So
Something like that.
yeah, that's the 50% chance. And then, as you know about the act as well, the half that does survive has a chance of developing powers. That's where the 2%ers came from in San Martinas later on, because 2% of the population turned into tyrants. So 51 through 98, nothing happens. And that's the range that everybody rolled in. Nobody rolled outside of 51 to 98.
So if somebody rolled a 98 or a 99 to 100, we would have mutated?
So 99 through 100, here's what would happen. That 2% chance. You would gain the T-Abyss virus as an infection origin. And you got to roll a d6. That will determine which power you get from the Aberrant Powers list of the evolved class for the evolved projector class, which was like basically like a caster type. So there's the you basically gain one of the Aberrant Powers at random, which you would be able to use once per rest from that point onward.
And that just becomes a feature.
And that just becomes a feature of your character.
Oh man.
Somebody find me an AACT bomb.
Just keep learning bombs until we get to that 99 to 100.
I don't know. You also have a 50% chance of just killing yourself.
That's fine. It's worth the risk.
The chance of success is in that regard is just 1 out of 50. Come on now.
I could have made Enyo an actual cryomancer.
Or Nuria.
Wait, yeah, Nuria.
Yeah.
Captain's log told you.
Yeah, so obviously the options there to go over the Aberrant Powers, for those who don't have the rulebook in front of them, are, well, basically you'd roll d6. 1 through 2 would give you the illusion feature. 3 would give you shield. 4 would give you spores. 5 would give you teleport. And 6 would give you vanish.
So a 90 on a D100 wouldn't have done anything, right?
Yeah, that would have been nothing.
All right, cool. Because I just rolled for Chauncey just to see if
Yeah, nothing
on
would
roll
happen.
20.
So
I was just like, bang, 90 on the money.
yeah, so that's what could have happened.
I'm rolling for Mr. G. Hold on.
I'm really good at Nuria.
You already rolled for Nuria.
Nuria already got her
Oh, I
roll.
would have really good. I'll roll for Enyo.
Ah.
Can't roll for
Then
Enyo, she's
can't be
immune.
susceptible. She's a mod.
I got 62.
Yeah, still would have been nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. It's a pretty big chance of nothing happening. And then an even bigger chance of something bad happening. So like I said, it could have been worse. But everybody rolled within the safe range. So nothing special happened, but nothing terrible happened. But y'all got knocked unconscious so that I could move the time forward as well into the middle of the outbreak.
We did get bombed.
You did get bombed. So from there, a little bit of trivia. There were branching paths from that point onward. I'm not sure if you guys remember that. There was the option you needed to get to the inn to get extracted. And you had 2 ways of doing that. You could take the railway or you could take the streets. And you guys chose the railway, which is the fastest method. And you had to fight some oozes and wall blisters in confined quarters of the train down that path. But yeah, you guys remember that. But you guys actually made short work of that encounter. You guys like blew them up, and I think you guys separated the train cars.
Yeah, we detached the train.
Yeah.
Actually, I think Kevin had a little bit of difficulty there.
Well, Kevin was the one who got rung, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, if you guys have seen the animation for the wall blisters in Resident Evil Revelations, it is brutal. Because they'll just one-hit kill you in that game, and they just grab you and just with their little noodly arms. So that's the path you guys took, but the alternative was the streets, and basically that just would have been a longer and more exploration-heavy route. You would have had to put up with difficult terrain from the flooding, because it was, storming, visual obscurity from the fog, And there's also an encounter with the Horde of Ooze that would have been much easier than the trade fight, and also could have been avoided. But then there would also be some other random combats if you guys failed stealth rolls, and every hour could lead to elemental damage and fatigue on failed saves. So stuff like that, standard exploration stuff, basically was awaiting you down the other path. But it would have been
the reason we didn't pick that was because of the flooding.
Yeah, you guys didn't want to get wet.
Not messing up my pants.
Okay, so here's the thing. For Lauren and Mel, though. After you guys got to the inn, on the roof of the Gale Inn, you all had a battle with the Draghignazo. And in the aftermath of this fight, that led to one of the most iconic moments of the story arc. So, Mel and Lauren, what was going through your respective heads when Katara killed Madigan?
A bullet?
I mean,
He died in the fight. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah. It was an unfortunate circumstance, right? We tried to save Madigan, but it was just too late. The wall blister knocked her off into the
Just like
place below.
10 stories below. It's like, it's unfortunate. You can't really tell what she died from, actually.
Exactly. Like, you know, but no, like it's so. I think that whole entire thing spanned from Lauren and I talking through because he was just like, so you could try to fight her, but it may not go the way you think. And I'm like, oh, word? And he's like, she has a lot of stuff. You'll see.
She had an effective something like 27 AC if she wanted.
Yeah, if you use all of your action economy towards it, you could get your AC like as high as something in that range.
Which would protect her from obviously darn near most attacks. But the part about her that was the most dangerous was that if you tried to attack her, you would be ignoring 3 other points of damage from all of her summons that you would have to be ignoring to attack her.
Mm-hmm.
And in that fight, they all died.
Yeah, I think that was one of those fortuitous RPG moments. One of those like organic tabletop things that led perfectly to that awesome story moment. Because there was the fight and Ashleia went down, her 2 bodyguards died, fighting that thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then
when she went down, she couldn't control her turret car.
That's right. Yeah, so that was just it was the perfect series of events for Katara to just come in and clean up.
Mm-hmm. Because when she's conscious and aware, she is a force to be reckoned with. You can try to attack her directly, and if you do, she can flank you with any number of different options and just make your life extremely difficult. Which is obviously one of my favorite things about a summoner is. Even especially when she would have had her dogs, when I only had the option for one, I was like, I still kind of want those dogs because that's 8 entire things that you have to think of if you wanted to attack her. But I ended up going for the more damage option with the chainsaw
that'd be 8 spaces on the board.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I think you can surround like basically 2 entire people with those 8 dogs in a full on.
And then it's like taking into account like they got pack tactics at that point too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like
advantage on all the attacks.
Yup, there's a lot that could happen.
It's like you can try to kill me, but if you do, you're probably gonna die. And if you try to kill them, then I'm gonna kill you. And then we got ran over. We got freaking bulldozed.
Yeah, so Katara felt no qualms about that.
He got scraped into the freaking pavement, and then Katara's like, this is for my arm.
And it's the thing too. It's like Katara doesn't hold grudges too often, like whatsoever. A lot of the things she just kind of like blows off. But when someone decides to want to blow off her arm and then threaten, those in her household, she's just like. Nope.
Can't have
get rid of
you.
you.
Yeah.
Which, Lauren, you were talking about this, I think, more in private afterwards, but you were saying, narratively, it was a good thing that they killed Ashleia, right? Because she was a straight-up bad guy.
Straight up bad guy. And not only that, part of her whole thing was trying to obviously figure out if the rumors of Katara were true, because that was when I think the
that was what
whole
you
investigation
said,
that was happening.
And that was what prompted her to seek out Katara to begin with.
Yeah,
she
she was
saw
like,
that on TV.
she's like, hey, that's an Oswald. I work with their parents. And just like, hey, what's going on here? what's all this interestingness going on in this corner of the world? I thought the Oswalds were the prim proper ones. You guys, ratted us out and all. Now it turns out you're evolved. I'm gonna hang that over your head for the rest of your life.
We all see how that worked out.
Yeah.
Although,
but I didn't realize until afterwards that I was like, oh yeah, if she didn't die, she did confirm all that information, and it's like she now knows a bunch of stuff that she can easily use to blackmail Katara and basically the whole party.
and now's the perfect time to plug another upcoming Resident Roleplay one-shot that you're going to be running, Lauren. The Ashleia's Lab, or Madigan's Lab, I
Ashleia's
think.
Lab? Yep. The Madigan Lab, I think, is the better sounding one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is.
so-
That is a dope last name.
Which is actually...
Labs.
It was actually kind of interesting because I had to change her background a little bit to fit into the new bringing her in. Because originally, she's when I made her for Doc's one shot, she was black and Irish, but I had to switch it up a little bit, which is why she has the last name of Madigan, which is an Irish last name. But I switched up and kept her last name for some reason to be black and Filipino, but she's still a Madigan.
There's some Irish in there somewhere. A couple generations back. So, yeah, that was pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to the Madigan's Lab one shot when
Yeah, so
the party
Madigan's
gets to
dead,
raid her horde.
but her lab is still alive.
Mm. Yeah, there you go. That's the tagline. So
But her lab lives.
Oh, plot twist.
that brings us to episode 71 through 74, which covers the fall of the BSAA HQ and the battle for Camp Clancy. So at this point, Walker leads an attack on the BSAA headquarters and assassinates the North American director before sending another raid against Camp Clancy. And so at this point, our special guest, Nina Nina, introduces Nicole Davis / Bella Feliciano, and I guess talk a little bit about that process, because obviously we brought her in under the guise of being a new Foxtrot team member, but the very first thing she told me when she signed on to be a guest was, I want to betray Doc.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. And so yeah, we came up with this story, and she was like asking me questions about the story so far and what opportunities there were, and I explained the Feliciano story arc a bit, and she's like, yeah, that's perfect. So she created like this weird triple agent character that betrays the party by working for the Manifold, but is secretly a Feliciano who was planning to betray the Manifold as well. So, and then she just tries to stab Walker in the back at the end of all this, and gets wrecked for it. So, yeah, what was everybody's reaction to that twist?
Straight up missiled.
Yeah.
Dude. Oh my gosh. I mean, the twist was great.
Mhm.
Like when that was happening. Also, I was playing a character who had no idea what was going on.
Yeah.
She's like, I don't know who the good guys are, the bad guys are. You guys saved me.
Yeah. Those darn Felicianos pop up again. I feel like they're like the Team Rocket of this campaign. Just every once in a while, Feliciano pops up.
They got wrecked though. I think we've cleaned that family tree.
Possibly.
Yeah,
I think
well-
there's one left in Italy.
They're
He knows his place.
you might be
Is that
thinking
Ernesto,
of
like one of the kid.
no, you're thinking of Mario, which you guys killed him too because he was in, I think he was in Italy or Sicily or one of the other, but he was basically exiled, but he came back to the United
That's
States
what it was,
to seek
yeah.
revenge on you guys for killing the Dawn. And that's when he came with the Spectre virus and stuff. This was all in Arc 5, which you
Yeah.
could find out about in the recap that just went up. And then you guys killed him too. So there aren't a whole lot of Felicianos left. All the evil Felicianos, I think, are dead by the end
Yeah.
of this. By the end of this story, or by the end of this whole campaign. Because yeah, there is a little bit more to the family tree, but they're all like legitimate business people and whatnot. People who
I remember
went away.
hearing about
There was the
there was
daughter.
those news stories. There was those news stories about them. Like, when everything was going down, all those other Felicianos who were like, "We're not associated with that. That's the old family."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was because I think the Don had Ernesto had 2 kids. One of them was Mario, who was basically, very much family business kind of guy. And the other one was he had a daughter who was legitimate business. She was the one who, after you guys took the estate, was like, "Yep, I'm not affiliated with all that. That part of the family can go away. We can all forget about that now." So yeah, I think you guys cleaned house pretty well on that family. But speaking of your clueless character, you were gonna say something? I was gonna say, Lauren, you introduced Jamla, and Mel, you introduced Nadine on this section. So how did you guys come up with these characters?
Mel, you want to go first?
Oh.
Yeah,
I
where did
think
Nadine come from?
So it's weird where Nadine kind of popped up from, because I never really made a playlist for her, but there was a song that I put that would fit with her, which is called "Life is Beautiful" from Deadly Premonition. And I had been watching a playthrough of Deadly Premonition, and just for some reason that song and the implications of how that song is used in the game just started bringing together a character where I was just like, so everything is going to crap in the world, and this character is just here just like whistling. And is whistling and is just trying to make the best out of it. So
And helping
I decided
people.
I was like, yeah, just to literally out here just to help people and to kill things along the way, because her build was combat medic, but soldier and medic
Yeah, that's right.
as a mixture. And I guess it also spawned into where I was like, what was it? Battlefield came into a thing too. Here's your med kit, pick it up. and also thinking of like how on the battlefield, people who are considered like pretty much dying in that game, you could just jab them and they're alive again.
Yeah.
So I was like, oh man, I want to play surgeon. I was like, I want to see how a surgeon would go. And then it turns out the surgeon died.
Missile. Which
Everybody died.
That was the moment. That moment, all I could think of 3 words, which is, I'm in danger. And yeah, but now that character was interesting to make because it was just based off of a song and then some battlefield.
Yeah, she was pretty much
some
just a battlefield character.
Yeah, there wasn't really like too much else to her. Just a character that wants to help people.
What about Jamla?
I'm pretty sure the only thing I had going for her was she was an evolved and her arms were tentacles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember where that came from. I think Rafi
Well,
figured it out at
I
one
did.
point.
Yeah, because
And I don't remember what it was.
you don't even remember what it was? Because you showed me, we finally watched through Avatar and The Legend of Korra, afterwards because I'd never seen it. And I realized when we got to that part in Korra, I was like, wait a minute, that looks familiar. And yeah, you pointed out that Jamla was heavily inspired by that character from The Legend of Korra.
Yeah, there's a character in Legend of Korra who doesn't have any arms and uses her bending to supplement that. And I was like, I'm gonna play the evolved version of that. Someone who doesn't have any arms and uses her evolved nature to supplement that.
Yeah, so you used Ouroboros because you're like, I remember you were asking me, you approached me, and you're like, "Hey, is Ouroboros around at this point?" Like you're wanting to use like the tentacle noodle arms.
Yeah, the noodle arms, and it actually kind of worked out. I think exactly perfect because that was right when that whole Kajuju thing happened, and so I was like, okay, that could be her tie-in. Is she was in Kajuju, and with the BSAA or Chris came in and cleaned up house, and she was like just one of the people that were caught in the crossfire. She was infected with Ouroboros, and they brought her back to stabilize her, and that's where you guys find her. She was basically a civilian. Well, she wasn't a civilian actually, but she was a what's that called? She was collateral.
Collateral damage.
She was actually I don't know if we got into this bit with her, but
we didn't get any of her backstory.
No, she was a resistance fighter in Kajuju who sacrificed herself to save some of her comrades, and in doing so lost her arms and was dying. And then the Kajuju resistance, or one of the resistance like arm legs, one of the resistance armies decided that she was I'm trying to remember exactly how it went. So she was in the resistance. She was trying to steal the Ouroboros because it was a weapon, and you get weapons in warfare. So they got a sample of the Ouroboros, but in doing so, they couldn't get out cleanly and lost a whole bunch of people. She was one of them, and they were like, we're not going to get out of this alive unless we use the weapon. So she was chosen to be inoculated with the Ouroboros, and she barely survived. And then the BSAA come and pick her up because it's like, you're not supposed to do that.
Yeah, and that's where you guys found her. So yeah, we'll get to that in a second because that actually ties in quite profoundly later. But first off, what was it like meeting Walker in person for the first time? And how did that align with your expectations?
Who the hell is that?
As players, at the very least.
That's the foe.
Shoot it!
Boom! That's all I know. I mean, I've encountered him a bunch. So,
that's true.
like,
Chauncey more so than anybody. I think fought him the most times.
And to think that like the first thing I've seen him murder people. He murdered he murdered the director first, right?
Yeah, he killed the director right in front of you.
Yeah, so like I don't know, is seeing his power, but Chauncey's still bullheaded. He didn't, he wasn't terrified of him, he wasn't intimidated.
Yeah, that was I guess that was just kind of dumb luck how it worked out with the positioning for the missile, where you guys all clumped up, and I mean, he was on his way out, but then somebody got his attention, and so I was just
shot him.
Yeah, so I was just like, he's gonna missile you guys. So yeah,
and I don't even think I was affected by it.
No, you were not there.
Room.
Yeah, you were in the next room, so you were not even in the radius of the explosion.
You saw the wall collapse. is what I remember happening. Like, he blew us up in the corner, and then you were inside the rooms, and you saw the wall collapse, and all of us there dead.
Yeah, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, I was just picking bodies out of there, and then I had that moment with the Feliciano, and then we just moved on.
Yeah, and so speaking of which, So after the missile explosion that takes the life of several people, there's this incredible moment.
3 entire player characters.
Yeah, is that what the final count on that was?
I'm pretty sure, yeah, because it
killed
me, Mel, and
Nadine.
Nina.
No, it didn't take out Jamla though.
Oh yeah, it didn't. It ended up taking out Jamla, but like
That's
Jamla
true.
wasn't attacked.
Yeah, she did.
Oh,
By the missile.
did she survive?
She wasn't there, right? She was.
I
just
don't remember.
together.
She either wasn't there or she survived. But either way, yeah, because you're the one
She did
who.
have a buttload of HP though. She might have
Jamla.
survived.
So the way it was Jamla was up front. Nadine was behind her. And then there was the guest character, and then just missile hits, just bam, all of us down. I think you said you survived by like 10 HP or something. Like you had survived by like 10 HP or something. Like you were down, but it didn't knock you to insta death.
I'm gonna have to check, see if I have it in my player character, but I think she just might have survived.
Yeah, she might have. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you were.
Because she was very con heavy.
Yeah, you might have been there.
That's what I remember, but yeah, I do know that you did survive out of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to reimagine why I'm in the other room.
That's because you're fighting a bunch of other bad guys.
Yeah. You're dealing with
I was
ones.
dealing with everybody else.
pretty much everybody else.
That was when you were just like, all right, so these guys here, I'm gonna get on the ground, I'm gonna roll.
Start breaking.
Yeah, that was when you started rolling.
I learned the roll tactic, and that was game over for everyone.
Once you figured it out.
Once I figured out I was athletic, I was everywhere.
I love the idea, the mental image of every time Chauncey bursts into a room, he just hits the ground.
Just freaking drop shotting everyone.
I
just
come in
dives
guns
in.
blazing, trip over something, flop on the ground, just make it look like I meant to do it. That's what's really happening here.
But yeah, so after that missile takes out half the party, there's an incredible moment where Jamla sacrifices herself to save Nadine's life. So Mel and Lauren, what was...
4 HP.
There you go.
4 HP, okay.
What was going through your heads at that point, and what led Jamla to this decision? We kind of touched on it that earlier a bit, but I want to hear about that again, because this wasn't exactly stuff that everyone was privy to, which for me and Lauren kind of added extra emotional weight to that moment.
Yeah, because she was dying. She was... the idea with her character was she was not a stable BOW. She wasn't like a... Like, I guess, like, she was a side character, so she wasn't like a normal player character in that when she became evolved, she was actually a BOW. Eventually, she was going to devolve and turn into probably one of those Ouroboros tentacle monster things at some point. But when you meet her, she's stable enough that she still has her humanness about her, but she was going to die. She had there was a countdown to how long she was able to stay alive, and when she was like seeing all this happening, and she remembered when she remembered her getting blown up and her teammates saving her with the Ouroboros, she's like, I can repay that debt, because she knows she's not going to survive anyways.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of touching, because, and I kind of alluded to it in the moment in narrating how that part played out, was that kind of the flashbacks that Jamla was getting, where she saw somebody who was going through exactly what she went through, and she saw an opportunity to pay it forward.
And she just gets blown up.
Yeah, and I thought that was beautiful how that worked out, how Jamla sacrificed herself to save Nadine, and then Nadine lives on with the same visual flavor, essentially. Inheriting that and basically recreating Jamla's origin story.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I like when Nadine died, my immediate thought process was, well, that's my first character death. Wow.
I was like, oh, that was fast.
I was super sad because I was like, I just made this character and I wanted to be the surgeon, but Walker said no. You don't get that. You don't get to be a surgeon today. So I was like, oh man, like, and then next thing you know, sacrifice, Jamla sacrificing herself for Nadine. I was sitting here like, whoa. I was like, wait, is this, because my thought process was going, is this gonna work? Or are they both just gonna die? Right? I was like, what's gonna happen here? Because I was like, this is amazing. And then Nadine's back, and I'm like, whoa.
Yeah.
Jamla, and then like that last little part, like, Nadine wondering, how am I back? What happened? And they're like, well, look over there, and she, sees Jamla, and it's just like, damn. And she's thinking in her head, I can't bring you back, I think, by any means. And just going through her head, that's where she just looks at her and gives a nod, is like, thank you. I'm not gonna miss this second chance for anything.
And she's still alive, thankfully.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. It kind of adds an extra dimension to her character from that point onward. Is this idea that, she literally, got a second chance, and she has something to live up to now because somebody made that big of a sacrifice for her.
So that was really cool, and touching. It was super emotional.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And
obviously,
then in my, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh no, and then I was just like, and then in my head I went, so virus transfusion / kind of blood transfusion, and I was like, so what if Nadine just starts seeing Jamla in her head?
Oh yeah.
And like, I think I talked about this one day where I was just like, she's just sitting around and like everybody's wondering who Nadine's talking to, but she's literally just having a conversation with Jamla.
Yeah.
It's like she's still technically there in her head. She's
virus
like, hey.
Ghost.
Yep, virus ghost.
Take that, George Lucas. All right, so
I thought the exact same thing when you said that.
Yeah. So from there, you guys had a dope car chase sequence that took us from Maryland back to Illinois, just in time for Chauncey and company to defend Camp Clancy from an invading force of zombies and tyrants. So I guess any last thoughts on the car chase and battle before we move on? That was pretty straightforward. Chauncey just destroyed everything. Also, we got to meet John.
Yeah, John exists.
Yeah.
That's it.
He exists.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't think there's a sequence where Chauncey just doesn't straight just go into destroy mode though. You're like,
Yeah.
oh, write this epic thing. Oh, Chauncey's making it even more epic. All right, cool.
Yeah. Well, on this particular sequence, it was crazy because there was that one-man army episode where Chauncey killed all the boss tyrants before anybody else could get there.
Yeah.
And the whole episode was just you fighting these tyrants.
Everybody's just trying to get into battle. It's like, I just need to get there. Don't worry, guys. I got this.
Well, that was because Nadine steroided him, too, I think, was the thing.
Yeah. That improved steroid.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I think that was the one time Emil's steroid got used.
Which is still in existence.
Somewhere. We lost track of whose inventory it is.
So I went and I looked at my thing and it's still in Nadine's inventory.
Okay.
I think
How many are
remember
left?
it was 2.
There it is.
Are you guys saving it for
2 out of 4?
Are you guys saving that
left
to use against the meal?
Oh, hell, but we better.
Oh, okay, yes. Like, okay.
Dose of your own medicine.
Katara and Chauncey should both just get that steroid and then just Emil, how's it going?
You have to remember though, Emil invented that, and that was a prototype.
Oh
Sure.
yeah.
He's got the antidote.
Reinvent it.
He's gonna stamina us.
We could just look to Neria. Like Katara could just be like,
Give
all
her
right, so Neria, idea, make a steroid out of my blood.
Oh no!
It'd just be the same thing.
Exactly.
Like a steroid out of the AACT virus.
Yo, actually,
That sounds like that might be a
That's-
new.
that's next.
That
week.
sounds like a
That's
new
next week
crafting
thing.
recipe. Hold on, you gotta.
Yo.
I think you might have to. Which I love that you finally did a new original craft for
I
Nuria.
didn't know I could do that.
Yeah, finally this arc. That sounds like
Do
that could
whatever
be
you
a
want.
new one. The AACT steroid.
Yo, that's
That'd be some next level
crazy.
steroids. I'd probably have an entirely different buff set. Is why I think it should be a new craft. You know, it wouldn't be the same haste effects. It would have its own things. I think.
It'd be like time slow.
It would be something. It would be something.
It's like.
Yeah, it'd have to be.
How does time slow work in a D&D setting? Would it just be you get two rounds of attack
Well, there
before
is
someone gets their
There
one?
is a 9th level spell in D&D proper, in 5th edition, for called Time Stop. Which,
Time stop. That's what I meant.
which
Yeah.
just stops time for everyone but you for a couple of rounds.
It's like it's 1d4 rounds.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, 1d4 rounds.
And the thing behind it is you can't. So you can move, and you can do stuff. You can do a few things in that and during time stop, but you can't attack.
Yeah, exactly.
So
Oh,
like
no,
you
I
attack,
don't want
it. You
time
can't-
stop. Time stop ends.
Yeah, you can't do any direct damage. What you can do is surround the bad guy with dynamite.
See, I would rather where I don't move, but all guns blaze. Like for Chauncey, 'cause he doesn't need to move. He just goes in the grill anyways.
It's true.
But yeah, hey,
there's an idea. There's
because
an
that
idea.
Sounds like a new craft. Let's see if we can hit that off. Whenever.
Yuri's
Well,
got
hey.
a long time, lot of time to burn. Let's go.
So, after that brings us to episode 75 through 78, the San Martinas Outbreak. So at this point, Mr. G, Mrs. X, and Enyo land at Naval Base Martinez, only to find the entire city overrun by infected. But here, the disparate paths of the different parties begin to converge. Oh, excuse me. So, you meet the underground Navy resistance fighting back against the outbreak and the 2%ers tyrant militia. And at this
2%ers.
point,
I'm the one. I'm part of a 1%. Get good.
at this point, you guys meet Ensign James Mosley, who betrays you and steals the manifold hard drive.
We
And-
killed him, right?
Yeah, you guys. Well,
well,
No,
he got killed by infected, but while being chased by Enyo.
That's what it was.
I love that chase scene so much.
Oh, that was very unexpected. I wasn't expecting anybody to chase him that far. So that was just the whole improvised the little set piece that you guys had created. So that was pretty dope though, where Enyo knocks over this tyrant that's in her way and just keeps running.
Yeah. Like that whole scene was amazing, but that one part, it's like, all right, so what are you gonna do? Because you can either run, you're gonna do this. I'm gonna
ram him.
I'm gonna ram the tyrant, huh? Like, let's
I'm
go.
gonna ram it and steal the hard drive. Let's go.
Sometimes the roles work out.
Oh yeah,
Sometimes they do. And then I love that set up perfectly for the start of the next episode where you're hiding from that tyrant, from. I think it was either that tyrant or another tyrant. There were lots of tyrants around this city. But at the beginning of the next episode where she's hiding from that tyrant, I thought that was a cool suspense little set piece as well. This is like, not gonna fight that thing on your own.
Do is stealth.
Oh, yeah.
Because she went back in the tunnels and couldn't find her way back.
Mm.
Yeah, that's right.
So I suppose everybody's probably wondering what was up with Mosley there. Because you guys had a lot of theories.
Yeah, I mean, his I'm assuming he was like a family threatened type of thing, in the same way that. Wait, hold on. No, I was gonna say in the same way that one of Emil's bros were, but I don't think any of them were blackmailed. I think they all were voluntary.
No, yeah, they were all volunteer.
No, never mind then.
But that's a good guess, because, yeah, that is what happened to Mosley. You guys remember he was the comms officer, and in private communications with the 2%ers, he discovered that they had his wife and daughter, and that they would release them in exchange for the manifold data that were being brought by the spies, which they were informed of by their manifold sponsors. So they knew about the hard drive, and so they had a guy on the inside in Mosley, and they because the rest of the city was basically under their control, so they just found his wife and daughter and be like, hey, we got your family, take that hard drive off of them.
There was a few moments throughout the campaign where I wish I played Mr. G a little bit more murder hobo-y, and that's one of those moments.
What, you would have just straight up killed him?
Like, there was a couple of moments where I was like, I really suspect this guy. There's something going on, but like, just for the sake of the game, I'm gonna play it out a little bit. And then it got to the point where it was too late. I was like, should have killed him.
So
Mr. G would have killed him.
That wouldn't have.
This was my first time playing Mrs. X too.
Yeah,
that's right.
I wasn't in the episode prior.
Because you made Mrs. X, but you didn't get to play her.
Yep.
In the yeah.
So one of those things too is like Mrs. X would have killed the person, but the thing is, it's like Mr. G being the leader here, at least in her eyes.
Yeah.
So it's like if Mr. G's like, kill him, she's like, no problem. And then she will, no problem.
I got you, G.
Yep. You say that like he ain't already dead.
Yeah, but that wouldn't have worked out too well for you guys, because you were kind of in the Navy base, and they didn't know he was a traitor. So you guys already looked plenty suspect as it was when you guys got held up. And speaking of which, you also met Lieutenant Mark Stanley, the big friendly tyrant.
Oh yeah.
So what was your impressions of this character?
I can't take that.
So I thought it was really cool.
Yeah.
Because I was just like, oh no, there's a tyrant. I was like, oh no, we gotta fight. And this tyrant's just like, nods.
Yeah.
Talks to him. And I'm like, yes! It's a cool tyrant. He understands us.
I was really intrigued by the idea of this type of a character early on, and so I knew I had to have an NPC like this, of the big friendly tyrant, because obviously in this instance where you're dealing with the AACT virus and it has this chance of mutating people without damaging their cognitive functions. Obviously there's going to be a lot of like good guys and a lot of normal people that just get turned tyrant. And so this was one of them. This was one of the Navy officers got turned into a tyrant, and goes around in this cloak and just, he's still doing his job. He's just a tyrant now, and he helps you guys out.
Yeah.
So
He's an absolute lad.
he was he was a lad. Yeah, and then there was that sewer encounter. You guys traveled with him for a bit. You guys had that sewers encounter, which I hadn't fully intended, but ended up being basically my stab at the King Kong spider pit scene. Of just, everything, all the monsters descending on you. that was also,
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'd mentioned that, but that fun trivia fact was an unused encounter from Raccoon City. That's where that sewer encounter came from. I'd had the map on there on Roll20 ever since Raccoon City. I'd never taken it off because I was like, I'm going to use this one of these days. And I almost did. It was in Johannesburg was when that encounter was supposed to finally happen. But you guys skipped the adventure that was in. So I was like, here we go. I'll bung it right there. So let that be a lesson for GMing. Nothing's ever wasted.
Yep.
Nothing's ever wasted. So, from the start, this area was pretty much conceived to also be a crossover chapter for First Degree. And so, yeah, that's the thing I should probably talk about a bit here. Obviously,
Yeah, 'cause that was a surprise to me.
yeah, that was a surprise. I think that was a surprise to everybody.
Oh,
I hadn't
yeah.
mentioned that the First Degree elements that were going to come in San Martinas, because where it started was, I first thought of this area. Originally, this was going to be San Jose, because that's where First Degree started, and that's where the Kelly Systems Corp, I think is what it was, Kelly Systems Corp,
Yeah, I think so.
is
Kelly
based
Systems.
out. Kelly Systems was based out of San Jose in Silicon Valley, which is the company that my character Clayton Mills was a lawyer for. So originally this was going to be San Jose, but then what I wanted to do was incorporate Red Oracle Solutions primarily. And Lauren was like, they're not based out of San Jose though. I was like, dang. So I just moved it to a neutral location and just had it so that there was a Kelly Systems office that Red Oracle Solutions was protecting. So, and this just ended up being a fictional city to just throw out there so I could do whatever with it. So yeah, that's how the conception kind of came about. And I specifically wanted to bring in one of the player characters from First Degree as an NPC, which ended up being Malik. And I was able to do that because I did get Mel's permission to do that. I don't know if he remembers. In fact, I'm pretty sure you said you had forgotten about that. But he did give me permission a long time ago, like pretty much right after First Degree happened.
I did. Were we talking? Okay, so what were we talking about?
I don't even remember. All I remember is I got your permission. I remember you saying, you brought up at one point, if Malik showed up in the main campaign, I'd be all right with it if he showed up as an NPC. And I was like, I'll remember that. And then that's when I think the wheels started turning for this area all this time later. So that's really where the conception of San Martinas started. It was when you told me that you'd be all right with Malik showing up. I'm like, Raph will remember that.
Yeah, that's right. I did say something along those lines. 'Cause I
Yeah.
was sitting around thinking, I was like, this dude's a mercenary anyway, so
He could pop up.
anywhere.
He could pop up anywhere. He's an
Like-
easy character to write in.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. I was like, let's go. And then, yeah, that surprised me when Malik came in. I was like, wait! Wow!
And you weren't
I'm pretty
around
sure.
when he first showed up, too. It was just Enyo who met him at first.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Because I'm also pretty sure, because we met a lot of Red Oracle throughout the
Yeah,
game, but I'm pretty sure Red Oracle was created for Malik.
Was that what it was? I don't know the origins of Red Oracle. I started
Yeah, 'cause I
introducing
think-
them after First Degree because I was like, I just
Yeah.
like the idea. Because that comes from as a Mass Effect fan, I loved the thing in Mass Effect of these mercenary companies that are
Yeah,
that just
me too.
exist, and then they could just show up at any time. These different mercenary companies. So when you introduced Red Oracle Solutions, I guess the two of you collaboratively, I was like, this is great. Resident Evil needs something like this. I'm going to put these people everywhere. So you guys started seeing them pop up, I think, first in Johannesburg. No,
Yep.
first in Tokyo.
First in Tokyo, then in
Yeah.
Johannesburg.
And, so that I just started having them pop up everywhere to prepare you for this point where you get to the crossover.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because
I don't-
yeah.
I was gonna say I don't know about you guys, but for the longest time creating Chauncey, if he was not handed the positions he was handed, that was the goal, was mercenary.
That's right.
Yeah. That would have been interesting, a mercenary Chauncey. That would have been scary.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah. Then he stopped getting paid. Remember?
Yeah, you screwed that up.
I screwed that up real good. We can talk about that in the whole.
Yeah, in the
whole-
campaign one, yeah.
Campaign one.
Which ties back into Mr. G, too. It was Mr. G that screwed him.
Yeah.
You screwed yourself. Mr. G was just the one who was like, here's the report.
Protect things, but yeah, we'll discuss this.
Yeah,
in
that's
more
next
greater
week.
detail next week.
Next week, we'll get
You
down to
will
that.
get your burn.
So, yeah, that's a fun trivia fact, because that was long before Mr. G was introduced as a party member.
Yep.
But here's the thing with Malik. This is one thing I wanted to talk about specifically. One unexplored possibility. So, if you guys had talked to Malik a bit more, you would have found that Malik was angry this whole time.
I mean, I kind of figured.
He doesn't show it because he's a consummate professional, but he was angry because he lost half his men to the missile strike, and he wanted vengeance against the Manifold. Yeah, because that was one character element that I drawn from playing with Malik when you were, when we were in first degree. The way you played Malik was like one of the things I noticed, especially towards the end, was like his kind of leadership quality, where he led this squad and he obviously cared very much about his men, is what I kind of gathered. And so I kind of latched onto that quality where he's a leader that cares deeply and has a good connection with his squad. And so that was like the primary characteristic I wanted to focus on here. And so because of the 50-50 chance. What?
Please don't say he could have been a champion in the final fight or something like that.
So, because of the
could have been a
50-50
champion in the
thing
final fight.
with AACT, half of his men died when the missile first struck. And so he lost half his squad, and so he was angry and wanted vengeance against the Manifold. And you guys would have been able to glean this if you spent more time talking to him. But Carter Banks, who is the Red Oracle Solutions vice president, who you guys also meet here, the one that Mr. G...
Freaking nerd.
Yeah, as far as you guys got into this thread was Mr. G just kept bullying Carter Banks. But his role was because he didn't want to fight that war unless they were paid to. Because that's what he was. He was a gross corporate. So if you tried to recruit Red Oracle Solutions for the final battle, Carter and Malik would have been pitted against each other. And Malik would have ultimately betrayed his employer to take his own cell of troops to add to your own. And it would have been like this kind of take his stand moment. But the thing is, he wouldn't be fired from Red Oracle Solutions because even though he deliberately goes against the VP, like they recognize that they need Malik more. Because if they fired Malik, there were so many men in Red Oracle Solutions that are loyal to Malik that a lot of their mercenaries would have gone with them if they decide to fire him. Like as soon as they realize how big of a splinter cell he could take with them over to the final battle, they're like, we can't fire this guy. So he was like,
we need those people.
Yeah,
come back.
So he was insulated against being fired, while also being able to betray his employers and go with you guys instead, was basically the idea. Yeah, like that's how bad of a dude this Malik Allington was supposed to be what it was showing off. So yeah, you could have recruited Malik and gotten the Red Oracle Solutions to add to your soldiers unit, which would have increased their size dice, and because they were the same type. But also it would have given them an additional extra ability that is kind of agent based. So their capabilities
For that,
would have been
that agent soldier mix.
Yeah, because they were agent soldier multi-class essentially. Yeah, so they would have contributed to your soldier unit, which was the one that Chauncey controlled, but they would have added an additional agent ability to it as well. And that would have been the first unit you could have recruited in this arc, was Red Oracle Solutions.
I don't think we knew we were recruiting yet.
No, you guys knew at that point.
Did we?
Yeah, I'd made it known before
We've
at the
always
start.
known. Actually, I think we knew before we even did the campaign or the arc proper. It was set ahead of time.
Yeah, that was something we discussed
okay.
in the intro.
The main thing of this arc is to build your forces to fight the big bad. That was the main arc that I got.
We can still recruit Malik for something greater that's coming, right?
That's you can hire them now for Greenhouse, maybe.
You can get
Yeah,
a
but it'd be
discount.
hiring them.
Rico.
He owes
Yeah.
us 4 vengeance on his team.
It's true. It's like we avenged your team. Now we can cash that in.
You didn't know we did this job for you, but we did, and you owe us. No agreement necessary. Thank you. I've done it before. I'll do it again. I ain't afraid.
I already know how Malik would respond to that too.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh yeah. Just you owe us. You didn't know it, but you do. I don't even know who you are. But why and who and what did you even do?
Hold
on, what are we talking about?
Malik knows
which
Chauncey
vengeance
more
did
than
you-
Chauncey knows Malik. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't
the
know who
only-
you are. Wait, I
only
know
other
who you are, though.
Only other question at the end of that would be, does this person have to do with the manifold? If
Did.
yes, did.
Yeah, did. There's everything's destroyed now, brother.
You know what? Whatever.
Is there going to be
It's
bullets?
I get it.
Yeah, my
His
bad.
whole thing would be I get discount vengeance.
Discount vengeance.
Discount vengeance. It works.
So yeah, that would have been a fun thread to explore, but didn't end up coming up. So figured
Oh,
I'd
man.
share that here. So
That's one faction we missed then.
yeah, that's one unit you missed. Well, you guys only missed 2 units. You missed that one and the hotel team that
Well,
died.
We didn't miss them. That was
They missed their
Who
target.
was
Yeah, so
Oh, poor hotel team.
yeah, rip. So here's the question. So after Chauncey and company are deployed to San Martinas, we get an awesome Mexican standoff with Chauncey, Foxtrot, Enyo, Malik, Mr. G, Mrs. X, and the freshly introduced Angelina Yang, all in the aftermath of your first battle with an Artemis AO-55. So, what were your thoughts on that whole sequence? First off, getting reintroduced to an Artemis type BOW, and then that whole shenanigans that happens afterwards.
that was a mini. That was the mini Artemises, right?
Yeah, they were size
Yeah.
large instead of size huge.
Yeah.
I just remember them being size dead. Again, I come rolling into action.
Yeah, you came rolling in.
Literally rolling.
I think everybody was targeting the Artemis. I was like, "Oh, that dog!" Just lit it up. I was like, "All right, it's dead. You guys are good to go."
All right, so when does that the rolling song get added to Chauncey's playlist? Just
know,
keep
right?
rolling,
Limp
rolling.
Bizkit?
Yeah, Limp Bizkit.
I was thinking the old Western one, rolling, rolling,
Well, either or, whichever one's more Chauncey.
both.
Yeah, put them both. Why
You
not
got to
both?
remix them together as one song at this point.
Oh, I'd pay
I
money
think that
doing
literally went like I think I was still on the ground and I was aiming guns at people. And
Yeah,
they
you were.
stand off.
Yeah, you were. You were.
This is like you will all die. Who are you?
Yeah, because you come in and you see Enyo, you're like, oh, who's this robot? And you just roll over and aim your gun at her. And then
Then there was the Walker lady or the Hunter lady there as
yeah,
well. Right?
Angelina Yang,
Yeah.
yeah. That was
Yeah.
and that was
I
when
just like, whoop, whoop.
she first got introduced too, very suddenly. She joined in the middle of that battle and started fighting the Artemis. And you guys were like, who the heck is this? Well, apparently Lauren figured it out. Because you called her out by name.
Yeah.
Or Mr. G did.
At 100% a guess.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, there's a couple of things that I do as a player. Well, I would just say things, and if I'm right, I planned it the whole time.
I knew it.
That was a solid guess, though. You nailed it.
I think there was a couple of things that kind of hinted me towards that, but I was like, I'm just gonna go for it.
Yeah,
and see
like what percent sure were you?
70 to 80.
Okay, yeah. So you had a pretty
Or no,
solid
no,
intuition.
not 70 to 80. It was
High
like
enough to
probably
open
closer to
his mouth.
50-50. Close enough to 50-50 to be like, I don't know if this is this character, but this character would be something like this.
Yeah, that was solid, and it was perfect too, though, in terms of the role play. Like that was a good play because it immediately got her to stand down because she's like, the only people who would be able to recognize me at a glance are high up government officials, and so she
I was like, that's me.
and then yeah, she's like, oh, okay, I could calm down now. Somebody who knows me is here. And then she finds out you're in the CIA, and so that just lends even more credence to, your status. She's like, oh, this is a CIA person. I can trust them. This is one of our allies. So, yeah, like you were
off a straight up guess.
off a straight up guess. But that's spycraft right there. Playing your intel right.
Intelligence nat roll 20.
I love how much of a mixed nuts that standoff was.
Oh,
Yeah, I
it
think
was
we
so
had like
much.
somebody from every class, almost.
So if you want to know, the only reason Mrs. X got involved in that standoff was just because it was something to do. She was
That's
bored.
true. She was like, I have no stakes on any side.
Yeah,
And
she was just sitting there. She's just like, everybody's standing off. I'm gonna just sneak up because this one looks like she doesn't have anything to worry about. Hey, you.
And Angelina's all there with her dual pistols, just like aiming at both sides.
Yeah.
Mr. G's on our roof, just like, I see you.
The same with Edgar. Like she had one point at Angelina and then one at Chauncey, and then I think at one point she combined them and aimed it at someone.
Yeah, and Malik was just in the back with his submachine gun.
What
just
is
like,
going on?
And I'm in the middle waiting for my party to arrive. Like, there's a whole bunch of troops about to break through this gate.
oh, that was such an awesome moment.
Yeah. So good.
Just everything dogpiled. That was one of those perfect storm moments that you get every once in a while in a campaign.
I think that was the most guns pointed at Chauncey with accuracy. Like, they were at one point. Like, and then it's just the thought of Chauncey as well is like he was there way before the rest of Foxtrot. So he was there by himself, ready to hold down whoever was in this little alleyway.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the team's trying to get through gate. Struggles through gate. Chauncey kills everything. Aims guns at random people.
What's going on?
So, let's talk a little bit about Rodrigo Salvador as well. I guess I'll take a moment to discuss him. This was the big tyrant villain.
Yeah.
Who ran the 2%ers. Yeah, that was a bit of an interesting character concept that I wanted to mess around with, because I knew I wanted to have a big tyrant villain in this area. I think I ended up using a nemesis stat block with him, and I got to fulfill my fantasy of giving a nemesis a big freaking hammer. Which I'm pretty sure after this happened, the Resident Evil 3 remake came out, and I think they did give him a hammer type weapon at some point. I can't remember. I'm pretty sure there was, because he had a variety of weapons in the remake. But anyway, so yeah, I kind of wanted to explore this idea of, again, what kind of gave me the same idea for the Navy guy, for Lieutenant Stanley, with, all right, what are the different kinds of people that could become infected and could turn into a tyrant? And one of those was just the straight up gang dude who used to be in like the cartels and who quickly seizes power essentially and is not only, an intelligent, but also a speaking tyrant. So unlike all the other tyrants, he retained his speech in the same way that Nemesis kind of has a little bit of speech. And he was just able to have a full vocabulary and lead a small militia and gain power.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that kind of brought organization to that group, right? Because a lot of those tyrants, the 2%ers, would have just been ordinary people. But under his leadership, they could like band together, and he convinced a lot of these otherwise normal people that's like, hey, you're a tyrant now. You could join me and get real powerful. And it just became like a Stanford prison type thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like otherwise normal people getting convinced by this big authority figure. It's like, hey, we could do whatever we want. But also here's another bonus bit of intel that I don't think you guys ever got. Actually, maybe you did. I can't recall. But the Manifold kind of had him in their pockets, actually, because they had offered him control over a legion of BOWs in exchange for retrieving that stolen intel and or killing the people carrying it.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how they knew to start targeting you guys. So immediately after you guys got off the boat, you were targets.
And all of or most of the tyrants were a part of that.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Tyrants knew to be looking out for you guys. They got handed some sort of handout. There was a memo, yeah. Also with like a robot picture on it. It's just like, also look out for stolen property. We want that too.
My toy went missing.
Yeah. So that brings us actually to the battle. And that was quite an epic battle. The 2%ers launched an attack on the Kelly Systems office. Red Oracle Solutions defended with Foxtrot team. And Mr. G called in some favors with biker gangs. And the Navy used their cruiser cannons to launch bombardments. Yeah, it was epic. There was a lot of stuff going on there. So Mr. G actually killed a lot of civilians to scatter their forces and break their ranks, which was a huge help in the battle. But Chauncey, I think, was the only one who witnessed this. And you said Chauncey would sort of remember that. So how did that affect Chauncey?
I feel like the whole point was like Chauncey's, again, he's been getting to that point where he's been protecting who he could when he could, and like he's done some mistakes, but he didn't want to see any innocents like robbed and murdered. So like he was really pissed. Like, there was just like the knowing that it was Mr. G that was just picking them off. Like, yeah, that wasn't the plan. That wasn't the movement, but it had to happen. But yeah, Chauncey definitely was a little bit more like degraded over that too. It's like you're now that was almost like Mr. G is the gun for Chauncey and was used in an incorrect way, as the way Chauncey would see it. He wasn't actually like mad at Mr. G. He's more disappointed in himself for using that weapon in that way.
That makes sense.
Would you say that influenced the way that Chauncey treated Mr. G for the rest of the arc? Like, for example, when all the betrayal and stuff came to light? I feel like Chauncey treated everybody a little bit different slowly as people have died in front of him. Like, he slowly started getting more and more like just worn down from it. You guys can't keep doing this. And then like, yeah, the blatant like killing of the innocents. Yeah, when he had the opportunity to take it out on Mr. G, he did. That makes sense. So, yeah, any other thoughts from throughout this crazy battle sequence that you guys had?
The plan.
the plan was ludicrous.
The entire plan that worked.
The question is, how did you, as a GM, feel about the plan?
Yeah, like
because were you just like,
I don't even remember the
I
plan
don't know
anymore.
how this works.
It was literally okay. So it was literally like we were blocking off sections, and then we were getting ready for.
We were funneling them.
Funneling them, and then it was just like, all right. So Chauncey's gonna get on the bike, and he's
Yeah,
gonna
I stole
this
Biker's
IED
bike.
because
Freaking
we had
bombed them with it?
Yeah, because we had these IEDs set up for that way. When they came through, it was bang, and then Chauncey was like, Chauncey's just, y'all got one more IED? Yeah. All right, cool. Bike, or takes a bike from one of the biker
Freaking
guys.
Frank.
I bargained.
Yeah.
I bargained
Yeah,
the
you
bike
bargained.
and
Yeah.
convinced Inyo to go with me. I was like, we're going to go kill some shit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Riding on the back.
We're just like
Like-
split formation. Boom. It was wreck stuff. It was so good. So
Oh
good.
yeah.
It
That's
all
the
worked.
Chauncey 2077.
Yep. It was Chauncey 2077.
It's true. You had a robot and you had the bike. But you know,
It was a good moment.
And you were messing around too with Chauncey minis on Hero Forge, and you did that thing of him on a bike. That's where it came from.
Yeah,
you did
yeah,
have a moment on a bike.
I knew there was a bike, and I was like, it fits him so good in this mini creation. But I was like, no, that like it was always built that Chauncey would have the old car, and then Charles would have the motorcycle.
Yeah.
But then we stopped. We didn't progress with Charles as a main character in any form. So, but still, character developed. Chauncey uses Black Betty, and Charles uses the motorcycle. But like that motor, I had to have that motorcycle moment in this campaign, and I was like, here it is. And you fought me tooth and nail until I got that bike. I was like, I will get this bike, whether I have to kill this guy or not. I'm taking this bike.
Yeah, that was a bonkers plan, but you know, I was actually kind of ready for it. That was an interesting sequence of events where obviously I had to improvise a lot to figure out how things were going to play out and what roles were going to be needed. But it was just one of those scenarios where I was reviewing my notes in preparation for this, and my notes were actually really scarce on that sequence because it was basically mostly I was relying on it coming down to what your guys' plan was. Because my notes were essentially what the 2%ers' plan was. I wrote down their attack plan. And everything from that point onward was just, how do you guys react to it? And how much do you guys know? And I think Mr. G and Mrs. X went out with maybe, I think it was Malik, to do some scouting. And you guys got to see the whole, you know, Nazi rally speech that he did. And you guys got to see their forces moving out. And so you guys did your due diligence in gathering intel. Yeah, and the Mad Max truck that they were using, they were going to use as a battering ram, which is what you guys blew up so that it wouldn't crash through the front of the office.
Also stolen by Chauncey.
So the whole plan in that sequence too was like, I think a really good time for me to bring in Mrs. X tactics. Because of the background that I built for her and everything, because she was originally before jumping into being an agent and all that other stuff, she was counterterrorism. She was counterterrorism. She knows the inner workings of bombs and how these people work and all that stuff, and she was along the lines of like, that's a really big truck. We don't have a way to do it, but if we can go ahead and looks at Malik and, you know, Mr. G, just like IEDs, we need those to be able to hit these things off, place them on these areas, etc. And I was so happy to be able to get to use that because I was like, here we go.
Yeah, that was dope. I'm honestly surprised. Actually, I don't have this written in my notes here, but I'm pretty sure I was prepared for a combat at the courthouse as well. Because it could have been a combat at the courthouse or the combat at the Kelly Systems office. The courthouse was where they were based out of. I was ready for you guys to attack them or let them attack you. So you guys ended up having the fight at the Kelly Systems office, but I was prepared for the courthouse. You guys could have fought them there. And I was honestly surprised when you guys were out scouting that you didn't, since all the assassins were together, that you guys didn't try to make an assassination attempt on Rodrigo.
I think I did. I was considering getting a shot off on him, but I don't remember what was going on.
So the idea was, I think we were, because Mrs. X didn't have a sniper, and she was like, I can't get in there. which is I could try, but I don't know. But the idea was we were going to assassinate him then and there, but then we decided after seeing that truck, it was like, I think your idea was to start picking off people. To get
like some of the smaller ones, I think. Was to try to start...
start getting them to be like on edge and chaos within the camp.
So I think that was part of getting them to like when they were being funneled. I think I was taking shots at them. I think maybe.
I remember.
I'm trying to remember.
I don't remember.
I was doing something to keep them
He was
like
killing
split.
civilians.
That was after.
That was when they
after. I think
finally. That was when they
Oh,
got
no.
to the office.
I think it was at. I think you found a vantage point somewhere near the camp, and you started shooting in the camp at specific targets.
Yeah, something like
because
that.
there
You
was
did some sort of
chaos.
sabotage.
Yeah, because like some of them, I think it was like some of them you hit, they died, and then they were trying to figure out what was happening, where it was coming from, which ended up knocking out some like resources or whatever for that moment, or something like.
Yeah, well, I think that was when I was picking off the civilians when they had the wall of civvies up front. They were all on chains, and I was like, we need to take care of it. And Gio was like, I'm on it.
Well, no, because it was the camp specifically where I faintly remember.
I feel like I shot somebody who was like working on the car or something.
No, yeah, that's what it was. You did something with the truck.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah, I don't remember what it was, but you did something with You tried to sabotage, I think, the truck before it could take off.
Maybe,
but you didn't.
That's
You didn't
right.
fully succeed. However, yeah. So I was kind of wondering whether you guys were going to try and make an assassination attempt on Rodrigo, because if you guys succeeded in assassinating him, the militia probably would have fallen apart real quick. Because like I said, they were mostly normal people who were just persuaded to extremism by this charismatic leader. So if you guys killed him in the middle of his speech, that could have been really bad for them.
I think that was with Mrs. X being like she didn't have the sniper. I was like,
Yeah.
there's no way with one shot it was going to be able to kill him.
Exactly, that was the thing. It would have required both assassins to do massive assassination damage. Well, all three of you probably.
Yeah.
With Malik included. It would have had to been precise if you guys were to make an attempt. But I think you guys just, the camp was too locked down and you guys didn't want to go in. Which is probably a good idea because it would have bed a gamble. That would have been a huge gamble because if you guys failed the assassination, then you would have been screwed.
I was sitting around, I was like, I can't make my striker a sniper. like
sitting there with two knives like, you're on your own, buddy.
Yep.
Can I help you here?
Like, if he comes out, I can stab him, but at that point, that's not a good idea. Also, I think I got hit by that hammer. I think
later on.
Later on, got hit by that hammer and ran into the room like, oh no, this hurts.
Also, if Chauncey would have been there with two knives, he would have agreed.
Let's go. Take him out now.
Let's go. Kick down the door and just go in jabbing.
Yeah,
Chauncey's
you guys
mentality.
could have done a total like Splinter Cell style, another Splinter Cell style. The Operation Moby Dick was already Splinter Cell style, but you could have done a total infiltration, stealth, assassinate the bad guy mission in there if you really wanted to. It would have been super high stakes. It would have been super high stakes, but you could have.
During that that big fight, there was something that happened which was like a sleepy will remember that moment. When Chauncey brought up the idea when Enya was running past him through that hallway to grab him and latch him and like bring him with her. And I brought that back later on. When he brought it up again. But that was like Sleepy will remember this because I love that idea.
I like the fact that like Chauncey has these moments with Inyo though. It's like, Inyo, you're fast. I'm on a motorcycle. Let's go do this. And it's like, here, Inyo, we got watermelons. Let's go do this.
Yeah.
We are one of the same. We are both destroying things, and it's enjoyable.
I think
at destroying.
I think I was happy to at least have one moment where I could have one moment with Katara and Chauncey destroying things that came up later walking through the
Always.
middle.
Yeah.
I
Walking
love
through the middle.
I love the fact that like ours are the huge RP moments when we're destroying shit, and then there's like the goof off moments where I feel like it's like comic relief, almost action, where it's like this is not gonna work. Oh crap, it worked.
Yes.
Like, and then just that whole, like I said later on, the whole episode, that piece of the episode where it's like, why are we attacking watermelons? I could almost feel Raph going like, this makes no sense. Why are we doing this? And it was just so I could show off uses of my new abilities.
And wasn't that like after the whole argument of what to do with Enyo, and then it was
Yeah.
just, Enyo, let's go shoot watermelons.
Oh yeah,
It was
we're gonna get to that in a bit. But anyway,
I love the way Chauncey can just mount up this stupid idea and it pan out. Like it's so good. Because we were all like, we battle strategized for a while and then it just went off the rails. It's like, oh, cool.
so that brings us to the end of San Martinas, and then for episodes 79 through 81, you guys have your reunion finally. And Chauncey is promoted to acting director with an endorsement from Chris Redfield. And you all review your gathered intel and take Frederick Downing from prison to aid in creating antidotes.
He
And
abducted that man.
you did.
Legless.
And form a plan for where to go next. So I was partly... That prison sequence was interesting. I was partly disappointed and partly relieved with how it went. Because the Frederick Downing interview, you guys bullied him pretty hard. And obviously that guy, he was the villain from Resident Evil Degeneration, for those who don't know. Because the last you see of him in that film, he goes to prison. And so I wanted to figure out what happened to him next. Turns out, terrible stuff.
Turns out it got worse.
He meets you guys, yeah, and it's just all downhill from there for him. Yeah, so, because he goes to federal prison because he's a freaking bioterrorist. And honestly, with the way it was set up, right, where you guys were going to get a chance to talk to him and try and work out some sort of deal to get him on your side for creating the antidotes, like, to a certain extent, I realize this wasn't intentional, but, you know, they say that every writer at some point does their own version of the Hannibal Lecter interview from Red Dragon, which is a famous scene from the book Red Dragon, which has been adapted. That very scene has been adapted into film or TV shows multiple times, and each time it's adapted, almost 100% of the dialogue is word for word from the book. That's how legendary of a scene that is for writers. And
I've never heard of it.
yeah, it's Red Dragon. Yeah, it's the first book in that series of novels about that includes Hannibal Lecter and a couple of other characters that have since become like kind of classic crime characters.
Yeah.
So yeah, that interview scene with Hannibal Lecter from Red Dragon is a very famous scene, and they say every writer at some point does their own version of that scene. And I was worried for a sec. I was like, is this going to be my version of that scene? Where you guys are going in to talk to Frederick Downing, and, you know, my idea was he was going to be all tricksy and just, like, manipulating you guys into, you know, getting some sort of lighter sentence. So I was somewhat disappointed, but also very relieved that it wasn't. Because I didn't intend for that to be my version of the scene. I think I will do my version of that scene someday, but it's going to be with a much less pathetic character than Frederick Downing.
In that scene, Hannibal Lecter was the one outside of the cell.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Like Chauncey went in and Katara was just out there just like, oh no, go ahead.
And then
I'll just wait.
Mr. G hacks the doors, and Chauncey just goes in and beats his butt.
There is no negotiations. You are coming with us forcefully.
Do you really expect anything other from this party?
I mean, like, highlight moment. There's a moment back in other arcs where Chauncey sneaks in to a facility, stealthily sneaks in, nobody notices him, and then there's this moment where you're in a federal prison and I'm beating the crap out of some guy to take him out of it. The stealth is just to listen to what the conversation was, and then there's this. Like, all I had to do was talk. No, I'm not talking today.
Yeah, this is a whole new level of just freaking prison guard brutality. It's Chauncey.
This is Chauncey-gations right here. This is the way we interrogate somebody. Get that negotiation style. Yeah, it was like, and I wonder what your thought was like that moment where it's like, oh, yeah, this is right. Chauncey, we're going south. This is going in a direction I didn't think it would go.
Yeah, there was definitely a moment. Like I said, I was disappointed and relieved. I was disappointed that it was so trivial and not intense whatsoever in terms of a social encounter. But also relieved, like I said, that it didn't end up being my my Red Dragon interview, because I have to do that at some point one day. But there was definitely a point when you guys were coming into the prison where I realized that you guys are way too high a level to be here. When like Mr. G starts sabotaging stuff and can't roll below like 20s on everything that he's trying to do, there's definitely a point where I realized, yeah, no, you guys can take over this federal prison if you want. Even without all of your weapons. Just because of Mr. G like backing you up.
Yeah, because we got rid of all of our weapons to go in.
You got disarmed to go in. Heck, if they
beat the crap out of that guy.
Yeah, even if like somebody let loose that whole cell block, right? That bioterrorist cell block on you guys. Yeah, like you could probably have fought your way out still from there. Just start beating butt.
If we just went and just like bought this prison, we could have had prison inmates in the battle. The final battle.
Suicide Squad.
We could have had our own levies right there.
Yeah.
I was just thinking of it. It would have been Katara fisticuffs all over again. If
well, you guys ever seen? Kept her... I was gonna say, Katara... Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Katara still had her, not a weapon, her chemical set on her, just blow people up.
Yeah.
I think they would have taken the chemicals, the chemical set at that point. But still, she had the mixed fighting style, which means she does have unarmed,
Yeah, because she was still a kickbox.
Yeah, she was still a kickboxer.
Because
that's right. We had that whole martial arts fight in the arena.
She'll kick people. She'll punch and kick people, knock them down, and then I crit if I hit them, as long as they're prone.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just like, yep, let's go.
Yeah. I was gonna say it would have been, the Punisher prison scene from Daredevil season 2.
Yes.
That's what it would have been like if that cell block got unleashed on you guys. Oh, I love that sequence. So here's another question for Mel. So during these couple of episodes of downtime, Katara finally meets Angelina Yang and learns of her history. So what were Katara's first impressions there?
Meeting Angelina.
Mm-hmm.
So it goes back to when she went through, her parents' will. Just kind of reading that whole thing where it's like, don't kill your sister. And her like all that was going through her head upon meeting Angelina was, so am I gonna die here, or what's about to happen? But I want to talk to you anyway. I need to know who you are and why. Like, how do you know my parents? Why are you considered my sister? What is happening?
That's a fair question.
It was a lot of thoughts just running through her mind on, and questions. But I feel like it was also a sense of relief, because she gets to see this person now. It's like, it's like, so this is Angelina. This is who I'm meeting.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. Right? So it was a little bit of relief getting to just see her, even more relief getting to understand where she's coming from, who she is, etc.
Yeah. And that was an interesting scene for me to role play with you, because I didn't entirely... There was a lot going on throughout this arc, so I didn't get to put too much focus on a lot of stuff, but I just developed out these characters and then just acted them out how I felt was right. And I didn't entirely plan how Angelina Yang would react to meeting you. Because technically she should have brought you in, but she chose not to. And that was just the natural way it worked out, you know, when I started getting into her character and playing her, and when she finally meets you, and when you guys actually like talk, and she gets to know you, and she realizes, you know what, I like this person, you know, and very much, and because her going into it, the only thing she knew about you is what she heard from your parents, who she was very close with, so. You know, she kind of was going in with a natural respect for Katara. So, and that was enough to, you know, overwhelm her governmental loyalties.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
And because she also kind of, I realized once you started talking too, the two of you were kind of kindred spirits as well, right? Where you're these two evolved ladies who don't really fit anywhere in the world, you know, in terms of what's expected of you, because she was a government agent that can't really, you know, that's kind of kept on the down low. She's in this top secret task force working for the president, but nobody knows who she is. And Katara, again, was that how I often think of her. Katara's like a tragic hero figure who is at the front lines of all these major incidents, but can't really take any credit for it because of what she is. So the two of you were kind of aligned in that way.
Yeah, it is when those two were like, you know, just kind of talking, getting to know each other. That was one of the things I did notice regarding that, is just how like similar they were in that regard. And I was just like, oh man, let's in my mind going, let this work out so they don't have to be enemies because of these reasons. Because I was like, that is one thing I wanted to do, and I feel Katara would have wanted to do was like, all right, so you're considered my sister then, so why not start bonding like family? We don't have to be enemies here because of these reasons, you know. And that ultimately worked out very, very well. I'm happy.
Oh yeah.
Katara is very happy about that, because she's like, yeah. Everybody, there's no need to be awkward anymore.
Awkward family reunions. So, moving on from there, though, that brings us to episodes 82 to 84. When you guys decide your next course of action, you split the parties, and Mr. G and Enyo raid the Ares facility.
Quite successfully.
Project Ares, yeah. So, for Lauren and Sleepy, what did you all think of the funhouse infiltration style of this particular mission?
That was really fun.
Yeah, I thought it would be a little different when you come in, you realize that there's no enemies for a while. Like, you guys went in, like, preparing for war, and then when you realize how long it goes into this mission before you see anything you could fight.
Yeah.
It's like, at some point I started thinking, is this okay? It's just Enyo and Mr. G. Should we have brought more people?
No.
But like, Mr. G and Enyo is such a fun duo.
They really are. They became such a pair throughout this story arc. Great. There was just unexpectedly good character chemistry, I think, there.
I mean, it's two, basically just two single motivated creatures going at it.
Yeah, two robots.
Glass cannon and a tank.
Yeah, with opposite builds.
Yeah.
Opposite builds.
Yeah.
Oh, and then all the prep we did for that fight against the beast.
dude, we had a tactical plan.
Oh, really?
We had, yeah, I think I don't know if this is posted anywhere other than like our like in the DM. Like we had this whole like system set up for what if something happened, what we would do.
Oh, yeah?
Like there's like multiple storyline plans.
It was like, if this happens, we're gonna take this route. If this happens, we're gonna go this route.
Wow, so you guys really planned that fight out.
It was
Oh,
there was a
yeah.
lot of, because I mean, there was a moment where it's like, is this gonna work? There's only two of us. we had to figure out what we were gonna do, so that way when we got into the fight, we weren't unprepared, and that would have been the biggest hurdle for two characters going up against the whole base. That's what we were thinking.
So, yeah, and it was basically co-op, right? At that point, it was just two-player
Kind of, yeah.
co-op. So you guys got to explore that dynamic a little bit of two-player co-op going into that,
Yeah.
and I think it worked out kind of swimmingly, for the most part,
Yeah.
because this
For the most
mission ends
The
in
mission itself
went smoothly.
went smoothly.
You completed
Everything
your
after that.
objectives. So this mission ends in a climactic battle with Aiden and Sphinx under the pressure of a self-destruct countdown. And you killed Sphinx, but Aiden defeated and captured Mr. G. So what were your thoughts here? Because this was kind of a dramatic turn of events.
I should have shot at him one more time.
Probably could have killed him.
I coulda-
Enyer,
I could have killed him.
I didn't get to roleplay it much, but I know Enyer was, like I think I described it like she felt as if she had failed her mission, which she
Yeah.
took very harshly.
Mm.
I'm happy you didn't kill him. I'm really happy you didn't.
I'm not.
Yeah, still gotta get that. Still gotta get that Kevin Aiden fanfic out.
Whoa.
That's been an inside joke between me and Mal.
Don't
What?
even go into it. Don't you dare.
We can always change the subject to Vorking.
Let's talk about Vor King Chauncey. Oh boy. Good thing we're not popular enough to have actual fan fictions, because these would all be getting written.
Oh yes,
So let's say fanfiction.
I'm a writer. You see,
Look, I've already started writing a Malex reader. Let's go.
So
You know
here's the
I'm
thing.
taking that over too.
Here's the thing. I personally planned and fully expected for Aiden to die either here or at Langley.
Oh.
And the fact that he never died in this arc changed a lot of plans for the end game. But since we have so much ground to cover tonight, I'll save the details and pre-written cutscenes that came with that that would have been triggered from that for the campaign retrospect next week. Because there's some big stuff you guys missed because of the fact that Aiden never died. That was meant to be a major beat in this story arc that never happened. So kudos to you guys. You kept him alive. But
We don't only keep the team alive, we keep every NPC alive as well.
As much as we can.
except for all the ones you
See,
killed.
but we knew we could recruit him. We didn't know about Malik.
Yeah, somehow you missed Malik, but went way out of your way to recruit Aiden. Right?
Well,
He was
Kevin
shooting at
did.
you guys,
Kevin
and yeah, that's fair. It was
Yeah.
mostly Kevin
Yeah.
vouching for it.
I beat his ass.
That was an epic fight. That was an epic fight. I
That
have
was
to
pretty
admit.
sweet.
For that
I love
2v2.
all the fights between Enyo and Beast. Like there was 3 separate fights.
Oh yeah, in my freaking action movie brain, I see them very clearly.
I was so sad. I'm so sad because I looked at like as that episode was happening, I was so sad that like it was cool how it split because of how everything went, but I was like I would have loved Katara to be there to go against him too.
Yeah, that would have been a
Just
good
like-
fight.
So, like, so much
You-
cool stuff.
He wouldn't have made it out if John C was there.
Yeah.
No,
we don't,
no,
we
yeah,
don't
he
end the
would've
mission
died.
until things are dead.
Well, that's the thing, is that's why I was like, That's why I was planning for him to die there, because I was like, it's pretty much guaranteed if the whole party goes against him. It's just him and Sphinx. They would last maybe a couple of rounds, but then they would die long before the self-destruct. However, because there was only 2 people there, all of a sudden it became a fair fight. So again, there was just so many storytelling miracles that happened in this story arc for it to work out exactly the way it did. And if that hadn't happened, then we never would have gotten Mr. G getting captured, which led to all sorts of good stuff. So let's get to that here. So episodes 85 through 87 were the Port Warren mission. After hearing a distress call from Angelina Yang, Chauncey, Katara, Nuria, and Kevin raid the creepy little factory town of Port Warren. And so at the end of this mission, you encounter Samuel Emerson, the CEO of Emerson Industries and the patron of the Manifold. And Walker appears on screen and tells him to inject himself with a virus, which leads to a battle with an original monster, the A-Act Abyss. So that was quite a tough fight, actually. That was the toughest monster you guys had faced to date at the time. So that was quite interesting. It was a little bit of a dynamic fight.
I liked the water platforming.
Yeah.
Katara hates anything water pump at this point in time.
I'm
Just
trying to
blasted.
remember exactly. I think
Kevin
this
almost
was.
died.
I think wasn't this the one fight where Kevin actually didn't get hurt at all?
It was
I thought-
so. I think you did because you went prone on your own accord. I think to escape something, and then it was like, so he's gonna get advantage. to hit
Yeah.
you.
And then I was like, "Crap!"
I think you also got like bit at one point.
No, was it?
I think.
I think that was Chauncey.
Oh yeah, Chauncey always gets bit.
Yeah, Chauncey is.
I mean,
like,
yeah,
almost
I
got
was
eaten.
Inside it by the end.
Yeah.
This is where
Yeah,
Vorking
like,
came out, I'm pretty sure.
Vorking was a campaign-wide thing, actually. You start getting eaten
Yeah.
by stuff very early on.
I originally got eaten by a
hunter.
A hunter,
Yeah.
right?
Hunter,
Yeah.
in the university.
Yeah.
That
And
was
that from there was you end up dying if I go inside you at some point. I mean, I guess that could be said differently, but it's truthful as well. So, as we find out later.
Huh.
All right. Well, so the but the Aactivist. Well, I want to talk about the design of that monster a little bit because it had some unique traits. In fact, I could bring up the stat block here on the stream. I have it up. Let me see how that looks. So that doesn't look good. Let me change that.
I really don't think it would have survived as long as it did if I would have thought to go in after it at the beginning. Because like it was in the water. Chauncey, you can't fight in the water. The shotguns are useless. Or like at that distance. And then I was just like, well, I just gotta go in after it to do some kind of damage.
Yeah.
And it took that long for me to figure it out.
Yeah, so this was a custom monster, and it had a whopping 26 AC. However, yeah, which is why you guys had trouble hitting it at first. However, it did have a destructible carapace, which was whenever it took damage against which it is vulnerable, which would be explosive or shock, its AC is reduced by 1 at the end of that turn. And its AC resets at the next dawn. So that was basically, yeah, and I had it worded that way so that it could only happen essentially once on each person's turn. So, because I knew with Katara and her grenade launcher and her multi-attack, that would very quickly snowball where you could just take its AC down super fast if I didn't have some sort of limit on it. And plus it would start getting, hittable after that just happening a few times. And so, yeah, it had some legendary resistance. It had its bite and its tentacles, had a water spray that hit in a fairly large area, 60-foot cone.
Fairly large.
Battle map, Lord.
Yeah.
Bro, it's only a DC 17. I rolled everything but a 17.
Yeah, I
Whoa.
think you're just under for a lot of the rolls. Yeah.
Oh man.
And then, and then it had a slew of legendary actions. The Submerge one as well, which it used a couple of times, I think, to obscure itself. So it had some neat abilities. But yeah, you guys eventually took it out after a pretty hard fought battle. So that was a fun one to run.
So like the events towards the end when Chauncey was just getting dragged away, and I was just like, everybody was sitting around like, what are we gonna do? How do we get Chauncey back? What's happening? And the Katara's just like drops items, takes a grenade with her, and just swims.
Mm-hmm.
Splash.
And just swims to go find, because I was just like, Katara was about to find this dude, and like if Chauncey wasn't able to get out and let's say like a round of attacks and didn't kill it, she was gonna swim up to it and just pull the pin and just blow herself up with it to hopefully release Chauncey.
Yeah,
and
that was a pretty epic moment where she just dives in. It was just like, just pure loyalty.
it's like, she's here, get some.
Yeah.
We're going back to shore.
But then Chauncey blasted him underwater.
Yup.
Chauncey's like,
So good.
Chauncey's like, I've been eaten. That sucks for you.
Anytime Chauncey gets eaten, he gets stronger for that moment.
He's got the Vor King feature.
You make yourself more of a target. I can't miss.
Oh no, they've eaten Chauncey, the poor bastard.
Well, GG, fellers.
Oh,
That
yeah.
was a mistake move.
So, up next after that was episodes 88 through 89, which covered the Of Electric Sheep little mini story here. So Allie leads a Foxtrot squad to confront Enyo, which provokes her to disintegrating Allie. And the fallout of this incident leads to much philosophical discourse regarding Enyo's purpose and personhood. So, first off, I think we talked about this a lot at the time, but I really love these couple of episodes.
Oh yeah, these ones that come up.
Mhm.
Yeah.
This just for my love of like highbrow science fiction type stuff. It was such a science fictional pair of episodes, and it just delved into basically a completely different genre for a few sessions, it felt like. So, and I really love the way that played out, and I thought that was very genre heavy, and it makes me just really want to run a full-on sci-fi campaign where we could explore these kinds of themes of personhood and all that sort of stuff with this artificial intelligence character. Well, apparently the time is right to be running cyberpunk campaigns.
Apparently.
Yeah.
And it was also around that time where Enyo was actually like properly interacting with the party,
Mm-hmm.
which was like, it's like the dynamics, like especially Katara would be like, "Hey, shoot me!"
Yeah,
And
that's
then you're,
right.
like, blasting like Katara's shoulders and stuff.
That's right. And it was just, that was so cool too. Cause like,
So,
And then yeah, that really like philosophical part as well. It's like
mhm.
it was really fun.
oh yeah, it was a deep couple of episodes. Now, here's a question. For Lauren, Mr. G returns to the party here and spins a story about how he escaped. So what were his thoughts and plans as a double agent for the Manifold?
Break shit. So I'm trying to remember, because there's a lot of stuff that was happening that I planned ahead of time, and then a lot of stuff that I realized I could do retroactively. So I'm trying to remember what the initial goal was. But obviously there was some stuff where I had to do. There were objectives that I had. Bug the complex, get them to Langley, or no, actually not get them to Langley. I knew Langley was going to happen, and I think I don't remember if Walker told me anything about them being at Langley. But either way,
not sure.
his alignment got changed to fit Walker's, which was
I think he
mutual
wanted,
evil.
I think he wanted you
So-
at Langley, but he didn't necessarily
Yeah.
want the party there.
Yeah. So when Mr. G became neutral evil, he was just entirely focused on killing as many people as possible. And he already knew that he had to kill, or he was given orders to kill, like Walker and take down the Manifold. But when he got brainwashed by Walker, that didn't become his main objective because he couldn't have an objective to kill the guy who was brainwashing him. But he still knew that he wanted everybody to die. And the best way to do that was to put everybody in the same spot, wait for someone to kill one side or the other, and then kill the side that survived, was his plan. Was
I
to have...
remember listening to the little extra episode, and there was one thing that I remember Elliot mentioning to you that you didn't end up going through with, and
Which
that was
was?
having G talk to Enyo and try to, I guess, like push Enyo back to the Manifold side.
Oh yeah.
Right, yeah, so... yeah, I don't remember. I did not end up doing that, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Guess it
think
just
you
didn't.
did.
I guess it just didn't.
Well, I guess you
or
did
either
bring
that,
her
or there
to
was-
to them at
Yeah.
Langley.
I think there was some there's a couple things that G, I think there was a conversation that happened where G was like, I think that's the answer and I don't have to have the conversation. I don't remember what it was. I think there was something that might have happened that
Yeah, I
already gave
think
G
there
the
might-
idea that was like she was going to do her own thing. And also he knew she was going to explode anyway, so
True. So, okay, and here's the thing. With Doc, your dialogues with Enyo earned you a buttload of XP in episode 89. So, where did that come from? I mean, you're not normally the first to wax philosophical, but Chauncey really took charge and asked a lot of deep and pertinent questions.
Wait, what? This was to Inyo?
No, to you. Yeah, for you to in your interactions with Enyo.
Trying to think of what that episode entailed.
when you were interrogating her.
Yeah, after she exploded Ellie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vaporized.
You know, killed everything that's. Never mind. So, I don't know. It was just.
You're just
guesses
going with
trying
whatever
to,
came to mind.
Yeah. Because I got a buttload of RPXP because of the fact that I was I was the detective that episode.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Inyo, it was Inyo, Mr. G, everybody like entangled. Like I was interviewing everybody.
That's true. You were, yeah.
Yeah, and it was pretty much a Chauncey centric non-attack everything episode.
Attack everyone with words episode.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel
it's
like
like
there are
that
some
was the
episodes
difference.
where Chauncey is attacking everything, and then there's some episodes where Chauncey has to be like the dad to everyone.
Mm-hmm. And this was that episode where I couldn't trust anybody until I dug up the truth, or at least my version of the truth, which was enough to suffice at that moment.
Yeah.
So I mean, it was definitely it was pointed at me, so I just took the reins and went with it.
Yeah.
I don't think
And-
there was any thought at the beginning because I know we ended on the vaporization. I was just like, well,
Yeah, because you weren't in the previous session. That was the thing too.
yeah,
So you came
I
in
believe.
like having watched the last episode and be like, okay, how am I going to react to this? And then you're just you reacting to it for a whole episode on the next one.
I literally that night, I think as soon as you guys wrapped up, I got messages. You need to watch the last half hour, and I'm like, okay. And I ended up watching the entire episode. Going, nah, no, what is this? Like, and I think that also helped because of the fact that I didn't see it happening originally. I had to take a step back and do it live for live. Like it was, I had to investigate it without being available at that moment. So it was pretty cool because it was taking like a out of game perspective in game as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that helped build a whole episode up.
I was really interested to see what would have happened if you were controlling Chauncey for when G gets back on the first, like that first day.
See, I remember being there when you came back. 'Cause that was at the end of the episode.
Well,
The episode before that.
because when I think that was when he was spinning that whole story. If you were,
Yeah, you weren't around at that time. That was at the beginning
Yeah.
of that episode.
he just got back, I think. at the
Yeah.
end, and then the
No.
next
So
one came in.
I missed the one episode. And
Yeah.
I missed the one episode. And I think if time serves, it was probably when my daughter was born.
Yeah, I think so.
So I missed the one episode. So I was there for the episode where Mr. G came out of the woods. And it was all hands on deck, get Mr. G. And then I was gone for the very next episode. And then back, Allie's been vaporized. So it's like,
And Mr. G had something to do with it.
yeah. But I don't think I don't remember how Chauncey was led while I was gone that episode. So I'm assuming he was just too busy
Yeah, I think he
for
was in the
everybody
woodland
else.
the whole
So
thing.
he wasn't there for the discussions and he wasn't there for the other stuff. So he doesn't know that there could be some kind of false storyline pitch from Mr.
Exactly.
G. He's just
Like, but
assuming
if
he
you-
was still Mr. G.
But if you were here, I know you would have been on it.
Mm-hmm. At least tried. You probably would have suckered me in because I probably I know it took me up until the next coming episodes to realize something was up.
I mean, you did catch me in that lie though, because I totally forgot I was going down that route. Because I had a couple of plans of how I wanted to do it, and in the episode that you came back in, I forgot that I had already picked one and was going down a very specific route.
Mm-hmm.
You caught me in the middle of one of those where you're like, "Nope, that you said the exact opposite of that last round." I was like, "I did shit."
I got a lot of kids, man. It helps Chauncey succeed in life.
I still think there's
Taking
a
care of these
dangerous
kindergarten military men.
there's a dangerous social character for you to play one day. Just full insight, persuasion, all charisma skills. Like, I think you would be dangerous with that kind of character.
I've literally wanted to play like a full civilian class.
Yeah.
That's why I've wanted to do something like that where he was just like, you don't expect him to be as good as what he is somehow.
Oh, we've definitely.
Love
I think
to.
there's a one shot that will be prime for lots of people to be civilians in that we haven't talked about publicly yet, but we'll talk about that off stream. Also, yeah. So Sleepy, any thoughts on this part? What were Enyo's thoughts as she was going through all this and having basically involuntarily incinerated Allie and is now going through the ringer of getting all these interviews and interrogations of people figuring out what to do with her?
It's funny because, like, at first, she didn't care. And even in the end, she sort of still didn't care. But she started becoming more aware of how her actions impact people. And it's like, it was really interesting, like, oh. I'm not very good at verbalizing my thoughts. But it was like seeing her start developing humanity, sort of.
Mm-hmm.
Was really, really fun and really interesting to play.
Yeah.
It started setting a lot of stuff for later on, and there was, I'll talk about it when we get to it, but there was something later on that I really regret doing because it's not what Enyo would have done.
All right, we'll get to that later then.
Also, I wanted to quick pitch or say this as well, is our party, the worst thing about our party is we are very accepting of other characters from our party members because we have charisma together, like a lot of chemistry together as a group, where you could bring in an evil character and we're accepting open arms, like, come on into the party. We trust you fully, and then you screw us over and then we're like, we still trust you fully. Yeah, that's our curse. At least I feel on my end. I'm like, we always accept no matter what.
Except for
So
Emil.
that's why, like, I accepted Inyo over the possibility of Allie getting murdered, not having to destroy Inyo at that point. It was like, yeah, but this is our character. I can't just ban her character. That's not fair.
I don't know. After Katara with Madigan, even though Madigan just kind of showed up, but I don't know. Like, I don't know if I like if though anybody like realized this, but when it came to just people being evil or whatever, Katara was a little murder hobo-y. Like, she like, okay, so like you know, after the whole thing with Madigan, she started going down a downward spiral from there, sort of, because then it started showing to like Mr. G afterwards, because she was literally standing there looking at the party like, fuck all of you, I'm killing him. And everybody else was like, no, he needs to live. And the only factor that stopped her was Nuria. And that's just because Nuria got in front of Mr. G. Otherwise, she was about to put a bullet into Mr. G and not care. Because
He was asking for it.
Yeah, like it was the whole thing of like, if anybody is just going to betray this party and put everybody else in danger, they don't have a life anymore, is where her mind was going. And it was sort of it was an interesting thing to go through with that, because she started, her mind started going into an idea of, I can justify murdering people for this reason. And had that not had no one stopped her with Mr. G, it probably would have continued forward with other people. Enyo probably would have been the next one. At some point in time, like, you know, essentially coming back, and everything, but we get to that later, because there would have been a portion where she probably just would have been like, nope.
Too big a risk.
Get out of here. Yep, too big a risk. We don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah. I should add, going over Enyo's features like I did earlier. So on the countdown feature that she has, obviously the first milestone she got was the upgrades, where she levels up to Evolve 12 and gains a mutation of her choice. The second milestone was Energy Expulsion, which is when her firearms gained unlimited ammo and dealt flash damage instead of piercing, and also added some flash damage to her melee attacks. And the third milestone is what triggered against Allie, and here's how that one specifically goes. So Enyo can cast, it's called Laser Blast, and Enyo can cast the D&D spell Disintegrate at DC 18 against monsters and NPCs at will, dealing flash damage. If she
Why didn't you use that more often?
Yeah, she didn't really use it much after that. She could have, because so
wait, that's an at will?
Yeah, it was at will. She had unlimited uses of that against monsters and NPCs. But because of her flaw, if she is emotionally disturbed and her action is available, she must succeed a DC 15 Wisdom saving throw or use it unintentionally.
Ooh.
And that's what happened to Allie. So
Mel, before you go on that tangent about why didn't I use it more often, there wasn't any other chances.
There was a lot of combats.
Into a fight, she exploded.
There was so much combat.
We could do it. It's like,
Also, can I just,
Disintegrated Mr. G.
can I just say how
no player
envious
character. She can't
was?
target you.
I was so envious of Inyo's character whenever it happened. Like, it's like unlimited ammo. That's some BS. And I was like, I didn't realize that it was built to not be a long-term character. So I was like, I was so jacked. I was like, are you kidding me? I want to be an android.
I was feeling the same way.
Yeah, because that
for a little bit.
Because that was the idea. Was it didn't end up becoming as obvious as I was hoping because of the fact that she didn't really use the laser blast much, but the idea was
she was literally becoming God mode.
Basically, yeah, was that this character, after she kills Allie, and from that point onward, she has laser blast anytime she wants. The idea was supposed to be it was going to become clear to the party that this character, at least narratively, right? Because you guys don't know who she could target with that. But narratively, you guys were supposed to realize this android now decides who lives and who dies at a whim. She has that ability now. She can cast Disintegrate anytime. So that was essentially the thing from that point onward. And then, never mind the meltdown. So that was basically the idea, was she was just that, and that's where the unlimited ammo was supposed to be the first warning sign, right? Of that this character is becoming extraordinarily powerful beyond a level that you guys have ever seen before, right? Just with the unlimited ammo upgrade, that was the first step in that direction. Because just going up a level, that was the first milestone. It's like, all right, that's Second milestone, unlimited ammo. Okay, wait, what? And she's got a Magnum. So it's supposed to start irking you guys in that direction to start being cautious about what this character is capable of, because you did not make this character, and so you don't know, what her thoughts are. And there was discussion of that early on. It's just like, what could happen with her, of like, can she be turned against us? Yeah, it provokes you to those kinds of thoughts. And then the laser blast was supposed to be the final icing on the cake of, this character has entered God mode and can essentially decide who lives and who dies. It's just a choice. It's an action.
Where you think because she became a god that we should destroy her, and I think she became a god. She's on our side. She is a weapon. We will use her. That's what my thought was. Was like, oh, the unlimited ammo, the laser, and all that. It's just like, yeah, this tool is going to be useful. And then gone. Like, oh, well, good enough.
Essentially became Superman for that moment. Was like, all right, who's next? What do you mean?
Well, so let's get to that then. So after the little electric sheep bit, so we get to episode 90 through 91, which is the assault on Langley. And first off, the first episode of that sequence.
We missed the place.
Did we?
Not yet.
Not yet. We're still going chronologically here. No, that was after.
Oh.
That was after Langley.
Yeah. Not yet.
Not yet. Not yet. We're getting there. So the first bit of that, the Kryptos episode, I thought was very aptly named, because there was all sorts of secrets going on there. First off, the Kryptos sculpture, I should note, that you guys encountered in that episode and that everybody was quite curious about, is a real sculpture at Langley. You could look into it. It is an art sculpture that was produced for the CIA, and it does reside in that courtyard, and it actually does have those 4 encoded puzzles, essentially, that are a part of it, and only 3 of them.
That's cool.
Yeah, only 3 of them.
Still unsolved.
Only 3 of the 4 have been solved. There's one that apparently is considered one of the more famous unsolved ciphers in the world. So yeah, that's how tough of a thing it is. But yeah, code breakers like to make sport of that particular sculpture. So yeah, I wanted to include that. I did a lot of research on Langley before going into it, to just include some authentic details like that. And it ended up being kind of emblematic of the themes that were going on in those episodes.
I put it in the thumbnail.
You
the
did.
Actual sculpture, I mean.
You did, yeah, just to bring
the
extra
actual
emphasis
in the
to it.
thumbnail.
Yeah, that is a real photo of the sculpture in the thumbnail for that episode. So, and then you guys also got to use the Visioneer cipher to open doors throughout the sequence, which is also a real-life cipher. In fact, I believe some of the Kryptos puzzles are Visioneer-based, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah, that was actually, you guys got to do some real... get educated a little bit on some real cipher work, and I just gave you guys the key for that and let it play out. So that was quite neat. So at this point, Mr. G finally receives his wingsuit from Mr. Q, but with a few unexpected upgrades. So Lauren, what did you think when you first received the blackout suit?
this is gonna be easy. Like, oh, like holy crap! There was some stuff in there that I was like, this is cheating, right?
Yeah,
Like the
man.
ability to go invisible and all that. I was like, there's like I have basically my entire kit on easy mode now.
And evasion too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. And so then this mission ends with a battle against Walker, Aiden, and Mr. G in Mr. Fox's office. So let's break down this encounter. What were your guys' thoughts or plans, strategies?
Kill Walker. Or not Walker, Fox.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd killed
Kill
Mr. A
Mr.
earlier.
G.
Save Aiden. Save Aiden.
We didn't know Aiden was there at the moment.
Yeah, you did.
Did we know he was at Langley?
No,
Well,
this is during the fight.
During the fight, yeah. Because
Oh,
you,
okay.
Yeah,
So, can I ask a question leading up to that fight?
huh.
When we used the desks,
Yeah. The controversial
I hated
desks
that
moment.
idea. I hated that idea. It was.
Wait, what
It was
the
and it
desk thing?
worked.
Hold
It
on.
worked.
So okay,
Lincoln.
so the desk thing, because Katara brought it up.
Desk gate.
It was essentially the floor was the floor when we step on the panels.
Wait, yeah.
You know that whole thing. That Katara was like, why don't we just put the desks around and start moving these through and doing this? And then it was just like,
Pushing desks.
let's do it, I guess. But yeah, no, like that situation. I'm also curious how were we meant to do this?
I already know the
And
answer
what
to
were
that.
your thoughts?
I think I know how we were supposed to do it, and
I
I
already know
think
the
that
answer.
the way that we did it was perfect.
Yeah, I think Lauren already
It
knows
worked.
the answer. I don't remember if it was because I told you or if you
It-
just know it.
I think you may
both.
have told us, but
Yeah.
it was to if we would have just brought one of the alphabet soup up with us.
Well, but that would have been one possibility, but I don't know if you were considering
know,
that. But
I know because it's the same solution to a puzzle that we had in Raccoon City.
yeah,
Well,
well,
I
shut
asked
up,
about that
Power.
one.
there was no intended solution to that puzzle.
Really?
Yeah,
Huh.
I just set up a trap, and I said they'll figure out how to subvert it, and you did. I was right.
Either we'll figure it out or we'll die. One of
Yeah,
the two.
because that's the thing that I think a lot of people underestimate about GMing. It could be a job that's really easy to overcomplicate, but it doesn't need to be. For a lot of puzzles, the players can create the solutions to them. You don't have to create the solution to every puzzle unless it's like a hard, like cipher-based puzzle or something like that has a set, mechanics to it.
Yeah.
I just had to develop the mechanics for a trap because I was like, okay, this is Mr. Fox's office. It's going to be very secure. So all I decided was there was going to be a really tough trap there. And all I had to do was figure out what the exact mechanics of that trap were. And just let player ingenuity take over for how you subvert that exact set of mechanics for a trap.
Well, I still think it was a dumb idea.
Well, how would you have solved
How
Stupid
would
if
you
it
have
worked.
solved it?
What? It's not stupid.
I can't remember.
it? It was literally push the desks across the floor. That was the only answer. At that moment in time, that was the only answer. There was nothing else of use there.
And it worked.
Yep, perfectly. Like it's all right, guys. You guys are all trying to figure it out. Here comes Chauncey
Single
with a
file
desk.
line.
I'm having a very distant memory right now. When there was a gap between a railing and we had to swing across?
Oh, that was way early game.
Yeah.
Was it?
That
Yeah.
that was in Mexico? Guadalajara?
Guadalajara.
Oh, you're talking
Okay.
talking about the gap in underground when you had to jump
Yeah.
across that hole.
When Kevin
Yeah.
fell.
Yeah.
I fell.
Yeah.
I just had a flash to that.
I still remember way early campaign was throwing people. Was it? Yeah, we were throwing people across the gap. The one I think it was in the caves in the cabin. I think it was. I was throwing people across or something. I can't remember. Or no,
Maybe.
I had a paracord thing or something
Yeah.
that I swung across somehow. I remember that. Yeah, like just figure out puzzles. We have some pieces. This is good enough. It's got some holes, but it's getting the job done.
Now, before we get to like big fight, I want to bring it up. The thing I regret is Enyo not going with Mr. G when he told her to stay with the party, because how she felt after she failed her mission back at Ares, she would have said, "No, I'm going with you."
And Mr. G would have been like, "Oh no, please stay away."
She would have insisted on going with you to make sure she didn't fail her mission again. And
Like,
that's
nope,
what I
nope,
regret.
please.
I
Over there.
regret that so hard because she would have done that. But I wasn't thinking. I was just like, yeah, okay, she'll protect the party. Like, I wasn't thinking, and I'm so sad that I didn't realize that until after that session.
Interesting. Now, see, you said you didn't have any opportunities for using Disintegrate, but this was a whole combat encounter and for much of which you were pretty much hasted, like for like half the time. You had so many
I didn't want to
actions.
disintegrate Mr. G, Elliot, or Aiden. I don't think she could have disintegrated Elliot.
No.
There was
You
Ajax.
could have.
We could have disintegrated. You could have disintegrated any of the creatures.
Yeah, there was some
and
creatures that
Aiden
came.
and Walker.
Yeah.
But I was so focused on Aiden.
Could have disintegrated him.
Could have.
No, but I wanted to say him.
Well,
That
you could
was-
have. I'll say
that was
he
your
had.
Aiden out.
He had a lot of hit points. You could have disintegrated him and saved him.
Disintegrating him was saving him.
Yeah.
No.
Like you could have. You really could have if you wanted. Well, you also could have targeted his P30 device with your disintegrate. It requires a deck save, which objects automatically fail. So you could it'd pretty much be a free hit every time you use the disintegrate on his chest piece.
Mm.
Gotta be kidding.
No one could
Do,
target
do
that.
worn objects automatically fail still?
In this case, I would say they do, because it does have a separate
No.
targetable AC from the character that it's attached to.
That makes
So
me
it's a
upset.
special case, I would say,
That
that would be targetable on its own.
That would have made the fight so much easier.
So much easier.
It's okay.
You were playing a god character.
Yeah,
Everything was easy.
you were, especially on that scene where you were hasted and flying and all over the place. Her maximum speed, I calculated at one point while she was in the meltdown mode, was insane. Like, she could move many miles within a minute. Or I think
She
it was
had
somewhere
hasted,
around a
and
mile.
then she just had like the speed itself.
Yeah. And she could
So it's
use
like-
so many dashes, and she had Phantom Dash, which extended the length of each dash. So she was
Yeah.
fast. Like, unbelievably fast. Which is why I let
Like,
her go
traveling
out to
through
orbit.
hyperspace kind of fast.
Yeah.
But now that I know that, I mean, I really enjoy the visual of just
No, yeah,
Enyo and Aiden fisticuffing to the very
Yeah.
end.
the fisticuffs were pretty cool too.
But
So
oh man, now I'm sad.
any other any
And
other
to end it off on an even sadder note, she explodes.
she did.
She did.
I brought back the Enyo grabbing Chauncey and flying with him though.
Yep. I'm just taking this guy with me. I love how like Chauncey's just like, oh well, here's the tool. Let's bring the tools with us.
So for Sleepy and Troy, how did it feel to finally free Aiden from Walker's mind control in that battle? That was a bit of a highlight moment.
You're dang right it was.
That was pretty fun.
It was.
I just like the visual of beating the shit out of Aiden, and
It
then
was.
he's back to normal.
It was the climax of Kevin's story arc. I feel
Hmm.
it was what he had been working toward.
Until you realized.
He wanted to do something to right the
Yeah.
wrong of not saving Archaea when he had a chance.
And then it turns out Archaea's still alive.
And then it turned out Aiden was still alive too, so he felt it would have been right.
Double obligation.
So he wanted to fix what he had done wrong
Mhm.
and save Aiden. And he just felt a huge sense of what's the word? Catharsis, or
Yeah.
when he finally freed
Mhm.
Aiden.
Yeah.
That's sort of his first middle finger to Walker, actually.
Yeah, that was a bit of a moment of huge emotional investment for the character.
Yes.
And then, of course, there was the big explosion at the end when Enyo flies off. And we'd actually discussed that too. This was something that had come up in our collaboration when Sleepy and I were first talking about the character during character creation. Was I was telling her, I'm like, I'm getting a little bit of, like, with the themes we're going to be exploring with this character, I'm getting a little bit of, like, Iron Giant vibes. And it turned out to be very Iron Giant by the end of it.
Yeah.
Even outside of the whole flying off into orbit and exploding scene, even before all that, just all of the discussions throughout, you know, the of Electric Sheep episode, like, all had that kind of undertone of just like, are you a weapon?
How Wreck-It Ralph
Actually-
should have ended.
Like Iron Giant?
He flew down from orbit.
Yeah.
Oh, now that I think of it, the start of that fight was terrible. I know I went into a lot of depth with Mel and Lauren about it. The start of that big fight was terrible for me.
Oh, yeah?
Like, because there was a lot of, I don't know, there was a lot of overthinking, but it was essentially, who does Enyo fight? Because, you know, like from the start, I didn't want player versus player. So Enyo fighting Mr. G, who she had been bodyguarding this whole time, just didn't seem right. But Enyo fighting the party, like, if Mr. G ordered Enyo to fight the party, her fighting the party would also be terrible. And like I was stuck in this terrible middle ground for that whole week leading up to it. And that was like, that was not a good start, but it ended really, really great.
Yeah. Especially after Mr. G just told her to go back to the party. Like right off
I
the
thought
bat.
she was gonna blow up a lot sooner than that.
You're like, you thought she was like a grenade. It's just like, go over there and blow up.
I thought she was gonna blow up the building, not the continent.
Yeah. So
Because he can get out that building. He had a wingsuit now.
no, that's true. You're just gonna jump out the window.
Yeah, as soon as she starts seeing
Enyo's
her
gonna
go,
jet after you.
as soon as she starts seeing her like freaking like rings or like rays of light shooting out of her chest piece, she's like, oh, time to go.
Yeah, and that was an interesting thing too. I was actually fully prepared for you to take out Mr. Fox in that fight.
Yeah, me too.
That was his last stand. But he obviously had a lot of home field advantage, so I knew it could go either way. Because obviously he's basically, well, he's the classic spy master character, and obviously one of my favorite fictional spy masters being Nick Fury from the Marvel Comics. And I was thinking that was kind of my inspiration, right? Like Nick Fury is a ridiculous prepper, basically, you know, where he has a contingency for every situation. And I was thinking like, okay, Mr. Fox is probably the same way. So his office is probably going to be ridiculous with, you know, the amount of security and control he has over it. And so when you guys entered, I basically played it out like it was a lair that the bad guys were entering into, which he had lair actions and everything. So yeah, that was his domain. But I knew if you located him quick enough, there was definitely a good chance that you could have that you could have taken him out. Because I think you have made the observation, Lauren, that it was pretty much for that spy versus spy sort of thing. It was pretty much whoever gets the first hit wins.
Yeah, because we were like, I can't imagine he was any more, like HP wise, like hardier than G was, and we were still gonna be doing many d6s of damage on the first hit. You know, like whoever got the first shot was gonna be the one who would come out on top.
Yeah.
And then somebody punched Mr. G in the back of the head.
But yeah, that was quite an epic battle, and that was quite a heartfelt ending for it with Enyo's sacrifice. And for those watching who haven't seen it, I don't know, do we have it linked on the website or something? The Enyo comic book, the comics like panel or page that
Do not.
Sleepy made, because she made a really great illustration of it that I think captures the emotion of the moment probably even better than it was in the episode, just by virtue of the way that RPGs work. And it's a really great piece of art, but really emotional moment.
Mind if you publish that on the website?
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, I'm gonna do that tonight.
Yeah, we need to put that up there on the Resident Roleplay page, because that's something that everybody should see. Although with some sort of spoiler tag appended to it, so that you can't just waltz up there and look at it.
And just to quickly add, just at the end of like this fight discussion, I know I brought it up in a little Resident Roleplay server, but Enyo was recording her final moments, and I was, cause I remember back Mr. G asked her if she could record stuff, and she said yes, and I think she started recording. So everything from that onwards, she had been recording. So technically, I think her final moments were recorded, but there was discussion of like the ability to live stream her feed, but that was just like, oh, that's not important right now. But that would have been so cool to have like those final moments like live streamed, and the party comes back and sees those final moments on like a monitor of some sort, like
back at camp.
Yeah, back at camp.
Yeah. Could have been interesting.
Yeah.
So
It's like I remembered that at the end. I was like, oh, that's really cool.
So next up was episodes 92 and 93. That include The World Went Gray, or the rehabilitation of one Mr. G. So episode 92 was, to my mind, one of the most narratively monumental moments in the campaign. That episode was pure art. So, Lauren, how did you GM that episode? And what were the stories, like the story elements, and what was the general story and themes you were trying to tell here?
Oh man, I don't even know. Well, first of all, like I've said this a lot, obviously, and there was that that end of Resident Roleplay video that we did where I talked about it a little bit, but that character, my characters in general, I always bring a little bit of myself, just a very particular bit of personality and drop it in. With him, it was a little bit of that kind of mental health aspect to it, in that he was a literal psychopath, but like he was actually incapable of certain things that most people take for granted. And here's this, like, basically, narratively, bit of magic that was inserted into him, which allowed him to experience something that he has never experienced in his entire life, and realized, this is how other people see the world. I am deficient. And that, you just, changed his entire worldview.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of people were talking about the sort of allegorical elements of it, and that's what I thought was quite interesting, because again, it was such an artistically rendered episode, and I think another one of the many RPG miracles contained within this story arc, you know, of just the way it ended up playing out. You know, we couldn't have written it any better. But there were so many elements, but that sort of structure that it ended up taking on, where most of the episode was in that little cell, and all of the different characters going in, you know, one at a time, essentially, and having different kinds of conversations with them. And I thought what was brilliant about it was that the allegory, I think the mental health allegory was so complete that no matter how people interacted with them, you know, it always reflected something about how people with mental illness are generally treated, right?
That was one of the major things. Like, one of the things that I was kind of going at it in the episode was there's this comic that or not comic, but the comics were made of it, but there's a general concept that's in the kind of mental health communities that are that I've been seeing a lot recently, where it's like, what would happen if you treat somebody who has a physical illness?
Oh, well,
what would happen if you treated somebody who had a physical? Huh?
Oh, you're breaking up a little bit, and your camera's
Hello?
frozen, but I think you're good now.
Uh-oh.
At least your
Okay,
voice is good. Your
actually-
camera's still frozen.
Really?
Oh, now we're good.
My camera is frozen. Okay, then I'm back.
Yeah, we good.
What would happen if you treated somebody who had a physical illness like we treat somebody who has a mental illness? So it's like, if somebody broke their leg, you don't look at that and say, your leg is broken because it was weak. But we do say that for people who are depressed. We don't look at somebody who has, you know, cancer and go, you should just feel better. But we do say that for people who have, you know, various mental illnesses. So that was one of those things that was in the back of my mind as I was going through, because I knew these things would come up with this character who had literally not experienced these things before. He's like, he was going to come in and be the kind of ideal stand-in for somebody who has basically just gone through a traumatic episode, or like he went through a what's it called? Yeah, like just like they had an episode, and everybody was looking at him like, what's wrong with you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Like I said, it was a really
that was the mentality playing that character, even though a whole lot of other stuff happened in context. The thing that I was focusing on was he had just had it like a severely manic depressive episode or something like that, and people were looking at him like, what's wrong with you? It's like, what's wrong with me? I literally have a disease.
Yeah, that got pretty deep, and that's where I thought it really elevated the storytelling to that kind of art. And it did seem to, you know, judging by like some of the, you know, just regardless of how the characters were acting amongst the players, it really seemed to resonate with a lot of people, as we saw throughout the chat.
Yeah, because I think Choi said something in the general chat, or I was like, you're right on the money. And then Mel also sent me some private DMs. I was like, you're also right on the money. And I was like, yeah, like it is relatable in some way, but it is an extreme version of,
Yeah.
you know, portraying that kind of struggle.
And that's the art. That's allegory. That's storytelling. That's stuff that I love. And then there was obviously all these different ways that the characters approached him, but then there was Nuria, who kind of came in as like a bit of a counselor figure. And I feel like that even completed that allegory even more so when he received that helping hand. And so what was that kind of like for the two of you? And did you ever expect Nuria taking on that kind of a role in the story?
No. That was like it was really intimidating, especially like starting it, because like I'm already not a very I'm very much a non-confrontational person, and I'm also someone who doesn't like taking the spotlight. And like not only taking the spotlight, sort of, but also just like improvising all of this dialogue of a character that's both like me and completely not like me whatsoever. Like, I don't have any experience with psychology. What do I do?
You
I
actually
have to do a bunch of research.
You did extremely well from somebody who's been on both sides of of that.
Mm-hmm.
Which was what I liked the most about it, because it was as somebody who has been on both sides, I am able to kind of not exactly like direct the conversation, but I can bring up things that I know would spark you to start asking a certain line of questions.
Right. Well, that's what I was saying was part of that element of you basically GMing that episode, right? You kind of guided everyone through that little meditation. Yeah. and used your own life experiences, right? And all your understanding of psychotherapy and all that stuff to basically subtly direct, everyone in this kind of orchestra. So that was kind of interesting. And I thought, Sleepy, I think you really took to that role. Like you went all in on making Nuria that counselor figure, and I thought it played out brilliantly. Like I thought you pulled it off.
Oh, thank you. It was really fun. Like, it was a little stressful at first, but then it just kind of like not like fun, but like fun. Like playing that kind of character.
Mm.
Like, it was a new experience. Like, Resident Roleplay in general was like a whole new experience with different characters, and that was like an experience that was like, I wish I had talked about it in my final thoughts now. Like, that was like, that was what Nuria needed as well. Like,
Yeah, that's what I was
she needed
thinking.
something like that.
It felt like that really completed her character. You know what I mean? Like that kind of gave her a niche, and it felt like she belonged there.
Yeah.
And also
You're
that,
welcome.
like,
yeah, Chauncey, and that was the thing, talking about, the sort of the allegory, right? Obviously, Chauncey represented like a whole different side of, how people with mental illness are treated, just beating you in your cell. But, yeah, I think there was definitely a turning point in that episode where he realizes this is outside of my area of expertise. And so he's just like, Nuria,
gotta bring in an expert.
yeah, you handle this. And it ended up being the exact right decision to make. And I think that's that Chauncey, dad mode sort of things, where it was like, I think that's what makes ultimately Chauncey an effective leader, is he knows what people to put on certain tasks.
To think, like, I was just like, we'll kill him if he kills her. And that was all I thought about. I was like, either she's gonna handle this and he's gonna be good, or he's gonna kill her, and then we'll just kill him. So it's cool. We'll find out one way or the other. And like, it was like we had other things that needed to be done with like the heavy hitters. If I'm not mistaken, we had something that needed to be done with the heavy hitters, and it was like, Nuria is the intelligent, innocent one. We'll leave her to figure this problem out. And it was, again, I sat there and battled him for how long in that cell, and it just wasn't doing nothing. And I was just like, hey, yeah, Nuria got this.
Yeah. Yeah, and so that ended up quite interesting. And we were also talking, Lauren, about Aiden and how that was, well, we both made the observation that Aiden and Mr. G were kind of two sides of the same coin that never interacted with each other throughout the entire campaign.
Yeah, like
they were
weird. Like they were on the same team on the same battlefield at one point, but completely with different objectives.
Yeah, which was quite interesting, because it would have been so different if they ever had reason to interact, because they were two characters that were uniquely capable of understanding each other and had both been through similar trauma, and were just,
it just never happened.
It just never happened. There was just nothing. There was nothing for them to talk about. They didn't have enough shared history for that to ever come into play. But they had basically very comparable experiences, and And that I thought that was quite a fascinating realization. I don't know, maybe one day, maybe now that he's on the road again, he'll run into Scorpion and get to know you then.
In Europe?
Yeah. You don't know where he is.
That's fair.
He just left.
I'm gonna have to give him a job.
So,
Feel like I know you're not out of this life. You can't be.
So we could talk about the world went gray ad nauseum, but I guess we'll just leave it there for now. I definitely feel like there's a lot more to say about that, but we got to move on here. So episode 94 to 96, Guadalajara, where the party descends into the Mexican city of Guadalajara to obtain a sizable A-Act G tissue sample for Downing to use in creating antidotes. I guess there's not too much to talk about here. It was a pretty straightforward little adventure. Although I should note, the Juarez railway station, where the bulk of the mission took place, is a real place in Guadalajara. And yes, it does actually have an art gallery in it. That was not just a Resident Evil-esque thing.
What?
It is a real station with a real art gallery in it. You can Google it. Juarez railway station in Guadalajara. I did not make that up to make it Resident Evil-esque. So yeah, and then there was the sort of behemoth boss that you guys fought at the end. Which was a stage 5 G monster that just continued to grow until its size was that of a building. So that was just me trying to explore the unknown upper limits of G's mutation. Because that was kind of a fascinating thing that they leave open-ended in the games, is G is something that just keeps mutating and keeps growing every time it...
Theoretically with no upper end.
Yeah, every time it gets harmed. So theoretically with no upper end. So that's what makes it a particularly dangerous virus. And so my idea was, in exploring that concept, was what happens if it gets that kind of environment, right? Where the entire city becomes G-ified and it doesn't really have too much obstructing it, and it took you guys a while to get there. It didn't really have too much obstructing its ability to grow until eventually it was the entire underground railway system. And you guys saw its big beating heart down there. So
I just realized we missed a small thing.
what was that?
The second great standoff.
Oh yeah, we kind of skipped over that. That would have been on episode 93, I think. Yeah.
Just sitting in the woods.
That was just completing Mr. G's rehabilitation arc. Or his redemption arc. In the most mundane way possible.
It was the most awkward standoff ever. Like,
Mr. G's sitting there like...
Where did Mr. G go?
Mr. G's sitting there like, hold up, I'm being set up.
Katara managing to actually hide from Mr. G. Mr. G, they're next to each other.
I like to think they're just next to each other this entire time, just completely still blending in. It's just like...
See, and at least that gave me an opportunity. I don't know if I had way earlier in the campaign, but I always make it a point every time I make a web series just to pay proper homage to get the "you ever wonder why we're here" line in there. We've done it every major web series we've done so far. It was in Edenith, and man, it gave me an opportunity to slip that into Resident Roleplay. Although, I can't remember if I'd done that way earlier in the campaign, but I got to make sure. I had PGP say it.
Gotta wonder why we're here.
And then there was like the
mystery, man.
commentary with Nadine.
Oh yeah, yeah, we had little cameos.
Oh yeah, guys, does anybody need healing? Anyone?
Oh dear. All right.
That was a fun little standoff.
Yeah, that
Anyway.
was cute.
Oh,
That was a moment. So that brings us to episodes 97 to 99, where you make your final preparations before the Manifold Tower. So at this point, you guys actually sit down with Emil for the first time since he betrayed the party. So what were your impressions of that meeting, and what was that like for you guys?
well,
I was just so proud.
I was Kevin was kind of on the fence, and then he decided to trust Emil, at least temporarily, because he seemed somewhat sincere.
Well, you made that insight check, and I got to give that input. That I said, like, he seems to believe in everything he's saying.
I
Which
can't
is
remember
true.
what I rolled for that. That's the thing.
You rolled
is
pretty
true.
well. I think.
I can say some stuff about Emil because I know
Yeah,
some
sure.
stuff about Emil.
Sure.
I
Talk
can
about
say. Well, I guess this. I think this was actually brought up, like right before he betrayed the party. He had this ability, but like, that is true. He does sincerely believe those things, but he also has advantage on deception.
it. So,
Okay.
but he does seem pretty sincere in his brand of.
In that bit, it's true, but there's a lot of stuff about him that I know he was lying about.
Yeah, but the interesting thing was too. I mean, obviously, you created this sort of enemy of my enemy alliance, because obviously, as you guys quickly found out, because everybody had assumed for a long time that he was in bed with the Manifold, which, as you guys found out from that meeting, was not true, and he turned on them in a heartbeat. Well, and obviously he was very much not on board with Walker's New World Order. As somebody who knew the full details of that kind of went against what Emil was trying to do. So he was like, yeah, the Manifold needs to be stopped. And I kind of knew that in the back of my head this whole arc was if you guys went to Emil, like he would not be opposed, like he would not stop you guys from stopping the Manifold. But you guys went to him asking for help, which I completely didn't expect, and got some bonus recruitments that brought your battle readiness up because that meeting went over so well. So that was quite unexpected, but that was the thing. He was open to it, right? I knew he was opposed to the Manifold.
Question though.
Mm-hmm.
What did you initially think when the party went for a meal and I asked for a meeting with Joan just to distract?
I had no clue what to think at that point. You were just trolling.
God.
Like what is he gonna do? Like
That was Big Chauncey. That was
Big
Big
brain.
Chauncey right there.
big brain move.
Yeah,
Forces.
Joan hates Chauncey now.
I think everybody that Chauncey wants to kill hates Chauncey. Like there's a reason, and this is it.
Oh,
Like,
man.
hey, you are with the enemy, so you are my enemy.
She's
You're
still
lucky
out
I
there.
haven't tried to kill you before.
She's still out
She
there
is.
somewhere, hating Chauncey.
Or
right?
is she though? She blew up.
Do we
You don't know.
You know,
Yeah,
She
we know
blew
she's
up.
alive. We know she's alive.
No, she's dead. Blew up in the atmosphere.
Well, I mean, Chauncey knows. Chauncey knows she's alive.
That's true. And so yeah, you guys had that very interesting meeting with Emil, and I'm glad that Lauren, you thought that turned out well, because like I said, that was kind of a little bit nerve-wracking for me bringing Emil back on with minimal preparation. You know, I didn't have too much prep time to put into that one. Bringing him back a little prematurely and having to play him out for a whole vital scene.
As a test run for how he's gonna act in we've talked about that publicly, the name for the
I don't know if we have for the miniseries, but we could talk about it now. If we haven't already formally announced it, there's going to be a teaser trailer at some point, so I think we could start talking about it.
Yeah, for it was it Operation Prometheus?
No, it's just called Prometheus.
Just
It's Resident
Prometheus? Okay.
Resident Roleplay Prometheus is going to be
Prometheus.
the title of the Emil-based miniseries that is going to be coming out at some point in the near future. It is going to be a post-campaign miniseries for Resident Roleplay, where we return to the party to get closure on Emil's story.
Is that the first, like, arrival back at the main party? Because I know there's, like, one-shots and stuff, but is that
No.
the first, like,
Madigan's
one?
Madigan's lab is going to be the main
That's
party.
Well, that's entirely up to you guys, though.
That's true. That could be before
You can
or
bring new
after.
characters.
That's true. You guys can bring new characters to that one as well. So yeah, it's gonna be up to you guys. So that one could be a return to the main party that comes before Prometheus. It could go either way. So
yeah, like that interaction as a preview of what we're gonna get in Prometheus is perfect. Like I approve of the Emil.
The Emil direction. Yeah, and I hadn't gotten too much practice with the voice, but I did my best impression.
I also like, because I also sent you a bunch of stuff that Emil would say that you actually got to use, and I thought that was brilliant. Like once you use it in context, I was like, yes, that's how Emil talks.
Yeah, well, that's that GM collaboration that I want to try and get that. I think I solicited that out of you as well, because I was pointing out how I keep my NPC notes in a certain way, and for major NPCs, oftentimes I like to have a few quotes or a few monologues ready to go. Under
I was
their
like,
notes.
I'm ready. Here's some stuff he would say.
Yeah, and I was like, hey, give me a few sample monologues from Evil Emil. And I got to, sample some of them, some parts of some of them, and use them in context in that conversation. That was hugely valuable to playing the character right, and I'm glad that it worked out that way. But that's the kind of preparation that I try to make sure I do with major NPCs. And because it's a major NPC that used to be a player character, it was important to me that, it was something that I thought that you would find good.
It was super surreal though in the moment, because I was just like, I was like sitting there the entire time going like, oh no, he said it. So Emil.
Yeah, that must be trippy. Role playing against one of your player characters.
It's weird, man.
That must be trippy. I don't even want to think about that. So, and then, in the midst of this little section, Ennio returns. So
Kind of.
Yay!
Sleepy.
welcome.
How did it feel when they hooked up that hard drive and they pulled out of the ocean and found her on it?
Dude, I was like jittering. Like, I was like, this is it. This is in here. Oh, this is in here.
And I think I told you before that episode to have her voice changer ready.
Changer ready.
That was all you knew before we started. I was like,
Yeah.
have your Ennio's voice changer ready for this episode.
I was like, oh no. Oh man. And it's like, and then when it's like, I'm so bad at picking up on like story cues, because when she started up, I was like, do I say something? And I had to message Raph. I was like, is this where I speak?
Yep.
And then I didn't even know what to say. I was like, oh, it's in here. Oh, jeez, what do I say? Oh no. Like,
Yeah, it's those on the spot roleplay moments where you just gotta go. It's like getting thrown out of an airplane.
I've done that.
This is true. You have had on the spot roleplay
not
moments
yet.
where you get thrown out of airplanes.
No. I mean, throwing out the airplane, but that's coming up.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like they were both on the spot roleplay moments, and you got thrown out of an airplane.
Yep.
Okay, and another thing that happens during this, and here's a question for Lauren. So Mr. G has one last word with every party member. So what was that about? I know we've talked a little bit about it, but I don't think we've talked about it as a group or publicly. But that was a whole sequence.
That was Mr. G. Well, first of all, that was fulfilling his stop being an asshole mission.
Good mission.
Which, yeah, whoever gave you that mission, tops.
That reaction with that Chauncey profile picture was just perfect. Just like, it was the Chauncey making that face with that laugh, and just being like, "That was a good mission." Just so proud of
That was a
himself.
good mission.
But that was actually him that was me modifying his personality traits in his character sheet. And also that was him saying if I'm not going to be an asshole, I've got to, like, I am physically incapable of emotion. I can at least emulate it and I know the team that I am with is a pretty decent place to start. So he went around and he stole a personality trait from everybody, combined them all into one, and said, "I am no longer an asshole."
What did he steal from Nuria?
I don't know if he got one. Hold on, give me a second.
Rip Nuria.
I can actually bring it up really quick.
Yeah, bring it up.
Mission-
So,
mission-
I want to hear what
personality
these.
trait he did.
I want to hear what these traits are.
No, yeah, he did get it from. I think he did get it from Nuria. I think Nuria was the first person he got it from, right?
Yeah, Nuria's the first person he talked to, but what personality trait did he get from her?
I'm about to find out.
He likes books. That's what he got from her.
From Nuria, he took Squishy.
Aw.
This is true.
Well, he took it to the
He took that to
extreme,
heart.
though.
He died.
He took it to the extreme.
Did you take the trait of like falling from Chauncey?
Jumping off shit. He did. That's why he got a wingsuit, because he was like, "That's a good trait," but I'm not taking the flaw that comes with it.
When we were heading
Even though
away.
you did multiple times with the wingsuit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very curious. This is the kind of stuff we could talk about in these breakdowns. What personality traits did he gain from every party member?
So
I'm
that
curious.
changed his personality trait. So it went from I don't remember. I have to look up one of his original sheets, but it went from like the consummate professional. Like, he is the consummate professional, always cool, calm, and collected, because he was always cool, calm, and collected because he is the consummate professional and the unrepentant psychopath. And they changed that to, I am a consummate professional. I also have a constructed personality. That is something that he intended to do. He constructed a set of personality traits, which are from Chauncey, he got leadership. From Katara, he got self-sacrifice. From Nuria, that was when she was talking about talking about Bushido and everything. He developed a moral code. And from Kevin, he got
Oh.
ethics.
Yeah.
Kevin, the ethics guy.
I am the lawful good to shoot paladin.
And he just
You say paladin?
Yeah, you need heavy armor. You're a cleric. You're a cleric.
Yeah, you're a cleric.
Do I heal?
Definitely not a
You're
paladin.
definitely not a paladin.
yeah, he fits the paladin archetype, at least in terms of personality, but he still uses weepons and stuff, so
I would
he's good.
say
Paladin,
what's
the rest is a
what's the
cleric.
guy who
I'm the
Weakness is
rank.
ice.
Call me a rank.
Wait, what?
so
Ice.
he's a squire. He's not a paladin. He's like the squire. He helps the paladin.
Hold up. I just posted something in the main chat that the Twitch isn't gonna get.
Yep.
I
He is
can't
a
get it
paladin.
either.
Oh, yeah, with a spoon.
He is a paladin.
I know what you're referencing. Huh, yeah.
From if you guys have seen the
The Dark
Netflix
Crystal show, yeah.
Dark Crystal
I
show,
haven't seen that
Yeah.
yet.
Oh,
It's so good.
Hup is great. You gotta love
Hup is
Hup.
great.
The best
In that
paladin.
in that way, yes, Kevin is a paladin.
The best paladin. But Hup was basically a squire, though.
Yep.
Don't tell him that though.
Yeah, that's true. Don't tell.
He was a squire. Oh no, that's a spoiler.
No, yeah.
Oh yeah, no spoils.
No spoilers, no spoilers. Watch that show. It's actually great.
Yeah.
Somehow.
It's a great show.
A
Somehow.
lot better than the movie.
The movie I really love too. But I do think it actually
it is leagues
improved.
better, though.
Yeah, it did improve on the movie a good bit. The movie is great, but somehow the show was better in a lot of ways. So yeah, that constructed personality, that was very neat. I loved that narrative element. And I feel like that really concluded Mr. G's redemption arc, was that moment. That was when, before the final battle, you had to wrap it up and say, it's done. He's a new person now. Let's fight the good fight.
Yep.
Which was
You're
very...
welcome.
Chauncey takes credit for everything.
I'm just in here story arcing bitches. I am the secondary GM. You're welcome.
Here's your mission. Change your character.
Yeah, it's true. He gave a mission.
I don't like this idea.
He gave a mission to a character who always completes his missions to change his character.
Literally, word for word, just in different words.
Yeah, and well, that was the thing. That was the fascinating thing too. Was very good friend of mine. You know, we visited and talked with recently. And you were explaining Mr. G's story arc throughout the show to him. And that was the moment that really solidified how good of a story arc or a character arc it was when you were explaining that. And he was just enraptured. He wanted to know what happened. And by the time it got to the end, he was just like, wait, but how does a guy who can't feel any emotions change? And then you're like, that's the thing.
That's the thing. He's pretending to be a good person.
And the whole story just like blew his mind. And he's just a really, you know, narratively intelligent guy as well. Just the nerd after our own hearts. So yeah, that really, I thought, solidified how good of a character arc it was when you were able to clearly explain it to him. And that he was like invested while you were explaining it. He was invested on what was going to happen to this character and how he can change. So that was super neat.
Yep, Mr. G realized there's fundamentally no difference between being a good guy and acting like a good guy. You don't have to, you know, feel any sense of pride or virtues as long as you're doing the good stuff.
That's fascinating. That's fascinating. So that brings us to Kajuju as part of the final preparations. So you guys brought Charles Clancy on board. So, Doc, what was it like reuniting the triplets for the first time in the campaign?
A lot better than reuniting just the duo earlier in the campaign.
Yeah, you guys.
But it was. I keep going back to the fact that I'm not a solid RP guy, so I don't.
You keep saying that.
You keep saying
I
that.
don't think about. I don't think about things ahead of time. I always just off the cuff. Because I'll watch like Mel build this character from the ground up and see it evolve over the path he's already chose, or you know, same with like Ilo do the same thing with her characters, or Lauren built this whole story arc where I'm like off the cuff, so I'm like, I could have this entire time been in contact with both brother and sister and never did. I could have been in contact with Alice or Allie. Never did until the GM was like, yep, here you go. I'm not gonna thing you should have done. So I don't think about it until the moment. And then that's whenever the hype sets in. And I think that's what sets me in a different aspect of RP. So I'm not thinking ahead. I'm just going with it in that moment. And that's what I feel it's good and it's quality, but it could have been better had I invested the time prior, but I don't find out to the time after.
Yeah.
Yeah. In hindsight.
That's the thing. There's a lot of different kinds of acting, and obviously there's a lot of different like schools of acting, and you're just really good at improv acting.
Yeah. I'm in that moment. If I'm not in that moment, it's not worth the moment.
Mm-hmm.
That's the way I feel. So it's nothing to say that anybody else's skills are wrong. It's just the way I see it. It's like,
everybody works a little differently.
I envy the rest of the party for their ability to think ahead. Like, why didn't you think about this ahead? Because it wasn't in the middle of the episode. That's why. And then you have like those instances where like Ilo was saying, oh, please, I had all this stuff lined up for Inyo to talk. It's like, just why can't you just do it like I do it, where it's like in that moment?
Yeah.
And she's like, because I can't. You know, but like that's what I'm saying is you're like, I can't think about this in the moment. And then you write this whole paragraph or better probably and of dialogue where it's like, wait, what? Now you can't ever use that. Like, try, force it in there. I would have, you know, and that's just the differences. And I feel everybody has a really good quality in that. But where I do feel it's good. Mm-hmm. And I enjoyed getting the trio back together because, like, I've built this character full on Chauncey blood is what it is. So like when you get the powerhouse trio, now it's over. Like that is where I felt in the moment was like, yeah, this is game over. I could die or live, and I'll be happy either way.
So, yeah, that was kind of neat. Brought them back for friggin' barbecue and football. So, yeah, and
For them,
that's the
that's
thing.
what it must have felt like, at least.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you literally
Thanksgiving
had a
dividends.
barbecue at the camp once you brought Charles back. That they both
And
showed up in time.
Nobody attended it.
triplets
Everybody
were
was
there.
like, yeah, we were there, but like we had other shit. Big old feast before the battle. Nope. He was out getting Italian din-dins.
That's true. Mr. DNA went off
Yes.
to infiltrate the Italian restaurant. High stakes.
Yep.
And like
Mission.
that was after that conversation that G and Enyer had, which I'd been planning that dialogue for a little while, and I was so glad that I could do that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
then test mission, let's go, dinner time.
G's like, waiter status, here we go.
Mm-hmm.
Again, waiter status again.
Yep.
Yeah.
Last
Now-
time we did this, I killed somebody.
Straight up Agent
Or
47.
somebody died, at least. He didn't get the final shot on.
Oh yeah, that's true. Also in the recap. But yeah, I guess going off of what Doc was saying earlier though too, yeah, that's the thing with roleplay is, I mean obviously there are a lot of wrong ways to do roleplay, but there isn't any right way. And there's a lot of different ways that work well for different people. So I don't think, yeah, you definitely shouldn't feel bad about having strong suits one way or another, as long as the result is good, and different people have different ways of getting to a good result. And that's kind of the beauty of it, is there's a lot of different ways to get good at RP, and I feel like you're really strong at the one way that you do.
I feel like I'm almost, and it's not taking any hits at anybody, but I feel like I'm the best at the improvising in the moment, but it's bouncing off of someone else's like thought of improvisation. So it's like I'll hear somebody whimper out something, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
And then I hype it to an escalation that everybody's on board. Like, yeah, we're all doing this. So
Yeah.
I don't take full ownership of the idea, but I'm like, somebody hinted this. And I'm like, yes, this has to happen.
You're good
And
at
I'll
escalating
go.
it.
Yeah, I am the best hype man.
Yeah, you're like, you've got like that stream of consciousness hype man
Wingman.
deal.
You're just like you're willing to go 100% in all the time too.
Yeah.
Well,
all
which by the
time.
way, it's worth noting, obviously you don't really consider yourself an actor. But like Laura was saying, it's that improvisation thing. That is actually that level of commitment is actually something that a lot of people have to get trained to do as improv actors. And then there's of course the element of yes and, right? Everybody always talks about yes and when it comes to improv training. And I feel like you've mastered that without having to get it trained, because that's just your nature. That's just the way you are. You're always on yes and mode. You know, just 100% commitment to whatever the bit is.
Yep. And
Yeah.
full beans all the time, and that's
Yep.
with everything that I do. I'm
Yeah,
full
no,
beans,
I've
like-
noticed that.
I mean, yeah, you've noticed over the last couple years.
Yeah.
we've been-
There's just no off switch.
No. It's like, oh, Doc found out what Hero Forge is. Oh, well, here's his 20th character today.
Yeah.
Here it comes.
Everybody else takes like weeks to build the one. I'm like, oh, well, here's 12, an hour. You're welcome. It's like, now, I said this, I think I said this yesterday when I pumped out the last one. I think it was Mel. I was like, yeah, now I think I've used every combination, so nobody has the ability to build a new character on Hero Forge. I said I've won 100%.
Hero Forge 100% speedrun.
Didn't even know it was a game, just did it.
So, speaking of the triplets, though, quick little point of fact for the viewers who might not know. So, Charles Clancy was actually your first Resident Roleplay player character.
Yeah.
It was created for a canon pilot episode, which took place in Kajuju very shortly before you guys met him at the camp. He had essentially just gotten back from that mission when you guys picked him up. And so yeah, that was an interesting little tie-in. I had those threads of implication there. But that's where the whole Clancy name came from and started, was from that pilot episode, where, because at that point you weren't quite committed to joining in on the campaign. And so I was like, well, maybe just, try out one of the pilot episodes, help us play test it a bit and, see how you like it. And you did that one pilot episode where you played as Charles. And after that, I just saw in my DMs just like, all right, so when are we doing this campaign?
So, fun fact, weeks before that even one shot, I think me and Lauren were talking about it, because like every time you guys come around, you talk about this upcoming campaign, and it was during the Lisa campaign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was like, well, I felt like you wanted a different brand of players in the thing. So like I felt like it was like I couldn't bring quality entertainment to you, as in you specifically, Raph. So it was like, and Lauren's like, no, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. You can just try it out. And then finally got the nerve to ask if I could just join the one shot. And you're like, yeah, we need an extra person. And then I was just like, cool. And you weren't mad at the end of it. So I was like, maybe I have
You weren't mad at the end of it, was what it took.
like, because I was like, I know my personality is outrageous at times, and it's like some people just don't mesh with it. You mesh well with me, but it's like almost like there's times where we've left episodes and I'm like, I think he's just like, okay, I'm tired of that guy today. And you won't say it because your personality, you're too nice, but like I could feel like I've overstepped a bound myself, and I'm like, so I did something wrong today. Someone's not gonna like me tomorrow. But it's worked so far. So
it really has. It really
it.
has. And I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I don't know what this campaign would have been without this specific set of players. Obviously, we can't have known, but I feel like the dynamic and the chemistry of this cast has been so great and has evolved so well together. Like, especially, at the starting with those four specifically, what I felt like that was the perfect starting point for it. And then over the course of it, that chemistry just evolved and everyone worked so well together. And I remember hearing some of your hesitations early on, because I think your concern was mainly that you would be out of tone with what I was going for.
Yeah, because like I knew that like Lisa's campaign and like Lauren ended up finishing it was kind of just like thrown together, and it was like it was okay that I was outrageous. I wanted not to ruin the production quality in which you strive for. I didn't want to be that weakest chain in the link for you, to where you felt like, oh man, now he's the main character. He's here. I can't get rid of him.
You got whiskers again.
yeah. Like this he's not what I want, and I didn't want that for you specifically, like because this is something you've been working on. This is your masterpiece. That something you're putting more effort in than I am, and I didn't want to feel like I'm stealing that from you, like where you're just like, ugh, I'm done with this,
Yeah.
And that was the main thing. I just didn't want to ruin your production, your stuff. So,
well,
I'm glad you let me aboard.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all glad it worked out the way it did, because again, this has just been an incredible group of players to work with, incredible cast, and I honestly think you brought the right quality, even if you inadvertently did so, to your character and to the to the campaign as a whole. So yeah, that was the origins of the Clancy blood, was in that pilot episode though. And you didn't even give him the Clancy name. I did. No. That was the funny part. Was you
That's
came up
uninvested. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna be here for good. So you can create the last name. That's fine. Yeah,
we put together that build. And you were Charles. You came up with Charles, and I was like, well, he needs a last name, so I just gave him Clancy. Because he was like a soldier guy.
That alliteration.
Yeah, I got that alliteration. He was like a soldier guy, so I was like, I'll just name him after Tom Clancy, the author. So I was like, okay, yeah, it's great. You know, military and political thriller writer. Just give him the Clancy name. And then that just got latched on so hard as their identity, the Clancy blood. And
I
the rest
love
is
Clancy
history.
I created small like I feel like I created so much small stuff throughout the entire campaign.
Oh
that's
yeah,
just
little
now
in jokes.
Something that has to be
Little in
It's
jokes
like,
throughout. I still remember when we were playing Resi 6 and you were just pointing out all the people that had the Clancy blood.
Everybody that was about to die. He's not dead yet. There he is. No, he's dead. Next guy.
Yeah.
So I know there was one Clancy there somewhere.
There was one of those masked
There has to be.
BSA guys was a Clancy for sure.
Wasn't it? Oh no, yeah, he died. The kid.
Not
Oh,
Finn.
Finn.
No,
Finn?
not Finn.
No, Finn wasn't Clancy.
Yeah. No.
He died. He's definitely not Clancy.
Yep. That's how you know.
Clancy's never died. I literally, leading ahead, I just want to say this. I literally tried to die the entire tower. Tried to die.
You came really close.
I came close, but like I trusted the party to keep me alive.
Even though you locked the
But I
door
wanted
behind
to-
yourself.
I wanted to see how far I could push this character, and that was like that whole gauntlet was what it was. It was just push until I couldn't give no more, and I really enjoyed that aspect of pushing him to the limit.
So, moving on though with Kajuju. Obviously, you had that meeting with Sean Lennox, where you guys managed to persuade him to your side. There were a couple of different possibilities that could have went with, in terms of how you were able to roll on the persuasion. And but the thing is, you guys, it basically, because I knew you guys, because you guys needed the unit, and the roll basically determined what the outcome would be with his relationship with, with the group and with Katara specifically. But you would actually have gotten the unit either way. It just would have depended. It basically decided his attitude about it. Because if you failed, which you did, you didn't meet the DC. It was a pretty high DC. It was okay. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So we'll work together for now, but after that, we're done. That's basically what he told you guys. But if you had succeeded, he would be like, okay, there are greater things at stake right now. We'll get this out of the way, and then afterwards we'll talk. So, and he would have been like a little bit more amicable to the cause, which I guess Katara ended up getting to have that conversation with him anyway, in her closure bit. But we'll get to that a little bit later. Yeah, always the middleman.
Well, it's funny because it was going to happen anyway. Because it was something I planned with Raph. It was gonna happen anyway. You just helped to speed it up.
Yeah, you just had Chauncey abduct him.
I don't know how this story is gonna play out, but this seemed like it makes sense. You're welcome.
Whenever people say they know a guy, it's Chauncey.
I build people for a living, and I wreck other people too.
He is the guy. He is the guy.
Literally for an entire story
That's
arc,
the
I was
guy?
the guy. That's the guy. There he is. The guy.
I'm the guy.
I still remember that. Again, this should be held for the campaign, but
Yo,
that's
yeah.
the greatest moment
Oh,
of
yeah.
my life was just that whole entire experience being the guy and not knowing who I was.
Greatest moment of your life. Oh yeah, that's brilliant.
I'm gonna have to not bail, but I'm gonna have to leave real quick because I have an order coming in.
Okay,
Alright.
gotcha. No worries. So then obviously there was Chris, who was you guys met with there. Now that was probably the most major canon character that got the most screen time, I think, in this campaign. And that was just sort of naturally happen. I did try to not necessarily avoid having too many canon characters, but I wanted to have that sort of separation, right? Where it was just like they're having their own campaign and you guys are off having your own campaign. But yeah, he was willing, obviously, to part with Charles Clancy, and Hotel Team was the other unit you could have recruited from there. Could have. And there was a couple of different ways that could have played out. First off, because you were acting director, if you gave him an order, he would have obeyed it. So if you gave him an order to send Hotel Team over to the final battle, that would have worked. If you like specifically made it clear that this was an order. Otherwise, you could have also used some DC 15 charisma check to try and convince him. However, instead, Hotel Team was lost after you sent them on the mission you could have played out.
Well, I mean, I still ordered them to their death, so it worked out.
Different kind of order.
I mean,
I
just
guess
one less letter in the alphabet. We're good.
So, but which another time to plug that one shot coming soon, the Kajuju one shot. We're still trying to figure out how that's going to play out, but we'll have details on that soon. And I guess at some point you guys will be having to build a squad of soldier characters, or soldier type characters, but
soldier-like.
Yeah, whatever fits the bill, as long as in world they are BSAA soldiers. So
I know.
Play civilian.
I feel like I could do this.
yeah, you think
As if I've been training for this position.
it's as if you're qualified.
Yeah, I think I've qualified everybody in the party to do it too. Because everybody, like, once we got the mansion into camp, it was like, yeah, this is where we all live. Everybody is now BSAA.
Yep, we're all BSAA now.
Already got a character ready.
Oh boy,
I'm gonna bring in John.
To think
you
how
can't bring in
long,
John? He wasn't there.
how
Bad
long
enough.
I've been in the BSAA was almost as long as it took me to remember not to call it the BSSA.
Yeah, almost.
Like, it took me so long to remember it was the other way around. The BSSA? No, the BSAA. Yeah, the BSSA. Terrible.
Somebody is. If we had a bigger fan base, there'd be a super cut of that by now.
Yeah. There's like a whole story arc, I think, going around it.
So that brings us to episodes 100 to 110, the final 10 episodes, the Manifold Tower, which was the final battle. So I guess just for a little peek behind the curtain, the journey to the tower, where you guys were rolling d10s along the way. You want to know about those random encounters?
Sure.
Yeah.
Because you guys hit all of them except one. There was only there was only one possibility that you guys didn't get, and it was
We ran into every step on the way down.
Yeah, you ran into every step on the way down. The only one you didn't get is actually the one that has the highest possibility of happening. So that's just the way it worked out on the D10. So 1 was nothing. You guys got that. 2 through 3 were Avalanche, which was the one where you're marching under an icy hill and chunks break off and fall on people who are in the middle of the marching order. Then 4 through 5 was the Thin Ice, which that was a very interesting encounter, a very classic, very classic survivalist kind of encounter that I finally got to do a take on. Yeah, where everybody, there are a couple of fail points for it, right? Because first everybody makes perception or survival to see if they notice the thin ice. Then on a fail, those who fail have to make a mobility save to avoid falling under. And then obviously once they've fallen under, then it's
both.
yeah, once they've fallen under, it's up to you guys to resolve that. So then their 6 through 7 was Whiteout, where the blizzard thickens and the visibility is obscured and your instruments go haywire, and whoever's leading the marching order you basically has to make perception or survival, or perception with disadvantage or straight survival to keep track of direction. Otherwise, you effectively lose an hour of progress. And the only one you guys didn't get was the combat encounter, which would have been the Fenrir's, which are the Fenrir's. There would have been a pack of Fenrir's, which are the T-Abyss infected dogs from Resident Evil Revelations, which was pretty interesting because I found out when I was doing research to build those stat blocks for that random encounter, that there are a couple of different kinds of Fenrir's. There was dark ones, and then there was the lighter ones. And the dark ones were basically pack leaders that could call in more Fenrir's. And they were also slightly bigger. And so I was like, oh shoot, sweet, we've got mechanics to work with. So I had fun designing them. But you guys never rolled that encounter.
So the one you spent the most time on is the one we avoided.
Yeah, well, just by not even avoided, just by dumb blind luck of rolling d10s and never rolling. Which I spent more time on it, so I gave it a higher chance of happening. So I was like, okay, it's pretty much guaranteed. It had a 30% chance of happening. It was which was one higher than most of the others. But nope, never rolled it.
10% chance of happening, nothing? Oh, we got that.
yeah, the 10% chance of nothing happening, you guys did just shot for it.
I can't even recall if I got hit by anything the entire time we were on our way, because I was in the back of the pack.
I don't know if you
did. I didn't
did.
get hit with the avalanches. I didn't get hit with the thin ice.
Yeah, you
and I think I rolled nothings.
I almost fell in the water, but I failed my check to notice it. But I jumped out of the way before I was dragged in. I remember.
Yeah, again, it's the multiple fail gates.
Yep.
Signeria almost drowns and then almost gets crushed.
Yeah.
She was really unlucky.
Well, I guess this settles that Nuria is not a wilderness person.
No. And I think the second great standoff was already evidence of that.
Yeah.
I mean, technically, though, I did take the worst of all of it, which was falling out of airplane on way in.
Yeah. Your orbit entry. Just this.
Trying to be a hero looking all badass in the back of a plane, and you threw this wild card of, oh, you fell out. Well, there you go.
I mean, you were opening the bay doors of a moving
gonna jump
plane.
anyways. The plan was to jump, but I didn't realize I was gonna fly out.
You just opened the doors to a draft. The interior pressure was different from the exterior. You got sucked out immediately, like Steven Seagal.
I'm picturing that right now too. That's literally how it happened. There he goes. The hero. Oh, he's gone.
Yeah. Which I'll say, though, that cliffhanger episode was a ton of fun to play out. I've been wanting to do that scenario for a while. And that was the kind of stuff I wish I did more of early on in the campaign, when there was lower levels and stuff like that would have been a bigger threat. But it was still neat to see you guys, with all your tools that you have now and all your options available to you, try and navigate that kind of slippery slope type survival scenario. And it was super neat.
I thought I was gonna die in that plane, frankly. I thought G and I were gonna die together.
Yeah.
I was perfectly, like, I wasn't even scared of that. I was like, I'm ready to go. I can fly. Oh wait.
Yeah. See, obviously, I was really heavily inspired by Chris Perkins' style of GMing, who really, the one shot he ran at the Descent into Avernus live show was a huge influence on that sequence. And that was
one of my favorite games that I've seen.
That's one of my favorite one shots ever since I saw that. He's such a masterclass GM. It helps that he worked on the design of the game, but his GMing abilities are all him. He's built that up over decades, all of his tricks. But he is such a good GM for just like hard mode GMing, you know, but while still making it cool and enjoyable. And that was what really showed me that kind of scenario can be done in a way that is exciting and that is intense. You know, and it's just a purely survival scenario. I thought that was super cool. I was like, that's the kind of suspense and tension that I would love to be able to build in this type of horror storytelling.
You did a good job.
Yeah, so thanks. Yeah, I was really looking forward to seeing how that played out. So then, naturally, you guys rallied your army and led them in an assault on the tower. And Your personal objective in the battle was to take out the anti-air battery, but it was guarded by a pair of fire and ice tyrants, accompanied by Farfarello hunters. So, you guys made out pretty well in that encounter, I thought.
That was pretty good.
So,
Yeah.
I should note, this was actually a last-minute placeholder encounter.
What?
There was supposed to be a much bigger boss battle here that you guys managed to subvert. But there will be more on that next week in the campaign retrospect.
We managed to subvert it.
So I had to
Pretty
replace
sure
that.
I know what you're talking about.
Replace that
Okay.
encounter
Subvert
with
it.
something else. But still, I came up once as I came up with the idea of the fire and ice tyrant. So I was like, okay, this is a pretty dope replacement.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome back. Because obviously we'd seen fire super tyrants plenty of times in canon. But I was like, okay, but what about the inverse? Okay, how about both? Since you guys are so high level now, and you could one super tyrant is no problem. It's also worth noting, first super tyrants you guys fought in the campaign.
Really?
You guys hadn't fought a single super tyrant prior to these two.
I mean, well,
you fought
Nuria has.
That's true.
Yeah,
Nuria
Nuria
has. None of you all have though.
Hey, what about me?
Nuria and Sean fought a super tyrant. I was saying that these two, the fire and ice tyrants, were the first super tyrants that you guys fought. But that's
Oh.
true. Nuria and Sean had fought a super tyrant previously, but that was not recorded.
Still
Sadly.
really wish that
You're welcome.
That episode was recorded.
I do too, in hindsight.
There was so much chaos.
You're welcome. I'm happy I was able to unleash that.
Yeah.
Without,
yeah.
like Katara.
I forgot. That was your fault. Oh, and I love how you never had to pay for it. It just came back to Nuria and Sean. Oh yeah, I do wish that one was recorded as well. That could have been an extra bonus episode. But nonetheless, from there you guys climbed the tower and fought your way through all sorts of monsters. There were a couple of highlights, of course, along the way.
Let's talk about that basement.
I was gonna say that was the first thing on the list was the Walker dialogue in the basement. That was a scene I completely didn't expect. Looking at my notes were super scarce for the first couple of levels, and especially for the basement levels. All of the missile silos, I didn't really have anything to do there, but you guys found something to do and made this whole
Kick the missile silo.
Yeah, you kicked the missiles until a scene happened. It was just some weird glitch speed
We will
run.
make it happen.
Just clip the wall and kick the missiles until something happens. But that was one of those spontaneous GMing moments where I was like, okay, something has to happen here. These guys are way too invested in this silo. And especially when you guys, when you guys started searching for stuff in the walls and started pulling out things, I was like, all right, well, Walker's just watching this all happen and he's gonna intervene at this point. But that ended up being a very, very fascinating scene, and I love that bit of dialogue that you guys got to have and exploring Walker's character a bit more. And I feel like you guys really kind of got an understanding of him. Well, I guess Lauren, with you through Mr. G, I think it became apparent that you got his character immediately in the first scene that you guys met him in, down in the basement of the Feliciano Manor.
Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah.
yeah.
Just freaking nerds everywhere. Go all nerds.
Everyone's nerds.
Everyone is nerds.
Can't just keep throwing nerds at Mr. G and hope I don't realize this.
Yeah, but that was a great dialogue, and you got to set up that conflict. Like Mel pointed out, the Magneto Professor X sort of dynamic between Katara and Walker.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was fascinating character exploration. So I'm glad that got to happen. And I guess I'll talk a little bit more about Walker as a character next time, because he was a very, very fascinating character that I put a lot of work into developing, and a lot of work into his backstory and all of that, and his history. So, there was also Blake Doyle, the infected civilian that you guys met along the way, whose story became one of the more emotionally resonant in the tower sequence.
Mhm.
And I guess
If only I had greater
Greater cleanse.
yeah,
Yeah, at the time.
yeah, it just didn't work out that way. But there were two named NPCs among the prisoners, and each were kind of set up to be a foil to the other, is how I wrote it. Because there was Blake Doyle, the Protector, is what I called him on his little NPC notes, and then there was Patrick Curry, the Coward.
The rich coward.
The rich cowards. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very recognizable archetype. Also, I got to bring in freaking what's it called? The gas station or the gas company that he worked for.
Yeah,
Stagla, yeah. The one canon Resident Evil gas company. Yeah, so there was that little tie-in, but yeah, so I kind of set them up to be kind of foils to one another. And I guess ultimately it kind of adds to that tragedy of the fact that the Protector is the one who loses his life, and it's the coward who survives. As I guess it's
any way to save him?
Greater Cleanse would have helped.
Without
Oh, get wrecked. Get wrecked.
I didn't have T3 at the time.
Yeah, Greater.
The only way to save him was the way we did.
Yep.
Yeah, there was Greater Cleanse to
Regardless
stop
of
him
whether
from
you had
getting
Greater
converted.
Cleanse.
Yeah, well,
Can we have just fed this man an herb?
herbs would
They ain't been
probably
healthy infected.
well, herbs would probably have delayed the process a little bit.
Oh yeah.
But, I would probably
Not
come
long
with some
enough.
checks,
Green,
maybe.
red, blue.
Oh, that would, if you guys did a wombo combo like that, that's actually a pretty sizable resource sacrifice. That probably, I would have given you something for that for sure.
I still feel like it paid off the way it was.
Yeah,
Oh,
the way
yeah,
the
yeah.
story turned out was incredibly, like I said, emotionally resonant, and that was very unexpected. But the alternative of what was going to happen, because I honestly didn't expect you guys to have the stomach for taking out this, this good man essentially. But yeah, that experimental liquid, obviously, that he had been brined in was a pool of G adult body fluids. And
Tasty.
yeah. So for each hour, he was rolling a DC 10 Constitution save, and he did actually make a couple of rolls. You guys didn't, yeah, but none of them failed, so it worked out well that way. But on a fail, he would turn into a G stage 2, and then once transformed, he would actually stalk the party throughout the facility, and
If he transformed.
if he
Oh,
transformed,
that's
because
so
he's a
cool.
yeah, because he would have been a stalker enemy for this facility, because once he transforms into a G creature, there are only so many ways you could kill those things for good, because otherwise they're just going to keep getting back up and in a larger and larger forms. So, but he would have had a limit. He would only be able to evolve up to G stage 4, just so he doesn't become this slow blob that you guys can easily outrun. I wanted to keep him as a stalker enemy, so he would have been capped at stage 4, which was the kind of dog-like one that prowls around. And
The lanky one?
yeah. Well, it's kind of fat, more like. It's kind of wide. It's got a bunch of teeth coming out the front. At least in the original version, it had a bunch of like eyeballs, I think, in the front in the remake. But yeah, there would have only been so many ways to stop him, which is great, because that would kind of solidify the theme of him as the stalker archetype. Basically, there were two ways that I knew of to stop that character for good. That's not to say you guys couldn't have come up with an alternative, but there were two ways that that were baked in that would have killed his G form permanently, which is obviously you guys got the RPG in the armory. If you finished him with that would have been an obliteration effect that would have killed him for good if you expended the RPG on him. Also, exposure to the manifold reactor cores would also have disintegrated him entirely.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so those were the
Yeah, but that would have
But
killed us
also
too.
us.
well, that's the
No,
thing.
no.
Yeah, if you only if you were in there with it, because there was several layers of exposure that you could do, because there was like there was the chamber where the controls are in, and then there's another chamber in there, and then within that chamber there's a door, there's a sort of seal covering the cores. So you could have lured him in and then enclosed him in that inner chamber and then closed the door on that. It was basically how you killed the regenerator in Dead Space sort of scenario. Yeah, you would have had to do that to him on that floor.
So I guess that answers my question then that I had for the reactors.
Oh, you were wondering about that?
I was wondering about the reactors because of how it was, how they were presented, but I wanted to know whether or not it would have been possible to snag one of them somehow.
I will say, yeah, they were specifically set up in this instance that it would not have been possible to snag one.
Okay.
Yeah, because they were active, and once they were set in this position to start powering the facility, they couldn't really be powered back down. And as we saw with Enyo, they're essentially this like renewable power resource that just continues to gradually grow in energy, and in the case of Enyo, to the point of instability. But when they had these two here, they kind of offset it a little bit, and not to mention, it was in a little bit more stable of a form, but also not so stable that you could just power it back down once it's set in place. So these were just constantly emitting energy and wouldn't have really been able to be taken away. But it could have been a resource that you could have used if you needed to kill something instantly. You could just lure it inside that chamber and trap them in and then expose them to the core, which this would have been the main thing that would have been able to fit and needed to be destroyed entirely if you let it get to the point that he transformed.
Finally, Elliot gave in your Xbox.
You say Yeats Walker?
Yeats Walker into the core room.
I mean, that would have killed him instantly.
If we can get him down there.
But his gloves.
Yeah, you would have lost all his
We
loot.
would have taken his. We would have taken his stuff, right? And then there could have been Chauncey that came up with just, "Can you fly?" And then
Just kick him in.
push him down the stairs, and then just continue to push him down the stairs.
Just bully him down.
I just like the idea that it was toss him like Chauncey did. This was a possibility. I did toss him a few times.
Yeah.
So anyway, naturally, on the 21st floor, as you moved on from there, you discovered Archaea's fate and battled the security systems of that room to end her suffering and give her closure. So what did you all think of this ending for Archaea?
Bro,
Very somber.
that was
Pretty
that was
much.
awesome.
It was very
that whole-
thematically, like, it was exactly, I think, what needed to happen.
Yeah, it was what I pictured was deserved.
Yep.
Like, and in the whole arc of things, like it made sense.
Yeah, that ended up on quite a somber note, and I knew that was going to be a hard-hitting moment just from all the emotional investment that went into it. Right, I was talking about how much of an emotional investment Kevin had in freeing Aiden, and this was even more so, to the nth degree. So, yeah, and obviously unveiling that visual of her basically chained to this room and the severed from in half with all these tubes feeding into her. That was actually really satisfying to hear Mel his initial reaction to that, because you were saying like it was just like, as a body horror fan, you're like talking about how cool you thought that was. You're like, Clive Barker would be proud. I was like, oh snap,
yeah.
that's high praise.
Oh yes, like and then like just the implementation of flesh and tech all together. Just
Oh, yeah.
like
Yeah, one
Oh.
that very wrong synthetic feel about it, right?
mhm.
That it's almost kind of like cyberpunkish in a way, of that kind of grimy, just not right mesh between body and mechanisms and all that.
Oh yeah, that was that. I was sitting around and when that was all explained, I just had this big grin on my face because I was just like, "That is so messed up, but this is so cool. Let's go."
Yeah, that was the idea. It was super dark and super messed up, and it definitely was effective for getting you guys riled up about dealing some justice there.
That was the one room that defeated Chauncey because he could not do anything except for attack a piece of glass.
That was the one room that defeated Mr. G over here.
Yeah,
I mean, a lot of things
Hey,
defeated him.
Muriel.
yeah.
Yup, and
The only one who
I-
who really emerged triumphant from this room was Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin had to carry the party. I don't think Mr. G realized he could have hacked all those terminals and stuff.
I was so sad. Just Katara's just running through. Hey, here's a pressure bomb. Please stop. Stop.
Yeah, I probably
Hey, Neria, do you like lasers?
You like lasers, Daria?
I
You
probably
did say
could have
you did say
communicated
there
a
was
few
like
things better to have you guys understand the sort of dynamics. 'Cause like I said, Mr. G was supposed to have been able, Mr. G or Kevin could have hacked any of the mechanical stuff. And Chauncey could have just gone full bore against the glass, and that would have also been very helpful and do
Katara
serious
could have
damage
hacked
there.
too.
That's true.
You could have
Katara
helped me with the glass.
that's true.
Katara-
You could have dealt explosive damage as well. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I didn't want to waste any of the explosives.
I know, like I said earlier, though, like this was, for me personally, it was a gauntlet for Chauncey. Like and everybody I feel had their own gauntlet in here. But like I was tested emotionally, and then physically, and emotionally, and physically, and emotionally, like the whole way, full bore through this entire tower.
Yeah.
And it even at the end, it felt like somebody else is walking out of this perfectly fine, but then we had to rush out. it was good. I liked it though.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, I think this is the moment where Walker finally started taking Kevin seriously.
Oh
Like
yeah.
before this moment, he probably dismissed Kevin as, "Oh, this guy? Well, he's nothing. I killed his father. He's nobody. He's an engineer. What's he good at?" And then I just destroy everything he's worked on up to this point.
Oh yeah. It was at that
Oh,
point.
that felt good.
It was at that point he decided Kevin's got to die. But
Yep.
he didn't end up succeeding on that. So that brings us then,
Somehow.
and I'll unveil more. Yeah, obviously you guys got a lot of exposition from there. You guys got access to the records of the Archaea blood samples and whatnot. And I'll probably go into greater detail about the deal that Emil struck with the Manifold in the campaign wrap up last week and what led up to that, and give a little bit more background about what happened to Archaea in between all that. But yeah, that brings us to the actual final battle. So let's break down that encounter. You guys had done a fair amount of planning and strategy and tactics in the chat leading up to that 1 week of prep that you guys had.
Oh yeah, we didn't want to mess this up, man.
And none of us stuck to it at all.
I
we planned for a long time. Let's not do this. That was what it was at the end. I mean, we got lucky. I feel like we got lucky, but not in the way we planned it to be. Like I mean, literally the nat 20 roll against the control device pivoted that whole fight.
Oh yeah.
Katara ending up negating the control helped, and then disarming him of his weapons. Like that literally defeated him. There was not much left. He was just fighting with scraps.
Oh yeah, he just had his crafted items to go off of after that.
Yeah.
You know, one of the main things that I was very happy about that I stated before was just we were all talking about stuff, and I was like, so we know this man's gonna have legendary actions. We need him to waste those immediately.
Or like with the resistances.
Or yeah, the resistances. Yeah, we need him to waste those immediately. And oh yes,
yeah, and that's part of the tactics in 5th edition that you have to take into account when you're doing big boss battles, is those legendary resistances, right? Because a lot of people are quick to strategize about, it's like, okay, what can we make them save against that could just shut them down? But it's just like, oh, if you got resistances, you got to worry about running those out first.
Which I think it was like
a little bit of a continuation of from what Troy said about like Elliot realized, like, seeing Kevin as a threat. I don't even know if Elliot knew Neria's name.
I don't even know who you are.
Like,
like,
Kill
who
that
even
one.
Are you? Why are you here? It's like, you just kind of came along for the ride, like, oh yeah, roped into this now. Cool, let's go to a tower, I guess. Like,
We found her in the
never,
ice.
like a presence at all.
see, I feel like it was who is this person, and then the buffs come out. But the thing is, and I always like to say, I still feel like Walker thought we were still taking him as a joke, because I always like to state we came in there drugged up, running through the door, while Walker's over there like, are you kidding me?
Like that trailer scene for not Endgame, Infinity War, where all the heroes are running through the
yeah.
That was us going through the door. Boom.
Yeah.
That's what he sees. Like, oh shit, this is bad news. But a question I have for you: if Chauncey was controlled, would he have been set after to kill Kevin first as well?
Yeah, Kevin would have been priority 1 for mind control people.
Oh, he'd have been dead.
Yeah, that was the idea. Well, it probably would have been a lot of people would have been dead if Chauncey got mind controlled for any extended period of time. That would have been
kind of pictured the battle between me and Katara until Katara got controlled as well. That would have been crazy fight.
Oh,
Literally,
yeah.
like
Well,
it would have been Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
And that's what was a huge concern, was because I realized there was a number of different ways the battle could have gone. You guys ultimately did pretty darn good. But yeah, a good part of was rolling
About as good as we could have done.
Yeah, about as good as he could have done. Only 1 casualty ain't bad. But yeah, a good part of that was rolling good at the right times. And that basically just came down to the luck of the rolls, right? That nat 20 against the mind control on Chauncey, and, getting Katara out out of mind control before very long. Because that was
pretending to still be under mind control.
Yeah.
Poorly, I might add.
Both of you.
Yes, both of us poorly acted.
No, she's still mind controlled. Papa, come back here, you scum. I love Walker's reaction to how you made him react to that. Just that robotic, echoey sound of what in the.
Yeah, that was great. That was a great little comic moment in the middle of that big whole epic battle. But yeah, like I said, it turned out about as well as you guys could have done, because the huge challenge that perhaps not everyone thinks about when it comes to like domination effects is, it's like, yeah, you guys are at this point now where you could easily subvert them. However, that's also with the understanding that he's basically running your action economy to do that, right? So it's just and that's what you're losing. You're losing damage, and you're losing a lot of other options if you're focused on just getting a character back, essentially. And so if he succeeded at 2 mind controls, that would have set you guys back enough where the numbers might have been irrecoverable. But that nat 20. So yeah, that was clutch. And obviously you guys went in with a good set of buffs, first of all. That obviously
Pretty decent set of buffs.
Nuria had spent a long time crafting, and was saving up super stingy, super stingy, but it paid off when you got to buff everyone all at once.
Yeah.
Although in proper Resident Evil fashion, you still had plenty left over, I think, by the end of it. Because at the end of a Resident Evil game, your chest is always full of stuff that you're like, I'm saving it. I'm going to use it at some point. And then you get to the final boss and you're like, you get to the final boss and you never have enough time to use all of your resources on the final boss. They just die and you're like, well, shoot. I could have used all these Magnum rounds on zombies.
Mm-hmm. Oh, man. And then, we had all of those buffs. The rolls were good when they were good. And then, we got to a moment where it became clutch hours even more.
Oh yeah,
and
it got down to the wire.
2 people got frozen for almost the rest of the battle, and I was like, oh no.
Troy is still traumatized by that.
Yeah,
that was so rough.
Oh
and
yeah.
I was like, oh man, what can we do? I was like, the first time it happened with Katara seeing them and then her going supernova.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you got to reveal your A-Act transformation for the first time. That was pretty epic. You'd been saving that for a while.
So my original thought process on using that was originally going to be in the event anybody may have fallen off of the tower, but then I remembered there's that globe there that was around, so it was like they may not fall all the way, but I had a whole thing set for if somebody fell off, she would have been like and then go through, fly down, grab them and bring them back, and then there was in my mind where if it was Chauncey, but if Chauncey had knocked off Elliot, I had this thing in my head where she would have ran off, jumped down, grabbed Chauncey, and would have continued down the entire way for Chauncey to just start lighting this dude up all the way down to the bottom.
Just so you don't feel like it was wasted, I thought the same thing, except for not the flying catching me part. I already planned on taking his ass off the roof and messing him up while we were falling. That was my plan. Until I tossed him and he just landed. Or no, we both went down and just landed on this little thing. I was like, oh no, we ain't falling to the ground. This isn't good. That was my thought. I was like, oh, I'm just taking him off the roof. That's the only way we're winning this right now, is somebody's got to take him off the roof. I took him off the roof and we only flopped down a little bit. I was like, oh no. there was a DM gate here. We not falling. He knew I would. So that's why I persisted to continue to throw him back off the roof.
Yes.
This is the best thing I can do at the moment to save ammo. Toss him off the roof.
At that point, Chauncey was just being a big bully.
Oh,
so I will say this too. Did you guys see that comment on the final battle when it went up on YouTube? Let me see if I can bring it up here. From Brad Holfer. Now, this guy was catching up with the series, keeping up with the series as it was coming out as VODs on YouTube, and he actually left a comment on a lot of the different episodes. But he made this observation that I wanted to include because I'm not sure how many of you saw it. I was like, it's so true. He said, in the end, Walker, who had been bullied all his life, died like he'd lived, getting bullied. Chauncey
Literally.
stole his toys and threw him off a roof twice. Then he climbed back on the roof only for the Raccoon Survivor Rangers to blast his butt to dust. I almost feel bad for the guy. He literally could not win, even in death.
This is true.
Yep.
Just straight
so glad other
bullied.
people picked that up.
Just straight bullied by Chauncey. I'm like, yeah, that's a fair observation. In the end, he just got bullied again.
When he said, "Let's see what you can really do," and then I smacked that device out of his hands, it was game over for him. I was like, all right, this is what I can really do. And like, I feel like I went supernova, but not a supernova. I unleashed what I could, and I just tried to use every possible thing I could to defeat him. So it was like steal his stuff, throw him off the roof, blast him as many times as I could. I'll just focus on him while everybody else is trying to focus on getting that laser going, because someone could end it.
You know what? I feel like the moment where I'm like, okay, this is over. He's done. The moment where he accidentally blasted himself with a stun grenade.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fight definitely turned on him by that point. Yeah, that was that. You guys didn't quite 3-round him, but yeah, like I said, a lot of that went in your guys' favor, and it could have very easily couldn't have. Now that it's of course not to ignore the fact that he put up one heck of a fight. You guys were rough by the end of it.
Oh yeah.
And well, Mr. G was straight up dead, so that's about as rough
Straight
as
up.
it gets.
Straight up.
His face is fucked up.
Oh
How
yeah,
many rounds did it go?
13 rounds.
Okay, so almost 3 rounds per person again. No, we were technically correct.
There's
We
10
did
more
under 3 round him
Yeah.
each.
10 more rounds than 3 rounds.
3 more rounds per
We still
Yeah.
got a 3 in there though.
It's true. You
3
did get a
rounds
3.
per person. We got him under 3 rounds per
And it only
person.
took
We win.
3 rounds to like get rid of that electrical cable. I think.
Oh yeah.
That was
So,
3 rounds.
If the
I think it
upload
took us 3 rounds to figure out that you just had to tap the Y key on the keyboard.
First world problems.
Walk up, hit Y. Oh, we could have all done this.
So if you guys didn't sever that cable or didn't break the upload, do you want to know how that would have played out?
I want to know before that is how much longer would it have taken
Taking what?
for the upload? For the
Well,
upload
that's what
to
I'm getting.
happen?
That's what I'm getting here.
Oh, okay.
It would have happened. So it basically would have added a countdown clock to the fight in the same way, kind of like you had for the Aiden fight at the Ares facility. So round 1, which you guys actually got this description because this was round 1. Round 1, the building quakes. Below you can see spires branching off from the main tower, rearranging themselves, moving along the side until all the spires are bundled together on the back end. And then Enyo comes in saying, consciousness upload at 99.9%. And this is, of course, Project Titan essentially coming into being. And then at round 5, never got to this point, at round 5, the building shudders violently. Over the ledge, segments of the tower's side detach and gradually extend outward, as if gargantuan arms are coming to form. The ground below you quakes. You feel your balance shift as the entire structure feels as though it's rising in height. Then you gotta make a DC 15 strength save or be knocked prone. And then Enyo would say consciousness upload at 99.95%. And then at round 10, Elliot Walker's body goes limp and falls to the ground. The lower half of the tower extends into 4 spider-like legs, as the upper half extends into 4 immense arms with 3 fingers each. The missiles launch from their silos on the Titan's back, as Enyo announces that consciousness upload is at 100%. And basically, if it gets to that point, then it's game over.
Oh,
So we had
game
10
over?
rounds to kill him. Yeah, because
Yeah.
he would have killed everybody.
Yeah,
We had
basically.
10 rounds to remove him from the cable.
Essentially,
Not
yeah.
just to kill him. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's that.
Of course.
That's how it would have played out.
I'm glad Kevin got to do that to him. Like, once again, thwarted by the little guy.
Kevin
Okay,
the underdog.
To be fair, it was immediately Katara that said, "Target that fucking cable
True.
now."
And I was like, okay.
And it was just straight up target cable, bada, 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 and Walker over here like, stop.
And I'm pretty
you guys-
sure I put a butt ton of rounds into that cable, just so you guys know.
Oh yeah,
I
that was
attacked
a
that
concerted.
cable, too.
That was a concerted team effort. You guys
Yeah.
actually, that was a very dynamic fight. Obviously, there are a lot of different elements to it. So, and you guys actually played to the objectives really strongly. Like, you knew to target that cable. You didn't even get to the round 5 warning. So, yeah, you guys knew to target that cable immediately. You guys weren't about to put up with the Titan.
So
No.
here's the question. Now, in recent times when we've been fighting bosses, I've started keeping track of health.
All right. You want to know about Walker's stats?
I want to know what that health is too.
Yeah, Walker was pretty beefy. Let me bring up.
Also, do you know how much health he had remaining before we blasted him?
I don't remember. I told you guys the night of, but I don't remember anymore. I don't have.
I think
written
you
down
said it was
anywhere.
really close.
It was
I
low.
feel like I could have finished him, but I wanted that whole team victory.
Yeah,
And
it
we
was
were
less
all
than.
getting back up, so I was like, "Oh, we'll go here."
It was less than 50. That's for sure.
Yeah. I could have punked him.
Yeah, he had 1,000 hit points even.
I knew it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
AC 20, but you know he could make modifications to that. Obviously, he could shield and also throw minions into the path using his body block reaction. So yeah, he was a ton of fun. I started Elliot Walker's build, and his stat block was one of the earliest things I started working on in this campaign, and one of the last things I finished as it evolved over the course of the campaign. Yeah, so he was pretty interesting, but I really had a very specific flavor in mind for him. You know, obviously he's kind of like a cyberpunk post-human type of character, and I wanted to play specifically to this idea of not only a caster villain in Resident Evil context, but also a summoner villain, right? A characteristically summoner, where his thing is control, and his thing is controlling people and controlling monsters specifically. So I made sure he had a layer action where he could have an influx of minions that he can control in order to use in various ways along the battlefield. So he had some pretty fun options, and he was actually pretty dope to run. But evidently weak against Chauncey. Chauncey was just too strong.
I had a feeling it was 1,000 because at one point I stopped keeping track once I hit 852. I was like, wait a minute. He's not dead. And I was like, I might have done something wrong. But I was like, you know what? No, I feel like we're close. Let's just keep going.
He was one tough cookie. Yeah.
He may have been resistance against my bullets, but he was not resistance against my persistence.
That he was not. He was not resistant against Chauncey's sheer wrestling muscles as you threw him about.
And I was trying to get him to go into his own shock trap there too, like to go save Mr. G. I was like, oh, I'll just get him to go shock trap. That was one of the goals. And then like we had that moment where it's like, we don't know if we'll succeed. So I debated on jumping off the edge to get him to follow me for his gauntlets. And then I was just going to hold him onto the shock tower part. So like I would effectively give the team enough time to prepare. And I was like, I will hold him on that little force field thing. I'll just hold him there. I'll take that shock damage the whole time. I don't care. And then we ended up finishing him anyways. But I was just like, that was one of the thoughts was I can't outrun him, but I can divert him into this area.
Yeah.
So I'm also curious. Now, obviously, the team is never going to let him get away. But if he were to get on that elevator and head down, would he have escaped, or do you think our teams down below would have just saw Walker and went, "All right, kill box"? Like,
to be fair, there would have still been a lot of monsters running around there, and he could have controlled any one of them. And also, he didn't necessarily have to go down to the first floor. He could have made as many stops along the way as he needed. He could have made self repairs, and he could have restocked on his gear. So he could have reasonably gotten away.
He only needed to get down to those labs that were right below.
Essentially, yeah.
that's true.
Where we smashed everything?
Where he had all of his tools.
Where we smashed everything, though?
Where he had all of his tools.
Again, everybody was like, "Oh, you don't have to worry about doing this," and I destroyed all his stuff. It's like, your stuff sucks. Oh, don't destroy everything. No, I'm destroying everything. This guy deserves to have nothing. Also, I do have a question. Did we figure out what we did with the fish?
I
It
think
was in
they were
Nuria's
figured-
flask.
yeah.
And I keep taking Neria put them in a flask. She took them with her, and now they're in a tank in the apartment.
Okay.
But that's only after one of them died of asphyxiation.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Suffocated on air.
What? No, that's not canon. They both survived. I don't have names for them yet, though.
Yeah, his two pet goldfish. Yeah, which that was an interesting little bit. You guys got to see into his living quarters. And perhaps, there'll be more on that when we discuss his character next time.
Oh, wait, the goldfish is at the apartment?
Yep.
You guys got the goldfish. I got the skull.
Hell yeah, we got pet goldfish.
Liberated the goldfish.
The one thing that Chauncey did not want to destroy, though, was the goldfish. Like, he looked at him like, "Nah, I'm good." Destroyed his entire room, just wrecking everything. Looked at the goldfish, was like, "All right."
Just saw their derpy little, just like...
Put them in a flask, like, I'll take these home.
At least if we would have left the goldfish there, they would have died instantly.
It's true.
No.
It would have been a painless death.
No goldfish left behind.
So, that was the climactic final battle of the campaign. Very well fought. Very intense, actually. Got pretty down to the wire. But ultimately, you guys put a pretty good beating on the would-be ruler of the world. So, and brought his story to a crashing end. And that was, the MLC item was a bit of a last-minute addition. But that was kind of came out of me trying to figure out a way. Because obviously the RPG final boss climax is a bit of a tradition in Resident Evil. But there have been some notable, exceptions. There have been, like, the Magnum finisher is another alternative that they use sometimes. And also, in Resident Evil 3, they kind of had, like, a Magnum laser cannon combination. So...
Yeah.
I wanted to do something specifically for a final boss battle that forced the entire party to work together and let everybody take credit for the final rocket, essentially. And so that was kind of where the inspiration for that came from. And I think that worked out really well. It was just a big cannon that took an entire party to operate. So...
Thankfully, it didn't take the whole party, though.
True. It's fair. You guys were -1. But after defeating Walker, naturally, you got dope loot, which has been distributed among the party now. 3 items of artifact level rarity. For those who got them, are you guys interested in discussing them, or are we going to save that for the next time you boot up these characters?
Was the what were they?
what were they?
There was the gloves.
There's
you
the
said
gauntlets. There's the gauntlets.
Yeah, I'm excited.
The
for
suit
Neria's
jacket.
Gauntlets.
Those are the only two you know about so far.
Wait, what?
Suit jacket.
Yeah, the jacket. We did take the jacket. Yeah, and we took the gauntlets, and we've
You said there
given
was
the
3?
gauntlet. Yeah, there's a third out there.
There's a third.
The skull?
Well, I don't know. I don't have. I don't know
Okay,
what it
so can I say if it's an item I have, go ahead and say it because I don't remember it.
Well, I will say
it's anybody else's
you
item?
guys read documentation as you guys were going up the tower about how Walker has modified himself, and the idea was to give you guys a little bit of a glimpse of what kind of things to look for that you could take that are of use.
Correct.
And obviously the gauntlets and the jacket were the obvious ones because those were very exterior, but
So the skull is one.
not in and of itself.
Implants inside the skull.
I mean, just like what? His eyes?
Is
You
it
give
in our
Chauncey his eye?
journal? Is it in
So
our
wait,
journal?
is it
Let me look this up.
is it an item that was taken from this place?
Yeah, you guys have all three of them
The
in your
goldfish!
possession.
The goldfish! Yeah, the goldfish! You didn't even know!
Turns out they
Is it in our journals?
Yeah, all the
shark dogs. They transform into shark dogs.
all of the files, that you guys found should be in your journals.
Okay, I'm getting in the journal because I feel like I'm missing something.
Oh boy, I need
What are
to
we
get
forgetting?
Now, this is just a ploy to get us all to get on the roll 20 one last time. That's what this is.
All right, hold up. There's got to
Is it
be.
the Archaea blood?
No,
No,
that's not an
no.
artifact level item.
Yeah, that's not an artifact level item.
It's not the
What-
Enyer module.
Wait a minute,
The Enyer oh wait, the Enyer module 2.0?
No.
Oh.
A minute. Okay, hold on. No.
It's still just a
Ah,
legendary
hey,
item.
there's Neria. How you
there's
doing? Oh, hey, there's
one.
Katara.
Great, now everybody's on roll 20,
Except for me.
Oh my god.
except for me as
We
well.
should put this suit jacket on Enyer.
No, but Mr.
I
G
have-
took the suit jacket and left the country.
Oh.
Okay, hold on.
Gauntlets.
So the gauntlets are here. The Ennio module's there. Attached case of water. What?
Well, I mean the item
we
isn't.
don't have any
yeah,
items.
The item isn't in your journal yet because you haven't discovered
Oh.
it yet. I'm just saying
So it
all
is
of-
the skull.
all of the files, the file in which it is indicated is in your journal, is what I was saying.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is it? Wait a minute.
What is it?
Wait a minute.
It's his eyes. He has special eyes.
But do
Wait,
we,
modification.
so
wait.
we haven't found it out
Modification
then.
log.
Your characters haven't, no, yeah. Well, evidently you guys haven't either, but yeah.
Yeah, it's the skull
I'm gonna
then.
search.
Because that
I'm
was
gonna
his
search for
modification, was
research
the
projects.
alloy coating. On his skull alloy coating. So we do have the skull. We have to figure something out with that, boys.
It's something in the skull because it's not the skull itself.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. That's the piece of the puzzle we're missing. So we
There's
did
nothing
take
in the
the
research project.
skull.
It's gotta be the alloy. It's gotta be the alloy.
It's the rotten
coating.
egg.
It's a stupid rotten egg. Did we ever even use that thing?
Nope.
We have one.
Yeah, I think you guys still have one rotten egg.
1,000-year rotten egg.
We didn't kill him with it. That's
Imagine him walking away, and that's the final kill. Just
Rotten egg.
take a rotten egg.
there's still a meal.
Yo, oh, that's
You guys
true.
about to rotten egg a meal?
Yep,
Yo,
that's
somebody
what
give
we're
me a
doing.
rotten egg.
It's still at the base.
So that's something we have to figure out. Is something to do with the. It has to be with
And
the.
then, yeah, it's got to be the skull. It's got to be the
Skull, yeah.
coating. It's got to be the coating of the skull.
It's either his eyes or his
Something that we
brain.
can
Yeah.
we can reverse engineer into making.
And it's
Whatever.
it's literally sitting as a mount on the stand in the war room. Like, okay, so description of the skull. It's just the skull though, not like
It's-
the eyes that are in it.
Yeah, the eyes are kind of damaged. Not really too much usable there.
Oh, okay. I just figured. I just imagined he was vaporized in just this metal skull, just the skull, just bouncing around on the ground.
Mhm.
I was not imagining the eyes actually still being there at all.
I wasn't either,
Not.
but I'm saying like that's the only thing that I could think of that was added into.
Yeah,
his...
that was the only three things we left with.
Yeah.
Well, because like the only things that were adjusted in his that I can remember, not looking at the looking back and reading the files, where he had his eyes were augmented and his brain was augmented, but like we're not touching that.
Well, that because he got a
Maybe
neural
this is
implant.
how Katara, like, this helps Katara reverse engineer the consciousness upload? Like something with his skull?
Well, you guys have
She
that
can
found.
replicate that?
You guys figured that out even without touching the skull.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah,
is,
it
it
has to
something,
be-
is this something that Katara could take and then just do research projects on with some people?
certainly.
So we know the question was the three items.
Hey.
So we do know that the three items are the skull, the jacket, and the gauntlets. Correct?
Should I just tell you guys?
It's in the skull. It's in the
Oh.
skull.
Yeah. But he said we left with three items. That was the only thing is we left with three items.
Yeah,
which is
three
the skull,
artifact
the
level
jacket,
items.
and- yeah.
Yeah.
We don't know what the third is. He literally
And
said
gold.
we have not figured out what the third one is. We just know that there's two of them that we have stat cards for.
So I wanna ask what this is, but
Will
I
it
also
I'll
affect
say-
the future?
I will say. I could just tell you guys because somebody has already correctly guessed
Uh-oh.
in this over the course of this discussion.
Say who guessed it. Say who said it.
It's put an eye on Chauncey's face.
What?
What is it really my eye modification
No.
after all this time? Okay.
No, it
So
is,
who
no, yeah. Mel correctly guessed it at one point.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
So
Was it?
it is the alloy.
No.
It is not the alloy.
Oh. Because Mel
Mel, what else
all
did
did
you
say the
say?
alloy.
He did. He
Goldfish?
did. Yeah, he did say that.
I said the goldfish.
I think we've all said the goldfish at this point.
I said the goldfish.
So-
Brenny,
here's the
Brenny
thing.
said the goldfish too.
Did he? Oh, he did.
so here's the thing. I'm sure we all want to know what this is. However, is this still something that can come up in the game?
Yeah, it will definitely be something that takes some work to implement. So that might be something that, well, we'll have further discussions on when the next time you're going to be playing these characters are. But this could be definitely something that Katara can play into over her next downtime and whatnot.
Oh yes.
If you want to try and figure this thing out.
But how am I gonna bring this
Did you
in?
say?
How am I gonna bring this in the character? Because
How are you going to get it from Chauncey?
how am I gonna bring this in the character? Because no, I know how I can bring it in the character because of the stuff that I'm working on.
How you gonna get it from
Just tell
Chauncey?
Mel what it was.
That's the question he asked. I want to know this.
Did you just tell Mel what it was? Oh, that's torture.
What?
Yeah. But the thing is, I'm holding on to it and I have no clue. How you gonna figure this out?
I mean,
Let's
listen,
RP
you're,
this out right now. How
listen,
you gonna figure
you're
it out?
easy to
Chauncey?
talk to. You're easy to talk to. It's okay. It's
Do you
just-
remember what happened on the last episode? I drove off into no man's land. Nobody knows where I'm going. Good luck.
Oh, we'll find
Oh,
we'll,
not the BSAA. Just sneak
He's
in.
coming
find
back.
you somewhere.
I'm on vacation, boys.
We'll find you somewhere.
Driving across the Midlands. I got a skull
So
in the
if
passenger
you
seat.
tell us what it is, will we not be able to replicate this in the thing?
It's. I think it's overall fine if I just tell you guys who it is, or what
Okay,
it
yeah,
is. But it's
yeah.
it's just fun seeing you guys guess. Unless you guys would like the satisfaction of trying figuring it out entirely on your own.
I
Mel,
mean,
what
it's
did
going to
you
be a
say?
while. We'll forget by then. So please tell us.
Rethink all your suggestions.
Rethink all my suggestions. Well, all I said was it has to be it has to be something with the coding that we can reverse engineer into through like a research project or whatever.
It's close. You mentioned it very briefly in passing, but the neural implant.
Oh, the neural implant.
Yeah, that is the final and quite possibly the most powerful of the 3 artifact level items that you guys have gotten, because it's through his neural implant that basically a majority of his powers worked through.
What does that mean?
So does it benefit Chauncey?
In theory, it could benefit anybody,
Okay, you can have the skull. Let's go.
but again, it's something that'll take some work to implement, because it's obviously it's a neural implant. You got to get it into your brain.
I wasn't saying it's going to be put into me. I just want to know if it was possible to benefit. If it is, then it's okay. It'll benefit everybody. Do it.
I think I know what I would want to do some work on then.
So now that we've established that, because you guys, I had no problem waiting for this. But, you guys didn't figure it out in the final episode itself. But
I just took it as a trophy. I'm sorry, guys.
I literally just thought it was just because I was like, oh yeah, that's his
trophy.
That was from no, it was the brain case didn't get incinerated because of the alloy that he put on. I was like, okay, like that makes sense that would have been one of the few things that survived, because basically just replaced his brain case. And that's all I got. I was like, oh, that makes sense.
Yeah,
and that was it.
I'm glad it did make sense and didn't feel like a kind of shoe-in for preserving an item.
Well, because when the only thing that didn't make sense was why the shirt was left. Because
That's also
true.
true.
If that's what it took, because obviously it wasn't in terms of items. I was like, it was reversed for me as opposed to like, oh yeah, give him this goal so that to preserve an item. I was like, he's just giving us that.
Yeah, you're
that
just
shirt because
after the explosion,
that skull makes sense. But why the hell is he giving us that shirt? It's just an item. Okay, fine.
You were just distracted by the refrigerator flying through the air. All right. Well, we need to wrap up. It's getting late. So
Yeah.
that's the final battle. You guys brought your characters to their respective endings. Obviously, Kevin had a rather wholesome ending, reestablishing ties and seeking Aiden's pardon unsuccessfully. Obviously, Mr. G died in the final battle against Walker and went full into the Scorpion identity upon his arrival. And I guess we could talk about that more last time, what all led up to that decision, because that's probably something to do with his overall character arc.
Yeah.
And really something that had been building up for a long time, so that could be more on that next time.
Because that is something that I have been planning for a long time.
Oh yeah,
Not in that exact way, but
yeah. And then Katara got official approval from President Benford and enlisted into the BOW countermeasure force. So that was just a little bit of, for me trying to give, because I talked about that earlier, the idea of Katara as a tragic hero is how I've always seen her, right? Who will basically, by virtue of what she has to do, she will never really be fully publicly recognized for all the good she's done. So this was my way of basically giving Katara a little bit of a happy ending without breaking the world, essentially, right? Or it's just like she's gotten a quiet acknowledgement from the president and a full pardon when it comes down to it, but with the understanding that it's just like, we're not associated with you, but we can call on you when we need it. Yeah, officially we're not associated with you.
It's so cool because it's like Katara's like, yo, I can go on excursions with my sis.
Yeah, she hooked you up.
Yes.
She put in a good word with her boss.
She about to have another sis soon.
Yo, that's true.
That'll get confusing though.
We got 2 sets of triplets of danger.
Oh no. So
We got the Clancy
Another
triplets
trio.
and now the Oswald triplets.
So, and obviously, then of course, Katara delved into some pretty massive science projects that we got some teasers of. And Aiden also got an ending in the midst of all this. That was something that was important to me, was to give Aiden a whole ending section amidst the finale, where he got to say his goodbyes to Chauncey and disappear into the wind. So that was nice to give him somewhat happy closure, since at first I had no plans of him surviving this story arc. I wanted to make sure he had some good closure, since you guys really went out of your way to change all that. So thank you for getting my boy through.
A boy blue.
So, and then of course Chauncey was quite busy changing things up. Now officially the director of the BSAA, of the North American branch. So you did all sorts of research projects. I still haven't gotten you the things for that, but I'll get to that later.
No, take your time. I don't have to worry about murdering anything till next session.
I've already written them. I just haven't gotten them to you.
That's fine.
So
till next session. Just drop a gift whenever you're ready. Just put them in there and then not tell me until I load in and be like, oh, stats.
Yeah. Well, you can already get the Gatling gun in the items book, the items PDF that everybody has. It's in there.
Yeah.
And
also, that's in-game Chauncey coming.
Yeah.
Boys.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be ludicrous endgame Chauncey.
I won't be kicking doors. I'll just be shooting them off.
You're just shredding doors into pulp with your Gatling gun.
Is it possible to produce two?
No. Legendary item. You only get one of those.
Just walking in dual wielding Gatling guns like that best picture of Chauncey so far in the Hero Forge.
Oh yeah.
Gatling gunned up. Got two on his back and two in his hands, is rocking shit.
So then, of course, Chauncey did get the final scene of the campaign. And you and I actually collaborated a little bit on that, because I had the idea at first to give the final scene to Chauncey. And it's interesting, because I feel like, and in my observation, this does sometimes happen, because I often say RPGs are, they're not like films that have a definitive lead. They're a bit of an ensemble, right? But oftentimes it works out that there emerges a kind of lead within the ensemble just because of the personalities of the players and the way they attract attention to themselves and the role that their character plays within the narrative. Like, I feel like in the first campaign of Critical Role, like, Vax could be argued to be the central character of the campaign, the main protagonist, if there ever was one. But yet it is still very much an ensemble. There's no one character that you could say is a definitive lead, and if you could latch on to any of them. But I feel like Chauncey was as close as we got, really, to a central character of this party, just because he played that leader role. And so I realized it was kind of natural to give him the final closure scene. And so, yeah, we'd kind of discussed that a bit, and when you'd come up with the idea of how you wanted to play it out as well, of him driving off into the sunset. And I guess the implication, would you say the implication is that Chauncey is somewhat fated to be fighting forever?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to, I guess, answer it.
I mean, if like the way you worded that just makes me imagine Chauncey as Big Boss, because first off, he has only one eye. and he's basically a war hero at this point.
Yeah. I mean, Chauncey's the man now.
So, are you asking, like, am I the official leader of the group?
No, I was asking, like, is with the ending, the way you set it up with him driving off into the sunset, I was just wondering if you saw that as him being fated to fight forever, because it was kind of just like the place that you left him parked at was moving on to the next thing, right? Like getting ready for whatever comes next.
yeah, you don't know whether I'm just going to the grocery store or gonna go kill something. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's that right off into the sunset moment, like Mad Max almost, where he comes in, he fights the battle. When it's done, he just leaves. He's like
that man from
nomad,
nowhere.
but he still has a home. So he's not leaving the home. He's doing something you just don't know. And I feel like it was like leading up, and I jokingly say this: you're welcome to everybody. I do feel like I personally have tried to influence players and their characters to doing certain things to kind of branch themselves out. And this was like Chauncey's way of feeling like he's done his job. Now he can be done. He could be done for good. And I'd be happy with it. He didn't die. He is alive, but he could be doing something extreme out there or doing something pathetic. You just don't know with him. He's moved on to the next thing, but at the same time, this is still his home. This is where he belongs.
Yeah, a little bit of ambiguity. And it was very important to me that it ended on that kind of sunrise moment, because not too many people catch on to this, but there are a lot of traditions and trends within Resident Evil. And one of them is that the games always end on a sunrise. And I always wondered, why that was, why it was never going off into the sunset, which is the classic trope. But with Resident Evil, I feel like that's thematic, right? Because the games take place during the night. They're horror stories, but ultimately there's a kind of catharsis with Resident Evil stories where, you fight through the night, and it's survival horror. It's pure survival horror. So your goal is to survive. But at the end of the day, or at the end of the night, the sun rises, and it kind of ends on a note of hopefulness as you go off into the sunrise, because it's not that the implication, isn't that the day has come. The implication is that the night is over. And I felt that was such an important thematic element of the Resident Evil games. And as part of my general goal with this campaign, to pay careful homage to the games and to make it a faithful replication of that, I felt like it had to preserve that tradition of ending on going off into the sunrise. And that's what influenced the title of the final episode as well, End of Night. Because really, that's what the theme is. That's what all of the games have essentially, that's the beat that all of the games have closed on, is the night is over and the characters are going home. So that was kind of my sentiment in there. What was that?
And
the night is dark.
Well, yeah, the night is
also
dark.
The thing going through this entire campaign, and I'll say this again next week, is the whole time, no matter how you described the light of day during anything we've done, it just felt like we were doing it at night. It's like, oh yeah, we're tacking this in the middle of the day. Fine, it's dark out. That's what I felt. It felt dark. And then you'd see the thumbnail, it's in the middle of the day. You're like, wait, what? Yes, I clearly explained to you guys in detail the weather and everything. It was middle of the day, sunshine, it's bright. Why does it feel like it's so dark though?
It's probably because we played all these sessions at night.
Yeah, well, but also just the concept of Resident Evil is
it's true.
Set in the night throughout it. So technically, I feel like it's always been the same day. We finally made it to the end here.
Yeah, it kind of has that
most
feeling.
of our stuff is during the day. We've never really had over the night stuff, except for in this tower. I feel.
Yeah, well, there was the very first.
beginning.
Yeah, the very first arc, the Arclight Cabin, was overnight. Well, it was overnight, and then it was underground.
Yeah, which then it gets dark. But that's most of our play, as well as we're always in some kind of dark facility as well.
It's true. Lots of indoors.
It kind of adds that thing to it, but then you come out and it's like, just out of a movie theater and you get the sun in your eye, like, crap, shouldn't have got the matinee.
Yeah, that's true. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Exactly the way I feel every time. Like, and it's dark out here, but I just turn on the lights. I'm like, dang, I've been playing for so long.
That's the great thing about RPGs. You just get immersed and then you just get lost in it for a bit.
But that's also like my ignorance to not listening fully. You would describe it as daytime, and I'm still like thinking, yeah, it's dark out.
Yeah, just
murdering everybody at night. I am the big bad, and that's something I've felt. And like again, I say you're welcome to everybody. Like I thought it was nice nodding off to Mr. G, like giving him a mission and feeling confident enough to just like kick him out of the airplane, like, you're good to go. Like, you've done your thing without saying anything to him. It's like, you're welcome. Go on, do something. You know, I know you have something you need to do, and you've done your mission. I hope that got through, and its own sentiment is like, you're good. We're good. You know, and the like again, like helping Neria like build up to being able to conquer a small feat of talking to Mr. G to fighting Walker. Like, and then like for Kevin, it's been kind of start out cleaning my toilets to hacking a computer with the Y key and having that moment with Arkea and stuff, and just making sure he lives to tell the tale, you know, kind of thing. As far as Katara, it's like, just we've been together for so long and seen each other grow. It was nice. Like, here, you know, you deserve my blessing in doing what you feel is right. And that her little warehouse, you know, I want to do whatever I can to help them out and so on. So I didn't want to be anybody's like linchpin or whatever to hold them back.
Yeah. Yeah, and when you think about it, Chauncey and Katara, the two mainstays, the only two remaining original party members who made it through to the end. So
yeah, we've been through a lot.
Yeah,
we've been through a lot.
Those two are really, the mains. The from episode 1 to 110, they made it.
Can I also make a request for next week?
All right.
That while we're having the reaction to the whole campaign, we slowly go through the Discord chat and look up things that
that's a lot.
Well, like, just scroll through and just find a highlight and talk about that, because there's sometimes we will blow this thing up.
Oh yeah.
And then there's other times where we won't even touch it. But then there's some great moments. Like, what was this for? Try to figure that out. I think that would be great. Like, just as if we're all just scrolling through it.
Oh, well, alas, that brings us to the end of Arc 6, The Manifold. Now, I was quite prepared for this one, this retrospect, and it still took a good long while, but we had 45 episodes to cover, so bear with us for the longer than average length, but hopefully it's still worthwhile and good information for diehard fans of the show. But thank you all for joining us in this journey of the campaign as a whole, and in this discussion of the final arc. Again, there was that observation, almost half of the show is this final arc, so I probably shouldn't... So I think more so than anything, we made it through in record time for this one. But it's pretty late, so we best sign off. Thank you all very much for watching, and we'll see you next time for the next retrospect, going over the campaign as a whole, which hopefully will be a good deal shorter than this one, because we're pretty much just going to hit some pretty major threads. So, if you guys have any questions, be sure to write them down and prepare them for next time, as we go through arc by arc and answer any outstanding secrets or questions that we can reveal. And I could probably go into a little bit more background on some of the major NPCs and reveal any just lingering questions that you guys might have. And of course, anybody in the audience, feel free to prepare questions as well. We would be open to receiving them and prompting discussion. So, till then, we'll see y'all later. Peace. Squared. Have a good night. God bless.
Good night, sweet dreams, all the good things.
Bye.
So, bye, everyone.
Thank you for helping everybody get through 2020.
Oh yeah.
Yay.
Which this arc, by the way, was the entirety of 2020, from January to December.
Exactly.
Was it really?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Started in January, ended in December.
Damn.
This arc was 2020 for us, and somehow that made it a good bit more bearable.
One of the best things about 2020.
Oh, yeah.
One of the. I have like a top 5. My daughter, of course, number 1, but
Yeah.
just number 2 or number 3, something right in there.